I'm telling you,
Chat, what's up?
They'll never let me tell you the truth, but I swear
What
to you,
is? What have we tuned into? It's another day for Sideshow, I guess.
Well, I'm convinced. Fair enough. Thanks, Josh. Let's send it back over to Elizabeth.
Just move on.
I mean, he makes a pretty convincing.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Who's son of car? They sound kind of legit.
They're good.
My ancestors.
But they're not so.
He had a literal tinfoil hat on.
I like the Anubis in the background. That was what?
No.
I mean, he had a tinfoil hat on too. No one gave the little
No.
Anyway, we're gonna head back and hear from Elizabeth talking to.
Did I go outside today? Yes. Yes, I did. Confirmed. Went for a little walk.
Derek, can I have a word with you really quickly? Thank you. Love. You want me to hold this for you?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. So the kind of the narrative with EG is that y'all have been struggling just a little bit right now. So what have you been working on for Super Week?
I think we have a problem with slow starts right now. So this week we just really took our time to work on our mental. And I mean, if we do start slow, just adapting a little bit faster. Yeah.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right. What did I?
So like we've kind of already hinted, there was a bright spot for EG.
What did
last
I
week,
miss?
so we've said
Elevated
in
Speaks. Thank you so much,
was
man. Thank you,
very
Elevated.
aggressive
Appreciate the
on
raid.
his
Thank you.
work
Thank you.
in
We've
the
got Slime
Sentinel
Bunny as
role.
well with the 15
You
months.
mentioned
Appreciate the
earlier,
prime.
it's like a
Sogu
high-risk
Sui
reward
as
at
well with the
times,
tier
like
1
his playstyle seems
and
extremely volatile,
Zodro
but
as well with the
Apoth was
prime.
able to
Thank you
find
so
some
much, everyone.
success.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going into games like these, you do want to be confident and take.
Yeah,
those
Gabri, why are you
plays
sending me
that you
pictures of
feel like
Prius,
this
man?
could win you
Don't want to
around,
see
could turn
Prius.
around over. But when time and time again, it kind of falls.
One of the big
and you
reasons I
gotta
left
lose the
observing to get
round
away from
because
this guy.
Your lurker is just not doing it right. Like, it feels kind of rough. And I feel like Apoth does play that high risk, high reward game, but the last two series of the last game just made it look like it was a low reward.
Did you feel like it was a consistent problem in the series? Because I thought on Lotus in their first map that it was really good, and I thought that he shipped. It's like the first 6 rounds he was doing a ton of aggro.
Get some good sleep. Yeah, I got a couple of hours in, so I feel good.
Yeah, exactly. No, I 100% agree. I think the first map, it looked really, really good. It felt like they actually
Would you say
knew
PaperX
how to kind of rotate
underperformed?
off of this information. They were able to get these deep
Not
lines
really.
and actually have really good
Like
attacks.
I
really
guess a
good
little
defenses.
bit. I think they
But
got
then
kind
the
of
next two
outplayed.
maps, it felt
I think
felt
like maybe
their
the
time just fell apart.
the
And
lack
Apoth
of
then also
team
losing
play
a lot of
with
his life
Jing
kind of early
on
on in the
Sunset
rounds
looked
made them lose a lot of their
a
options.
little bit off, but I mean Team Secret just kind of they look better on Icebox. Like Icebox is like really one-sided, super one-sided, and then Sunset looked even, but it was just like the most perfect snowball with a good game plan that you can kind of get. It was like perfect Valorant really if you look at like the first 5 rounds.
But also, I think the biggest problem.
It was a good example of how you can win a half or like have a really dominant half from just one pistol. El Guapo, thank you so much, man. Thank you with the prime. Thank you so much, mate. Welcome in. And Shocky Lol with the prime as well with the 10 months.
As opposed to having the Viper wall there. Yeah, where you
Thank you,
can
thank you.
reactivate.
And I think I pretty much just answered your question, Shocky, hopefully.
And then flashing in and going and killing that lurk cell.
Yeah, I feel like when you're on the opposite team.
Lev
you know
NRG, I mean,
Apoth's there,
yeah,
at some
you
point
can
you're
never
just like,
count
we can just
Aspas
wait
out,
for
and
this
they
guy.
looked a
We know
lot
he's
better
alone
against
every single
Sentinels,
round,
even
and
if Sentinels were like a
But the
little
real
bit
trouble
off.
was that they never changed that wall setup. They weren't adjusting how they were playing that lurk.
And that's why I think it was less of an Apoth specific
Predictions for the
issue of, like,
matches?
knowing
What
how
do
to
I
find
have?
the timings and much
I have
more of an
Crew,
overall game plan, right?
Crew and
it is an
NRG.
Apoth issue if
I
you
think
are
I have
trying
my
to lurk into
pick'ems.
that A space consistently and you don't have the support of something like a Viper.
What are you talking about?
It's just real.
You see G2 1? Yeah, I mean it's a triple duelist insta-lock tournament. I wouldn't look too crazy into it, even though G2 is a stacked roster.
with Evil Geniuses. And Doug actually had a chance to sit down with the EG duelist as well as Aspas to
Jake
talk
retiring,
about donuts
yeah,
and their road
and
to the big stage.
I
Check
mean,
out
I feel
this
sorry for him,
from
but
our latest common ground.
I think I mean, obviously what he felt was good, so I wish him the best of luck.
How is doing? Hey man, I seen you, bro. You get some donuts? Yeah, that's all. Get some donuts. Yeah. Yeah. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good, bro. How are you, man? Good, all right. Man. Yeah, good to see you, man.
Joe, I know that donuts and donut shop is something very special. It's something you grew up around a lot, and I've got 2 world champions hanging out with me, so I had Phonits make some Valorant-themed donuts. They smell incredible. Let's see what you guys think.
Look at what the Hydrate channel wins, but surely not. Wait, how do I even check that? Right here. That's outrageous. Who did this? How did you make that happen? Honestly, Jez, I respect that, man. That's a straight up hustle. That's persistency paying off. Thank you for the 500 bits as well, man. Thank you so much. That is honestly respect, man.
YouTube channel, generally a fantastic and really candid conversation.
What was it? 14 months? Or so? Maybe even longer than that.
He's also great at the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Not as great.
I was going to say, I mean, what is your standard there? Like, what's your sliding scale like for greatness in Valorant?
Okay, just for you, bro. Just for you.
You know what?
Plead the fifth?
Yeah, how much you love tens.
Speak to his attorney.
Speak to my attorney. Sure. We'll get into that later. Now, before we get into today's first match, we're going to play a cutthroat game that basically requires
interview with the teams who are losing today. Damn, dude.
In chat if we want to win. It's called Twitch Chat Survival.
I mean, we'll see.
Here's how it's going to go down.
And I feel like anything can happen these days, man.
Mimi and I will be Team Omega.
I'm just on board that anything can happen at the moment. Teams can just come in with good prep and just own everyone. Accepted bot with 8 months. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. 8 months, gang. Thank you for the prime, bro.
There's a prize on the line as well. We'll get onto that in just a second. But you guys can vote in Twitch chat. First topic, pretty straightforward.
Have I seen the John QT interview? No. I need to... Dude, his interviews are pretty good. I need to look at them.
Yeah. Duh.
Obviously.
They literally won kickoff. They literally won Masters.
They have already won.
Why would they not win?
Also, they have 10s.
They have 10s. And
Zach as well. Dude, 40 months, Zach.
Who do you want?
That's absolutely
to
wild.
Agent?
Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 40. Appreciate the tier 1, man. Thank you for all the support. It's a long time, bro.
He's like, no one.
Well, no one's going to play Club, but if he did...
One of the originals, man.
Okay.
Second.
Yep.
Yeah, and John QT.
Okay.
Yeah. Hear me out.
Zelsis.
Yeah. I'll do you one better.
Can you at least try?
Saucy.
Can you try the Socratic?
They're literally the best team. They had one bad game versus Lev, but we literally know they're going to win.
Ranks, he's not even Radiant.
But who cares?
You don't need
Neither is Doug, and he's great.
Okay.
Damn, dude, what the?
I'm not sure
I'm not sold.
Sold on this all that effectively.
Because I feel like it would have been really easy to sell.
It's not about us. It's not about us.
He's not even radiant when he's out here cracking every day. Damn, dude.
All right. Well, myself and Mimi.
People put too much on the ranks. When people saying the same thing about Demon 1, right? Because he's cracking so much that he just has no time to play rank. That's a good sign, man. When pros are like, well, hopefully it's a good sign. When pros are cracking so much that they don't have time for rank. It must have a bit of a mental schedule, though.
Demon 1 looks back in peak form. Ethan is integrated into this roster incredibly well, and new players on new roles are stepping up. Demon 1 now playing the Raze. Victor on the full-time Sentinel going crazy on the lurks.
That's why you're silver. Yeah, it's too much team prac.
I don't know if they'll go out and win Shanghai, but I think they have a chance to win.
Hello, Deathmate. How we doing?
Imagine having to convince
what the
players and the...
How they doing kickoff? How they doing kickoff?
Just say the player names.
5 AM in Japan. Good morning.
Just said player names, but said it was more energy.
Clove today. I mean, maybe EG.
Okay.
Yeah, do some buzzwords like Mimi threw in. Like, they're so integrated into the roster. What does it mean?
You just said words of team.
Reprovise, I think that they reached the 5,000.
There it is. Twitch chat. Let's hear
have a little look.
you think won, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Don't let anyone tell
Yeah,
you
I think they're matching the 5,000 it is. So far, donation-wise, 5,312 altogether. Dude, as a group, we're pretty much responsible for half of that. 2,443.
Mimi, I think we've been
Where's the 500 at?
You made fun of Sentinels, and that's not okay.
Here's the thing.
I can show you my view of it.
Like
Yeah.
a true person who wears a suit to their history class.
Again, if people want to get involved in this, stand by my head.
You're even wearing Sentinels colors!
Like a true person who wears the word fashion on their jacket. I was ready to let
Good
Mimi
donation, trying to get all of the.
I thought it was pretty good, right, chat?
Well, I keep saying all of the plastic because like that's doable. Trying to remove plastic from the ocean, but after.
Player in the league. Ender, I'll give you a couple seconds.
Do we have to assign them a player, or do they get to
And so Liquid is matching 5,000, and we've reached the 5,000. So that's at least 10,000 raised. That's sick, man.
He's not in America.
So shout out to us.
Wow.
Because again, we're a big chunk of this chat.
Mirna, are you ready?
Your timer has begun.
I think I have a good answer.
Charity-wise, we kill it, man.
Minute first, go.
We've done 2 charity streams and we've been killing it both charity streams. You guys are wild for it, man.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because he performed
really cool.
on KO, he performed on Gecko.
It's actually really cool. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not that often you get a really good info.
Homsa, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate the tier 1 and Prodigy as well. Gifting 1 over to Elizabeth. Thank you for that, Prodigy. Thank you.
And I just think overall his performance speaks for itself.
Greatest of all time.
Shoot, kill, head.
That's an interesting point. What happened on MIBR last year?
He's better now. Improved.
Reform.
Criticism.
All right, that's your minute.
All right. Here's mine, Moose, okay? C9, they're coming in hot, and everyone's talking Oxy. If they're not talking about Oxy, they're talking about Vanid, the IGL. But Moose has joined this team, and now C9 are going on a run, right? While Oxy is off doing flashy things on one side of the map, Moose's sights are
It'd be kind of mental if C9 made it to Shanghai.
On its own. He also plays great contains on attack. He's not always going on the lurch. Oh, whoa, we're in here right now. Moose, he is the guy for C9. Rooney also coming in and looking very nice.
Who's more crazed? Christy now or Josh?
I mean, it's absolutely manic.
Close call, honestly.
All right, Twitch chat, you can get your votes in. Remember, it is between, of course, Moose and Heat for the most underrated player in the league. We will know who managed to win here. I mean, I'm kind of glad I got
that coffee cup. Is there any coffee in there?
RRQ, yeah, RRQ got a little bit wrecked.
Look at those grippers.
RRQ got a little bit wrecked today.
Look, the Moose is on the loose, baby.
All right.
Chat,
I don't even want the
we got, I might as well just show all of this as well. We got not carries with the $10. You know what to do? Let's get the slug earth spam going. And Anonymous, shout out to the Anon, 50. So, as a group, we made it to this much. And then Liquid as a whole made it to here. And Liquid is going to be doubling this to 5,000. So, it's going to be 10,000. It's huge. Shout out to the Anon as well. Thank you for doing that, Anon. And not carries. Shout out to you.
And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Crew pick attack.
Wow, Pansy.
And what map would you like?
Would be Breeze.
Crew pick Breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
EG pick attack. And you have 1 map ban.
Ban Ascent.
EG ban Ascent. And what would you like to ban, crew?
We ban Sunset.
Crew ban Sunset. Decider map will be Icebox, and EG, you have side select.
Attack, please.
Lotus, Breeze, Icebox.
All right, best of luck today.
Maybe Clove on Icebox. How's EG been looking on Icebox? Honestly, they've been changing their comp a little bit. But maybe.
Down a smidgen. And let's talk about some of our predictions here.
Cows.
I think we've
Dude, Cows, you're still going with those bits that you found. Respect. Thank you so much, man.
Pretty poorly argued.
Appreciate
But here, there's a lot of excitement about Crew. They're proactive on defense. They're getting a lot of value out of Kesnit. He's getting more involved. On the EG side, we have some questions. We liked Apoth, but it feels like
they got wrecked last time, didn't they? Yeah, the Icebox hasn't been hitting too well.
I'm going to predict them in this one, but I think people are underrating EG severely right now after their performance in the first 2 weeks.
Okay.
I think what Derek said in that interview, he said, we've had slow starts. Every one of the games we've been playing pretty much. We haven't been, getting into the game in time. That's true. But look at the rest of the maps. They're constantly losing pistol rounds. They're constantly relying on these Potter timeouts in the middle of games to come back into things. I think that's kind of inflated how bad their games look because of these slow starts. I think they've been slow to adapt, but have tended to adapt and eventually find the right idea in their games. I think that this is a team with time, if they can get a stronger start, can push a close game. And I think this will be a very close game today.
Timeouts, right? We got to believe in them. In the past, they've been
wild watching a game with a pure fan mentality. We should get
It's just a fact.
Get some questionnaires done on you, Pansy. Test you up against the Fnatic fans.
Okay, so anyway,
See if you can name the
I think coming into
all
it,
10 players of the old EG roster.
They are going to be able to get that faster start, but I also don't feel like they're gonna.
If you're a fake fan,
past Lotus, I feel like their Lotus is gonna be good. They needed to pick that Lotus. They needed that first map. But I do.
Could answer all of the Potter related questions, but not EG. Fair play.
All right, fair enough. There you have it.
2-1 EG, baby, I'm all in.
Let's get day 2 of Super Week started. Today it's Crew versus Evil
Also,
Geniuses and Energy versus
Jamie,
Limitards.
thank you so much, Jamie. Sorry if you didn't want your name leaked, but your name's been leaked. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 10 as well. Chat, you know what to do. Get the slug earths in there. Put your full name, so I thought I'd just go for it, man. Jamie, thank you for doing that, mate. Thank you for the 10.
this one though. Rocket.
It feels like a relatively common name, so I think he hasn't outed himself too much. It is public anyway, that's very true. We just
Yo
highlighted
siento
it.
que G es un equipo bastante parecido como nosotros. Su planteamiento de juego es bastante agresivo como el nuestro.
Thank you, Jamie, mate. Shout out to you for that.
Y nada, va a estar bueno porque va a ser como quién va a ser más agresivo que el otro.
Here's my pick for Crew EG. Dude, I gotta go with Crew, man. Crew are looking too good right now. Mainly because of this guy. I feel like he is the one right now.
We've went against some teams that are kind of crazy. We just saw Oxy. He runs it down. He plays like that, so we're kind of ready for that for like Kesden and stuff like that because I feel like they're very similar. They take a lot of duels.
Todos sus compañeros han caído, la tiene que jugar entonces 1 en contra de 2 con 7 puntos de vida, pero Kesnit va a cerrar otra ronda para Crew.
Siento que,
Yeah, I think I've kind of converted to believing in Crew right now.
Que son un equipo que hacen cosas nuevas y vamos a tener que adaptarnos a esas cosas.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this Sunday started right and bring on our first team to the stage. Give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Soft Bro just flexing on us with the whole EG lineup. Wait, that's so funny. Why have I not seen this emote before?
Y la verdad es que no sería una super semana sin la rosada. Que se escuche para Crew Visa.
Well, if the annals of history are anything to go by, this is meant to be where evil geniuses take things up a gear. A slow start here in stage 1. They've said a slow start in many of their games, but now is where the rubber hits the road.
But if there's one strength for Crew, it's that they work hard and then play hard.
A lot of people have been saying this.
Keep saying this. No, but for EG, I think this is an incredibly important win. Getting this first win on the board would be massive for this squad. I think if they lose this match today, then they're looking at a tough strength of schedule for the rest of the season.
Yeah, they're
but
done.
If they can take this home, this is their chance to gain confidence and maybe turn the season.
EG literally plays Sentinels and NRG next, and they need 2 wins to have a chance of making playoffs.
Playoffs are unlikely, but if they lose
Crew
every
to
game
anti,
this
I mean,
split, that
maybe
is a brutal way to walk away.
Maybe
from
EG
it.
should
I mean, they were
be
literally
okay.
just talking about fixing their mentals coming into it. Their mentality was one of their biggest beasts to kind of overcome. And if you lose this first game, this Crew game, this pivotal game in this week, it's gonna be so hard to pick yourself back up from that.
I feel like Potts is
Losing
cooked.
this
Yeah, I was
game,
just trying to
as
think of
well as
that
trying to
then.
work on your mentality,
Like,
those are 2 beasts.
Have you, the thing for Crew is though, with the change up of player, they kind of changed a lot of their stuff, so there's not too much footage out there.
The double controller setup, it was not a good look for them. They're hoping they don't get there.
They absolutely are. And good news for EG is we're starting it off on Lotus, where I think they did look their strongest here. Now, of course, Crew are
I
going to
see
come
a
in,
Cypher
and
there
the
at
first
least.
thing they're going to be looking for is those B walk-ups from APOTH, right? Early in the half, that's what EG were conditioned.
Have we seen an ISO so far? No, no ISO, and we won't do,
And also,
bro.
Nature later in the half testing space out towards
Way
trouble. I
too
think
risky.
EG, their attack looked good because of those lurks, and if Crew can isolate them, they're going to do a way better better job of dealing with EG's actual.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think going into this, Crew's actual playstyle should be to punish.
ISO. I'm still a bit of an ISO believer, to be honest, but the wall needs to change. But I think I don't know, man. ISO on a couple of maps, especially like Ascent, is pretty legit in my books. Like I think it can win you. The problem is it's like a one and done, really. Like it would win you the first game, but then I think if someone had a half decent coach and just saw that second round, it's done.
But I think that agent bit gives you a lot of flexibility in setting up those trap plays.
Right, bro. The double damage thing's too strong, bro.
So if Crew's contacting up, getting space and popping on that Cypher site, it gets real scary.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Not expecting to see many changes here. Teams have not had a lot of time to actually adapt things game to game, though.
I want to see more from Jojimo. He had his, I think, worst series I've ever seen in the debut. And he was fine in the second series, but he should be an all-star for this squad.
The 1x1 selection, yeah, it doesn't really. The problem is, what ends up like the 1x1 stuff is good for when there's like a big pick and you can get a bit hyped for it. But a lot of the time it's like Ascent or Lotus and you know what it is, so it's like a 2-minute pick for what you know is gonna happen. Like our biggest change-up will be like a Cypher over a Killjoy or something. No Deadlock? Man, people won't be rushing to play Deadlock after last night, that's for sure. Dude, where's Saint, man? Has Saint watched that demo yet? He's gonna be losing his mind.
One thing I'm actually looking at Heat for, because as I said before, this guy is impeccable with his information.
Did I see the Vanity tweet? No, I mean, I just... Was the Vanity tweet just not, Wait, you talk about the one that he tags me with Jolly's second account?
Retaking the map space that they need.
You only watched the pistol, which you really liked? Oh, it peaked on the pistol, bro. Saint, you gotta watch the rest of it, man. It's such a funny game.
Are moving together, because like you guys are saying, those are the two that are going to be super proactive on these reclears. If they're shutting down Nature and APOP, that's a winning position.
Holy hell, by the way. Checking in on the charity. 200. How do I say this? Shay? That's crazy. Chat, you know what to do. Spam a lot for the 200. And we got 10 as well from Kalza. 200, bro. I need to see a lot of slug ups for that. That's crazy.
Hitters on that crew team. They really do up on that stage. That's going to be a major obstacle for them to overcome, just in terms of that firepower. And they really need to come out swinging with some new strategies. Man. Maybe, you know, showing some of that old style of EG where they were really.
Dude, we might hit 3K. That's pretty sick.
I don't know what's on the cards for them. I don't know what's on the table. But Lotus is the staging ground which we're going to be heading into here for this series.
And the last time we saw EG here, I was fairly impressed. The problem is, as we go deeper into this map pool, it seems like it would favor Crew's firepower if they are the team that's hitting. So you need EG to hit the ground running. You need
right, EG against Crew, EG on defense, Crew on attack, and we got 3 classics against 3 ghosts and a sheriff.
How much more do they have?
An early engagement there, just util being exchanged.
Just the standard stuff going in, eye over towards A. Create a lot of pressure. Door as well, like they might have gone up to rubble, and we just see a C default to pick up the AWP.
Is that going to be incorporated with a C retake setup? It doesn't look like it based on where APOP is.
Oh, we actually just strolling in.
And he's going to be the player under pressure early on.
Kesner eager. Take some of these fights. See him just walking up close to the choke, seeing if he can spot out any of that side for util, but a little bit too far away.
Yeah, it's straight up default at the moment. Question mark created, question mark created.
Crew's kind of contacty play as they work the map here is going to be more difficult for EG to find out.
Superman's a little bit committed here. Does have Omen Flash if they wanted to.
Pressure might be applied.
I guess you could Omen Flash door.
Is in order for Crew though.
Okay, moves over to doors. This is probably an Omen Flash, which is the Prowler. Big swing. Lovely swing. Gets out of there as well. Lovely util on this.
What more can you do with it? Corralled and corrected here.
Oh.
To the side, I mean, revealed entirely.
Damn, I'm telling you, this kid, man.
Making a mockery of it. Just opens up the
this kid.
single-handedly, still to
Oh. That was lovely. Seas does the -80 and just one tick of the molly. Bro, these two together though, he and Kesnet is just crazy firepower. 2v3, Shy's 1 HP. Big nade. Doesn't even want to use it, man. Look at the confidence. Between them, they get 5.
The one he really did have to worry about, which is Kesnet.
And the pistol round set up as I think a lot of us were expecting the series to continue, which is Crew hitting some blinding shots.
Curious with the Prime. Thank you so much for that, bro. Thank you, thank you. Aetonator, did I say you with the Prime as well? I'm going to say you again if that's true, but thanks so much, man.
Pretty sure based on that, the hole was supposed to be going towards backside, but listen, might be completely wrong. And that's a cool little fake, because it did catch onto Superman, who was just nearby, and set heat up for 2. Kesnet to finish with the Sheriff. Crew on the attack side, tons of rifles now. You know, already making this instantly into really deadly buy territory.
EG are aware of the slow starts to the beginning of some of these maps and series. Hello.
Surely not.
Corner, though. Patience
guys, surely not.
Not before Apop ends up going down.
We send it in with one of the guns.
Door opens up. Derek wants to take the fight to them with the nade rebounding straight off of Mound, but they are collecting the kills nevertheless. And really, you can't do too much more with the weaponry that's on display there from EG.
Wait, are they like disrespecting them a little bit on this round? This felt crazy disrespectful. This felt just like we're so much better than them. We're just gonna run in with like pretty much no util.
Again, that's not actually going to matter because
that was kind of weird to watch, man.
I don't know, like Na'Vi kind of buy where a lot of people buy up as much as they can.
I mean, they literally strolled into C, no util. We had one Prowler. They didn't even check any of the corners.
Crew's economy is looking fantastic, and Kesnet and he are both almost up to ults. And they've just stacked all of their kills, basically. And the plants on top of that. Into the heavy fraggers on the team.
It's precisely the players you want to be having those ults as well. Showstopper.
Does delayed observing work? Don't ask me. It's a big buy round. You can't ask me on a big buy round. Just imagine the best FPS experience you can possibly have as a spectator, and it's that.
You're talking about the macro gameplay. Look at this, all grouped up now, shoulder to shoulder. This wall's going to be dropping down. They're going to try and force a fight against them. Vulnerable, applied. That's just from the snake.
Big duel. Klaus saves the whole of his team. Everyone else eats the Omen Flash. He takes 2 individual duels.
A simple game plan.
Wild.
Contact up behind this wall. We're going to throw a snake bite out. We're going to drop the wall. Force the fight up with the guns. Because that's
dude, what a start this is at the moment.
For a team like Crew, they know that they can win
Omen Flash as well. Wall goes up.
As long as they can neutralize what EG
have a
are
good
doing,
plant.
which there was trying to post up Superman towards Rubble. Yeah, like you said, they're happy to take the fight.
Bro, they are annihilating them in aim duels right now. They look so confident. Crew aren't even doing anything special right now.
Yes, Crew
they're just doing the most standard thing ever and just winning every single duel. Oh, dudes, every single duel.
A fully flawless bonus round conversion from Crew. Keeping all those rifles intact.
And like you said, the simplicity just working so well.
Did I see FNS and SOM signing? I mean, it'll be content creators, you would imagine. Guess we'll wait and see. When's the announcement? It'll be watch party thing, man. Everyone's getting signed for watch parties.
200 credits worth of utility used, but it neutralizes what EG are going for and sets up Crew for favored gunfights. They're now 3-0 up, headed even closer to enormous ultimates to snowball. And EG have got some work to do.
A thrifty round might just turn the tides for them.
Yeah, it will for sure. It'll be, what do you reckon, 1 NRG, 1 Paper X or something?
Contest it nice and early. But no players going to be walking towards them.
I'll tell you what, Brent, I think that Klaus's IGLing has been great in these kind of moments. From what we've seen from him so far in Stage 1, he's been great on Lotus at being able to find these gaps. And
1 cent, they've already got Tarek.
These kind of situations. You know, now that I've said it...
wait, they got Tarek and Curry, right?
It now bucks the trend, but generally speaking, I think no matter who you've had recently, if Klaus or Melsa doing the calling, it's been fairly solid on the attack sides.
There's no rushing into things, you know, they spot out the trip. Apop couldn't quite get a kill off of it.
3 people on site, but they clear over towards 3. They're just so chill. Yeah, you can just wait for all of this. Fatal goes in. Couple of easy kills because of it. Right, they're wrecking them, man. Okay, EG are going to have to time out after this, and I don't know. The thing is, you can't... Strategy-wise, I mean, what do you call? I would be tempted to call something super aggro of numbers just to get their confidence up in terms of aim jaws. Maybe something like that so they can trade each other out. They look non-existent. At the moment, they don't look on the server, man.
The Nightfall, but I don't think they're really worried about that. You know,
how many kills do they got? Got 5?
And,
5 in 4 rounds.
Great job of it so far. In fact, the closest player to an ultimate is Jorgamo, and he's got no kills. He's just been able to farm orbs.
This upcoming round now is a real impetus, I think, for the overall half of EG. You need one on the board right now.
You've got to expect EG here to be fighting heavy A rubble so that they create that space for Jorg to pick up the ult orb.
These nades.
Okay, that stops them going towards A, but that shows that they have early A control in terms of a lot of people fighting over towards A, and it looks like the instant reaction from Crew is to descend it over towards C, and as we can see at the moment, that's pretty good. Using the early camera, so let's see when this gets checked. It's behind my head, I imagine.
Side of the map, do they commit, or are they going to start to slow things down and take their time?
Slow down just because they're worried about a trip, but actually, well,
yeah, we gotta see a retake on this one, and I like that we're chilling. Jorgamo gets close. Jorgamo is here with an ult. Oh. Yeah, Jorgamo, does he just insta ult? Do they give him space? Plan. Got 4 people close.
And this is going to be difficult for Crew to hold on because EG
I like this move from Shy, but I think 2 of these might eat the ult. Why didn't look great, man.
Multiple angles and multiple fronts, but they still can't take out the dynamic duo, Kesnet and Heat. These guys are elite.
Dude, they need this win so bad, Derek. Derek, you gotta win this round for them. Damn, thank God for that. Holy hell, they were gonna be so out of it if they lost this. Would have been another eco. Shout out to Derek. Not a convincing round still by any means. Yeah, absolutely just hero play. Dude, what happened to Jorgamo here? Why is his movement so, like, that's an easy shot to hit, no?
Slightly beefed, unusual movement from Jorgamo, but
yeah, I agree. He
as
fluffed
we've
it.
seen from him earlier in the year on that redemption tour in 2024. He was the player that stepped up for them when they played against Loud earlier on at the beginning of 2024. They need players like him to find those moments.
The issue at the moment is it's not a convincing round to win with only one person surviving.
But at least EG do have now a fighting chance, and they pulled out that showstopper prior.
You got to remember, this is if they lose, gets reset, which would in theory bring them up to the 6-1.
Can be very important. They've essentially left the C side completely up to Nature, and it allows them to stack a heavier fighting defense towards A. And Crew have been pretty sensible with their attack side macro, but they haven't also been breaking Apoth's trips unless they're committing to a site. So that's another thing to keep an eye on.
Jorgamo, slightest of off angles, just spots it. Apoth chooses to take the fight.
Okay.
Alternating with the movement, and as well, Derek decides to join the action.
Yeah, this is nice though. And they want to keep this one clean. If they use ults into this, I do not blame them. Especially Fader would be very tempting.
Positioning here, still he will pick it up without really too much of a challenge here because the players are low. Jorgamo,
guys, you gotta use ults into into this round. You lose this Eureka. Use your ults. That's a disaster, bro. Yeah, they're just getting crazy outdueled.
And he bulldozed his way into trade.
Look at it. 5v3 and they had so many ults and they didn't use ult. Like someone else should contact there, use Fatal.
Solidified on C inside the Viper's pit, but now his chances to try to clean up.
Whoa! Another hero play?
They were slim. 1v1 lined it up. And Nature has been gifted here. A chance, possibility. Doesn't know where Melzer's position is.
It's really low.
He's got to get a move on. You can feel it now. With the time ticking, the spike ticking, and there's Melzer. Exactly the positioning of Nature.
Oh man, they're in the mud.
Be in that scoreline.
Shouldn't have dropped the Spectre. That thing.
They're all sitting around like 2-4 basically.
Spray down made me
Get
believe
under.
for sure. But that round typifies everything.
Yaltsin, how you doing, mate? How's everything going? Thank you for the 8 months, bro. Good to see you, dude.
Macro on their defense. They stack players towards B and A. They get a crossfire going to set themselves up with an advantage. And unfortunately, Heat just runs at them and kills 2 players, and it's kind of curtains then. Crew just get an easy avenue towards A. Because
and this, I mean, look at it. Got bare bones. We've got nothing. Got a stinger.
Yeah, just the attack side of Lotus, but EG not escaping the slow start allegations.
Still do worry when teams go here against Eco. I'm telling you, like past week, this week especially, this area with someone with a sheriff is just always killing people with guns.
Probably expecting Crew to make some kind of effort.
Superman does have a classic though,
go and break that.
But I think I've seen Classic get a few kills here. To be fair,
nah, we'll just walk at you and kill you. They don't seem as bothered with dealing what APOF has to offer in terms of the info game on defense.
They choose ult. Yeah, but I needed Derek to choose his ult here.
Another situation
he was here.
Where it's a nightfall to try to
I needed someone to jump spot, get in for Fatal.
Actually, ult's going to be expended by EG. They want to use this one. So they can take the fight to them. That's a lot of connections.
Fade, yeah. I mean, what do we do here?
About here into tree and everybody looking this
we
way.
got a lot of info. We didn't manage to get a kill off of it. They open door like they're pretending that they're going out. This ult is fantastic, man. Like all the info that they just got, they gain nothing for it. They got to respect this, go all the way back.
Give respect to that one. So it's going to be a free plant Crew to get themselves into that post plant.
I mean, the Fatal kind of just got them nothing now.
Would like to invest it. I think their post plant positioning is going to be good enough, and they're going to feel confident enough not to have to use that ult. But we'll see if it bites them.
CNT, the horns.
Oh.
Hello, push forwards from Heat. There's a kill.
What the? What's going on today?
He was worried about being swarmed, thought he could try to take the timing.
Paranoia as well. Next wave of it. Now the Stingers are really doing some damage. And dirty work.
Oh, this keeps happening, right? Where it looks relatively good, and then someone just frags out heavy. Nicely done. Good recovery on this one. A good little crossfire.
Also really didn't even need a headshot, but still, it's another one claimed. So 6-1 Crew. These rounds coming down to just these minutiae of moments, and a lot of ults committed by EG.
Yeah. Ults committed on both sides, though, so not a disaster for Evil Geniuses. But if you think back to what ended up making them such a great team in 2023, and yes, it's not the same roster, but it's the same coaching staff, the same ideas. It was that they weren't afraid to throw ults.
Do you think the Classic bundles have changed players' opinions towards the Classic? Maybe, to be honest, because the Classic is very strong.
They had the Nightfall.
I think the Outlaw as well is like, this is the thing we don't really know, because like the Outlaw is probably the main reason for like a big change in it. But then you got people like Zelstis, and it feels like Zelstis is definitely using a Classic more just for the skin. Bro, this needs to be a good timeout, because it's really sloppy at the moment from EG. Bad util usage, not hitting shots. Not together with a lot of duels. Like it's
towards the duels. You need to outbrain Crew if you're going to win them on Lotus.
Yeah,
but
I don't. It's been
Crew with
not good.
The helm back, trying to prove to everybody that he deserves his spot on this team as a top IGL.
Yeah, I mean, it feels weird to say as well, but you know, with the way that Crew play.
Okay, another round and they're in a similar situation. Good news is 2-9 loss bonus if they lose this, but it would still be an eco.
Very structured ideas of what they want to do. They want to set up Kesnit really well as well. That's another kind of game plan for Crew. And if we go on to Breeze, I mean, if you're just setting up Kesnit,
the Classic, no, I actually kind of like the Classic as it is. If it was like, honestly, if the Classic was much worse, you want a little bit of excitement into eco runs, and I think the Classic is good for that. The right click is a little bit busted, but I think I'm okay with it. People like Ghost so much as well that it's like, it's fine. I actually like the Classic, to be honest. I think it's in a good spot. I think it's too strong for a free gun, but I think I'm also okay with that.
They've got rid of the turret, but they haven't done too much else. The turret being gone, though, is a big deal.
There's nothing worse than watching a round where you just know there's zero chance of a team like winning the round.
There's a lot of eyes locked onto the front.
You want to have a little bit of belief, a little bit of hope.
Towards Klaus, who's got all that space on A.
EG just threw a haunt over towards Mound and re-cleared that, so I think they should have a good idea that this is ending A for Crew. Jorg is booking his way over here, still full utility. And Crew are not taking space that quickly. Are we finally going to see them pivot B and give Derek some action?
There it is, Derek's forwards. It's a jumping clear by Klaus, but
hey guys, spacing on this.
That one. Satchel! That is not there with a second one. Derek does incredibly well. Tripped. Isolated and broken.
Nice. This is much better from them. The spacing was.
To claim that kill, Melzer. You can't allow this. He's pulling it back from the break.
Oh, dude, it keeps happening. It's always 2v or 3v5 or something. Look at them go aim-wise. They are wrecking them in the aim jaws. It's so mad. And like we're seeing a few like good plays from EG where they're kind of going toe-to-toe with the aim jaws. And then you just go to another aim jaw and it's just domination. What a sick round. I mean, he won the 1v1, right, over towards A site as well, so he's had great impact. He's not fragging crazy heavy, right? 7?
I feel like they played the defense side, the macro, the info game really nicely. They knew it was ending towards A or a pivot through. Derek gets 2 at the door. I think this protocol of sending Superman in with the flash through here, we've seen Sentinels do this.
2v4. How'd you get both there? That's impressive, though. I don't even think they do too much wrong. Like, that should just be a trade. He's just individually sick. He's literally individually just a beast there. And it forces them down to an eco. They keep losing the worst possible rounds. The disaster stuff.
Hello, Melzer's just having to walk through here. This is dangerous on an anti-eco.
There's a one-way.
Javi SRL. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thanks for doing that, dude.
EG have really been putting a heavy focus on Derek and sometimes Jorg, looking to try to put pressure here at the front of B.
Yeah.
They are so convinced the crew are going to try to tackle this area and have Shy pressure it. Usually it would be the Killjoy, who walks forwards a little bit, tries to get rid of trips, or a turret if you're playing against Killjoy.
Double molly out over towards A, put the wall up, double block vision. Are they waiting for the fade eye to just confirm that no one's here? Are we going to see a fade eye over towards A? Yeah, fade eye goes in, confirms that no one's in front of this question mark. That then in theory they can go hit a weaker C. I'm gonna ult to check if anyone's back at sight. No one's back at sight. Love this from Apoff. He goes where they just cleared. They have a prowler on top. Man, crew are nice at the moment.
We'll do a little bit of damage here with a kill collected. He's got to try and play the door, so he survives on that cross. But it's a 2v3 here, and still with that weaponry disadvantage. The pit on top of it.
Hey, they look kind of scary, bro. Crew are looking scary right now.
I mean, it's
I know this was an eco as well, but this is just like nice macro as well. They clear out over towards A as well. They even had to stack over towards C, and they just kind of forced their way in, even with the ult to check site, and then they still have a prowler, knowing that someone will probably try and retake that map control.
This is a revival.
He's 17-3. He's 17-3. The thing is, the rest of his team is doing great as well. They've been having their moments.
Outrageously good on Raze last year. And he just can't get going today.
Can't. It's not working for them.
Macro, like macro map control, and just like a lot of macro, when I talk about macro, is just like how you're just playing the actual map and just getting map control in terms of like a default. Like not like little micro plays in terms of like spacing or swinging off each other, but just or like little bits of util. Just more like how you're actually playing around the whole map. And especially on this map, like manipulating rotates, because you have a faster rotate on attack than you do defense. So the macro on this map's like super important to try and create as many question marks as you can and make at least C side weaker or A side weaker and just keep them guessing.
Not able to really take the fight to them, and they just dropped.
Just like bigger picture stuff, basically.
It's so nice to see from Crew's point of view these rounds where the attack side ideas.
Yeah, they've been mixing it up real nice.
The IGL are the thing that gets them over the line. It's not just the firepower. Like, yeah, that is the big thing that I'm taking away from this map so far. Is the Crew are winning.
What do you think is the easiest map to lose because of aim breeze? You can just get out aimed on breeze. You can do everything right on breeze and just get out aimed.
Messing with a bit of the pace and the expectations, and EG are caught completely taken aback by it. That's
and obviously every map as well, but breeze you feel it the hardest.
Element.
Icebox second. Icebox is more about spacing than anything else.
Works so well to all the strengths of Crew. I mean, it might be too early to say, listen, you can make the argument as well, the Crew haven't really been tested so far in Split 1, but really, what is the ceiling for this team so far? They're 9-1 against an EG team.
Like for me, when I look at Icebox, especially over towards A, if you have good pathing and good spacing, and everyone's like in different higher lowers and swinging off each other, and they know what to do in certain situations, it's more than just aiming, because you can just body shot.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're using that Viper Orb completely against EG. They get on the other side of it. So any player on the A side.
How do you rank C9 after Loud win? I mean, they look good as well. The problem is that I really don't, really not impressed with how Loud looked. That's my thing. And that's a big part of it, but C9 looked very good, so it's hard to gauge, because C9 did look great. So I'm like, well, C9 are looking great, but then at the same time, I'm looking at some of the loud stuff, and I'm just like, man, this is not great. Like, Loud can't play like that and make playoffs. It's not even not playoffs. Not at all Shanghai. So they gotta have a better week than what I saw.
All right, Nightfall used on the other side just to try to get some information. Maybe this is going to help them defend B.
Nice from APOF here. It's repositioning now, pressing forwards. Holding with a double up dangle. The crew using this chance. Reposition. Nice.
Oh, that's a big kill over towards spawn. Nice instant reaction. Yeah, and this is a weird round right now. They're kind of locked in over towards C, and they can't take map control anywhere. This guy died over towards spawn. Usually got to look at every single angle. Big duel.
Creeping and crawling right behind them. No one's watching. And here it is. Time to collect. Real chance and opportunity, but eventually they double up. And again, crew are boundless. Leaping through into the side of the plan. Finally down for them into this post.
Double molly and a smoke.
Scenario.
Oh, actually massive. It's actually massive that he's missed this.
Superman has 2 teleports. Fakes it.
Like he could have crossed in. Not much to clear this one either. Okay, Shy. Backing away here. Double. Can he adjust the aim in time? Klaus wrapping around an ace. The potential is there. Doesn't quite go to the last players, but now here's the noise.
Holy man, they're just taking turns.
All for class here, the IGL.
They are taking turns.
Superman was looking on top of his own one-way there, thinking that Klaus had somehow jumped over his head and gotten inside.
Yeah, he thought he looped it.
The Odin cleaning things up as EG. Bren, you're completely right. The call here is just to throw caution to the wind. It's like, all right, our game plan isn't working. Let's just run at them.
Yeah.
Play inside smokes, try to find your ones, mess with the timings. 10-1.
Biggest aim diff game of the year. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it?
1 and 10 is better than Crew did last year, but
their only win is a hero 1v2.
I mean, they really are. If EG have got any chances, it's got to be in this round here, the final one.
same kind of defensive setup that we saw last time Nature had his ult online. Get him with a trip, ulted on C, tried to stack towards B and A. Shy, very rarely been here early round. No punish. They've been waiting to
Man, they are chunking them down.
Derek has been here trying to wait
56,
for that
11.
Round 12.
Backing away with the U2 in his hands, he can't quite get it. In fact, all the damage has really been done to these EG players.
Doesn't even matter about their setups. It feels like they could have the best setup you could possibly have, but when it comes down to the Angels, they just lose.
Out wide, that will force out his Nightfall here. Still 55 seconds left in the round.
I think as well, like Crew have been doing great in a lot of their rounds as well, but whoa, okay, here we go.
He's pulled that one from the brink and nowhere. 3 kills.
We've seen this before though. 2v4.
One bullet will do it, but now
got another one for us. Oh, why did that look so laggy on his POV?
This is a round you must win if you are EG.
30 seconds left.
And the rest.
Of course.
Picking the right place to go though.
I'll also be apologizing for that one a bit later now, but they are going to get the move on.
They've given them the whole of B here. EG are just allowing them to get the plant down, not in position to flood. Hello, I love this.
Oh, what's going on, man?
Doubling up with Nature.
Well, Melter just got off the plant there, and it has brought a bit more time here for EG.
They gave him a little bit of space. Okay, doubling it up, and it came from another hero play. So Derek with the 1v2. Wait, was it? It was APOF, right? They got the 3 1-taps here. Second guessing myself. I think it was.
Yeah, it's EG's map pick.
Damn!
Round, though,
Dude, why is the Guardian the most satisfying gun in this game?
Consolation prize. Yeah. They would have to pull off a most outrageous comeback to have any chance of pushing this one.
Crew been hitting order, check boxes, Crew's IG out Klaus, and we learned about why he's been looking forward to today's matchup with Evil Geniuses.
Yo siento que EG es un equipo bastante parecido como
okay,
nosotros.
Chat, who's this?
Su planteamiento de juego es
Sorry,
bastante agresivo como el nuestro.
Who's at in desk in the charity campaign? Who's done this? 6 minutes ago, that was at 7-1. Who's this guy? Thank you for the 10. It's gone to whole new levels, man. It's gone to whole new levels. That, you know what to do though. Let's spam the Sligger.
Respect being shown, you know,
for the donation.
He thinks EG are a good team, which they've shown those glimpses of brilliance, I think, in a lot of their matches, but maybe that's why, you know, Crew feels like they're not pulling back any punches.
Yeah, Crew look excellent. I think it's so difficult in a season to fix mentality problems or just fix large problems, to be honest. It can feel overwhelming to try to tackle them all at once. But if you get
it's for the greater good, dude. He can't even be angry about that.
Blood into the team as well, which he has given them.
Can't even be angry.
Mentality can shift. It can feel like your horizon.
That's the nicest one he's had.
The more you win, the more freedom you have to try to make plays. Adam's got to be feeling excellent about how his team's performing right now.
Oh yeah.
I am a little bit.
I disagree, Prodigy. Not for this one.
To the fact that Jorg is having such a stinker. He's 2-12. We've seen him.
Hello, Imi. How we doing? Congrats on the win yesterday. I was loving this game yesterday, man. I was losing my mind on Lotus, bro. It was so funny.
Reminiscent of what happened in EG's game against G2, where he couldn't get online. And listen, again, I'm thinking forward to Breeze. To be honest with you, the score's 10-2. Yes, I'm thinking about map 2.
You can show yourself in Twitch chat. Yeah, it's always. I always see that from coaches. Even Bacon will make an appearance after a win.
A player like Kesnet on the opposite side, but I mean, you might have seen glimpses of it. It's 2-12 versus what, 17-5 that Kesnet's currently sitting at.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, it's not actually just Kesnet and Heat up there. Heat's 8-8. He's had some awesome rounds.
Yeah, exactly. You're well in the clear.
That kind of
well in the clear.
On board, but you know, we've seen
honestly though, looking really decent, man.
Klaus and the 1v2 from
really
Melsa
good.
that put them into perfect positions.
Okay, we get the 4 classics and 3 of them have armor. Derek just straight up full util, and you would imagine it's looking like a bit of a B here. In terms of Crew, we're going for some kind of punish, you would imagine. Once they take A control, I'm not entirely sure.
And the rest of EG grouping up towards B.
It's an open side. Well, Apov decided to take a fight, and well, there's a whole army waiting for him on the opposite side. Crew are going to be fast on this one. It's a rapid uptake of the little duel area. Now a deep push into the spawn. Shy, he's seen it. Open angles here. Just awareness off the charts here for Crew, expecting some form of aggression. Sees, not quite connecting, almost lining up with the
28 HP, we've got a massive duel from the Omen Fade. This one really decides it in my mind.
Feeling the pressure, feeling like he has to take
Oh, okay, lovely. I say that as Superman's popping on site. But yeah, with this much space now, it should be done. 18-5 though.
Now Kesnet is low enough that a single shot of any gun will do it. A swift breeze, maybe even so. Tapping on the orb, trying to force the fight open, but now that gets the acknowledgement. This is a 1 pistol round.
Yeah, nicely done from Superman. Derek won a big round as well. Okay, 1-1 in terms of the pistols.
We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
I'm confused how Superman was able to get
99 Caleb, thank you so much. Thank you with the prime. And Raver_Sphinx with the prime as well. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you both.
Superman with a classic was able to take out the other 2 players. Oh, wow. There it is. So they're trying to go for a jump through the smoke and somebody else swinging, but
Raver, thank you, mate. Welcome into the Slug Up.
Covering Sentinels. The team that's in the lead getting a little sloppy with things, not jumping the player through before the other player swings. They caught the A lurker at the beginning of the round. It was Apov this time. It's going to be Nature. So Crew are stacking towards A, hoping for a similar result to get them into a 5v4 on an eco. But EG, they need to start some kind of snowball of their own, feeding the orbs into Jorg. And he also needs, I think, a lot of kills here.
I mean, he does need a lot. He's not going to be getting the assault for a little bit.
Big ultimate and some confidence.
We've got 1 Omen Flash and Kesnet buys a Sheriff.
Something to offset the scoreboard differential that we're seeing. like they might want to go into C here, but that might be a mistake. You can see it.
There's not enough of them. They won't force in at the moment.
It's a heavy stack now with 4 players over towards C.
The problem is they don't have anyone that buys like a ghost. So normally, like one of these would have a ghost, and they can take a bit of a prod over towards like B or A, and then potentially find out where the stack is.
Now they're going to send out that util snake bite. It's a season 8.
Nice combo.
Quite nice to collect that one.
And I think they've realized that this is a stack. If you kill Kesnet here, that kind of indicates that there's a lot of players on this side. It's normally not going to be the Raze player that's defending that area. It's normally
Yep, pick the right site on this. Heat picks up the Sheriff, and we will keep an eye still on how many kills and who gets them.
Slowly and steadily grabbing control of the A rubble area, so they're going to be able to get themselves into that post plan here.
And this is looking clean.
Yeah.
So now comes the question of, looking towards the ultimates. Can you build those up? And I think, listen, I think you go and just ask Jorg to go and chase him down. You just wait a little bit, see if crew are doing anything that looks like a serious retake. And after a few seconds and the Haunt doesn't see anything, you're like, all right, Jorg, go kill him all.
Yeah, I think you send him in.
Eco here.
This is one of the reasons why I like the ghost, though, right? I talked about the reason in terms of having the ghosts, and especially when you don't have a comp that has like a Skydog or a drone, it's nice to send the ghost in to actually just get info. Also for this, it's so nice having someone to just throw the ghost and just go farm these when this happens. Because even if you get a kill, like you're just doubling the amount of orbs, I just think it's always worth in the bonus, especially when everyone buys classics these days because they're so scared of the outlaw. Do really think that one ghost is the one. I'd say minimum one ghost. Maybe not. Chat, was it Loud yesterday that bought the 3 ghosts on defense and the 2 rifles? Is that the game?
Up against crew.
This game.
It's
gonna take me a while to get my head around that game.
Now is the time.
Yeah. Begins here.
Bro, it's such a comical game, dude. How is that Loud? You take the. I tell you what. You take those names off of Loud yesterday. I would never. They would be one of the last teams I would say that was them.
Open. That's a paranoid. It's just comboed up there with the swing of the guns. It's a nice little play that has been cooked up. Melzer feeling like he has to offload that paranoia, making sure that he blinds. It's an open angle and a real chances here for Melzer to do some damage, but not expecting Nature to be that close in his face. Still. Now they're skipping and hopping, getting themselves towards that A side closer. Jorgamo needs to be dealt with here, which crew are doubling up, but they seem to have lost the awareness.
Yeah, hold up.
Just disjointed, really. Satchel, a little bit too far away to set him up nicely for that one, but doesn't even find the kill.
Solo, good amount of info, should be fine. Here's a 2v5. I'm a little bit worried that they're all together and there's still a tether, but the thing is, Heat has no idea.
They're in these positions here. Tripled up now, out towards Tree. Nice by Nature. That's eagerness here to get the confidence back and take those fights to them.
I think FNS and Som actually got signed. Nah, I'm really confident it'll be content.
Just back away and save this one. Play for the exits if real possible, but honestly, with the money in the bank for EG, it wouldn't even do too much damage.
And I don't think this round.
I reckon it would just be for both of them. I reckon it'd be short contract, short contract, some kind of content watch party.
Kesnet's position,
like the rest of the season.
Both sides of rubble at the same time, and was just like, yeah, I'll flick them. Like, what is that game plan? And then the other players from crew kind of trickled in, not appreciating the fact that EG were going to have taken that space. You can see it here on the replay. Kesnet is not even playing inside the breakable door and getting caught by a really nice set play. It's a cool idea from EG to like swoop peek and have the paranoia off it and stuff like that, but Kesnet's believing in his own ascension as a deity.
Yeah, nah, I'd win. We've seen how that goes.
Where are you?
Still, monumental lead here for crew. It's all about not letting it slip, but this is an eco round for them, so they are taking liberties. Look at that amount of space they've got over towards C Mound. I mean, they have just fully pushed up.
They might just walk into B. We'll see.
No paranoia here for Melzer though. So if
they're loving a 3-1. I like this though for the C split. Yeah, it's a nice little pinch to take map control.
Util is used. Jorgamo now.
Oh,
trying to make the most.
why do we keep seeing this? Not been great today. Dude, I watched the whole champs and Jorgamo never messed up a satchel. And then now I'm watching it just crumble.
Crew are running them
Double?
down, Nature.
Double bad satchels.
So much to tackle here. And it's this double setup. I mean, Heat is going to be so quick to swing. As soon as Shy takes that contact, first kill is there.
Lovely round from Heat.
In the round, Heat blinding them with his brilliance.
And that all cascades off the back of
The new door
the way that
instantly
Heat
breaks
is able to take a
satchels.
fight
Wait,
against
really?
Jorgemel.
Yeah.
Well, when it moves.
That's not how you draw up the mound crunch in your scrims. Jorg does a great job of being able to capitalize onto these two players, but as soon as Heat is freed up, then he's able to go and capitalize and support Shy. If Jorg either gets the kill or doesn't commit to it, or the rest of his team are faster to be able to put pressure on Shy, none of that falls to pieces, but it's writ large on Potter's face.
Yeah.
On her reaction. This is a
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that done.
You can't let slip. You just can't. If you want any chance of a comeback happening here, you know, interestingly enough, this is Crew taking the
They
time
get
out
so
as
much
well.
money for it as well. At least
off the back of that.
it was 2 surviving at the end,
queued
right?
up during the
Not
half
too many.
round.
Yeah, to be honest,
Duck Bounce, thank you so much, man. Duck Bounce 34 with the Prime, thank you for the 10 months. And
the round before, yeah, they do need to respect EG a little. Just
Amino Acid, right? Yeah, Amino Acid. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the tier 1, mate. Welcome into the Slug Club.
I think so too.
Looks defeated. It must be a hard game to watch this one, because it could have been an insanely good game plan, especially for defense, and we just saw them get completely outdueled. But we didn't really get to see much of it go around. They could have been doing everything perfect, and they just lost all the duels, really. Some of the swings were bad, but not too many. Like even the swing over towards A, remember the double one in the 3v5? I think it was 3v5, maybe 2v4. I think it was 2v4. It wasn't bad swings, the guy's just tapping them.
Early alarm bot and a prowler to put a bit of pressure on the Apoth and set this up.
Whoa, Apoth trying to just run forward to take the fight to them. Showstopper.
Damn, we're everywhere, man. We're everywhere. You can tell this is Sapphire. Could you imagine that's Prius? Maybe that's Prius, man. Is that worthy of a VIP? I said if Prius gets a good clip, we'll give him a VIP. He's kind of on it here. It could be Prius tryharding.
Both stay B, anticipating a pivot.
You think it wasn't worthy enough?
Crew have a player advantage.
3 kills, that's pretty good for him.
And it's still
might not even be him,
playing
dude.
the defense with 4 players spread like this.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, the deep alarm bot that Shy has.
Yeah.
It's going to give them a really early indicator if they work towards B.
And Turret taking C contact. The fact that Shy's alive here makes a huge difference. All right, Jorg spotted it.
Jump spots, Shy.
The spike's not committed.
Wait, how did that perfectly miss as well?
Looks like they want to make a move.
3.
Sure.
So good, but they did it back. It was a trade-off.
Handshake through mid air. Now the guns are going to do the rest
Oh
of the
boy, the
busy
nade's on
work.
his head.
It
He's
is
going to force
getting
into the
messy.
open. Oi! Good shots in this round. 1v3, no time to plant really, so you got to try and... Damn, Kesnit is unreal. He is unreal.
Crew get up to 12.
Dude, look at him go.
Even in these kind of rounds, you can see the Crew have great ideas. We've seen other teams run that same kind of thing. I feel like I've seen it actually happen to Apoth as well, where he was able to cage and just run forward to dodge the ult. But this time,
23 to 9.
23 kills.
God almighty. Yeah, he's on an absolute heater.
He's almost got
good luck with the
3x
timeout.
Jorg's kills.
And it is, I mean, that's the game plan of Crew, really. In a nutshell, it's just empowering Kesnit to take those fights. Take those fights, have him be the spearhead, setting him up with the util. It's a real simple game plan from them, with Klaus's calling as a, real combination. It's a 1-2 punch that's really difficult. I think it tests some of these teams like EG, where they haven't quite got those fundamentals drilled as such.
And also, I think just the firepower. There are times where EG have got into nice positions and then they've just been overpowered.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been impressed with what Atom has drilled into Crew over time. It's taken a long time. But a lot of the plays that we're seeing from other top teams, we're now seeing from Crew as well. At LCQ last year, they even showed us some novel stuff on Lotus. They were showing us like a
Yeah, it's not a hard carry. I mean, you look at this and it kind of looks like a hard carry, but if you actually like look at some of the impact rounds that we've seen, Faust had some big rounds, Melsa's had some big individual rounds. He also, like there, it hasn't been like a one-person show, even though this does massively help him. Okay, 7 chances to close this one. So Fast over towards A control. In reaction, we take C control.
Some kind of explosive hit into C to set the Viper's pin up. Maybe that's just what the Doctor would order. But Crew already, as they lose Mound, going forwards and
yeah, and good luck to Apoff here. Because are they just going to random swing? How long do they hold this for?
They can even do this with the Nightfall.
He's walking in. Dude, he walked in just as they changed it. And how the hell's Plus got that kill? Hey, that's good info. Yeah, and this guy in A is going to make a play and he's going to have no idea that the Omen's here. Because they've seen 3 and it's like, well.
Running out of options desperately now.
Great identification from
Real
Crew. They
good,
were running that 3-1-1
real
default.
good.
Didn't overstep
Solid
into
map
Apoff.
from them.
Now what a noise being made here to Paranoia. Going flying, he's got backup and he's got help here. Still, Derek's just going to run him down with the rifle.
Oi, oi! Oh man, every time I get a little bit of hope.
Derek, 1v2.
I feel sorry for Potter watching this one because there's so many times where there's been like just a little bit of hope, like a 2v4 or something like this where you get a double kill and you have the advantage, and then it just all goes wrong. They absolutely slapped him.
Nice and pretty for Crew. Overwhelming. That's what you call that kind of scoreline here. Now, of course, the series isn't over yet, but I mean, Crew are going to be feeling so damn good about that.
It must feel amazing for a team that went onto stage so many times and every time bit into that bitter fruit of dissatisfaction. And for the diehard fans here who've just been turning out for every Crew game, knowing that loss and seeing them perform so well. Yeah, they haven't won the series yet, but they have looked dominant on EG's map pick.
And they look
and
scary.
Already a great start to the season.
If you could really, you know, in simplistic terms, boil it down to the gunfights, the duels, that firepower differential, now you're heading into a map of Breeze, which is really just known for that.
Yeah.
It's known for just letting the duelist players really flex the muscles.
Yeah, if there's going to be a map where Kesnit's able to run around...
Checking in on the charity campaign as well. Luciv1 with the $10. Thank you for doing that, man. Respect the charity and just wanted to do your part. Shout out to you, bro. You know what to do. Get some Sligoffs in the chat. And Lipa Kerr, current planet Earth. Maybe I wrecked that. Maybe I fully wrecked that. But $25 from Alipa. Thank you so much for doing that as well. Shout out to you. The charity campaign is, we're up to 2,778.
Yes.
Wild numbers.
You need Verizon.
Wild
Trade an
numbers.
idle thing and get a new
Really
iPhone
impressive.
15 Pro with tons of storage.
That's
So you
actually
can
silly,
take all
man.
the pics.
Well done, everyone.
So many selfies.
Astro as well. Astro with the Prime. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, Astral.
And as many
Prime.
portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Okay,
Only on Verizon.
and with that we will spam some ads. And what is the next map? That was their map pick, and then next map is Breeze, right?
Gentilomori, tiene la clave. Deja del vuelo un tiro directo.
Wants through this one though. Rocket all the way through into C. He's around the world.
Liz here with Coach Adam of Crew. A very impressive run. Now, the big thing about Crew, the word being thrown around is improvement. I'm curious, what has been the biggest factor that Crew has improved on?
I think that the biggest factor that we have improved is on our team play. We have a lot of really good individual players, and individual players tend to play like solo play. So working on our team play and understanding the value to playing one for each other, I think that is something that is key for us to win.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Well, I'll give it to you straight, folks. EG aren't beating those slow starter allegations anytime soon. Welcome back to the desk. The diagnosis of this map, it's a grim one. It is a monumental fundamentals diff here from Crew. I think just the shooting was very, very good. We can take it multiple layers deeper, but really, this team seemed well ahead of EG, almost every metric.
The amount of rounds where EG was up, had a good early idea, had something set up, and then Crew turn on the win button, and Heat goes out and kills 3 people. Kesnick goes out and kills 3 people. There was just too many rounds like this slipping away.
I mean, look, it's like a 5v3 round that is, quickly just turned around with a couple of instant kills coming straight in the other way, right?
Look at this stats.
Yeah, it's just 3 kills out of nowhere. Ridiculous that they win 5 out of 7 rounds. Yeah,
and that's
from
the round
being
they
in a
were
numbers
up.
deficit. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
And then, of course, I think what really hammers this home is, on defense, you're not expected to win the majority of the rounds on Lotus, right? And EG finished their defensive half 10-2 down, right? But they have 2 of these clear rounds where they're up, they're instantly stolen away. If they win those 8-4, that's a very respectable defensive half. You can work with that.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, when you're watching that defense, it wasn't even like they were losing those rounds because they were just, whiffing or whatever. It was literally at some point unawareness. It felt like they were completely unaware, and Crew just kind of ran around them at that certain point. They were pushing and taking spots that EG was not ready to comprehend that they were pushed up way beyond what they expected. And a lot of these setups that they were having where they did have Apoth, put his traps on the other side and come back towards A, or trying to run into those trips.
Who is this?
It didn't matter.
You lot are going wild with this, man.
All their util to
Who's
recreate
this?
what's even close and ended up pushing them way off the side as well.
Thank
So
you
it
for the
was just-
10.
They couldn't hold down the
Thank
sides,
you for the 10.
and they couldn't fall back and retake into them.
You lot are out of control.
Give you guys a bit of an idea
right now.
of just how brutal this was on so many levels. Kesset obviously
First
has a great
desk,
game.
now me.
Your boy Jorg, though,
Know what to do though,
right
chat.
down the bottom there in that
For a good
race.
cause.
I mean, it is just another brutal
gotta spam the,
game for Jojomo, the guy who was so electric the entirety of last year. And I even feel like that number is a
Observers
little
for this
inflated
match
from
was
the second
Sapphire.
half. A lot of util kills.
It was actually Sapphire.
really
That's
seems
so
to be
funny. Bro,
in
Prius
so
is
many
never
of
getting
these rounds,
VIP, man. I made the
EG
safest
is just
bet.
behind the time. They're not ready for the pace. Crew will have walked
I was
up into
more
space. You
likely
see them
to get the
swinging into it, they're not
wingman
ready.
in
But
the
on
back
top
of the
that,
stream for
even
the
when they
Koi
look
Fnatic
ready,
game.
Look prepared to take fights. I mean, I'm thinking of rounds where they have crossfires, they have setups, and then one Crew player just swings wider than they expect and just dunks on them.
Or Shy. Someone
Yeah.
just find multi-kills
It kept
at A-long
happening.
constantly.
It was such an across-the-board just diff in firepower.
And the real issue here is that Jaw is supposed to be the backbone of this EG team.
He's the world champ.
He is a world champion. The team, he's the remnants of that roster. So for him to be the player that isn't performing, that is a major
possible?
shock.
Let me look
But
at the
it's been now
groups.
3 weeks
what you're
where
talking
he has been a shadow of his former self. And if EG are going to pick it back up, obviously they have way more issues. But Jaw
Is it possible
has
for
to be able
everyone
to
in
find
Group
himself,
Alpha to make
and find himself
playoffs
soon.
She had
if
her
all
head
teams in
her hands
Omega
at
don't
multiple
get
points
2?
throughout that game. I'm very curious to see what our EG
I
coach
mean,
has to
yes,
say
I think that
heading into
is.
map
Well,
2
there's only
after that
5, right?
brutal
So I
opener.
don't even know what happens in that situation. I guess
Liz here with Potter from
one
EG.
just gets
Now,
by
Derek
and the
talked
others
to me
don't.
before the game about those slow starts that you wanted to work on. Talk to me about what happened today, and did the work out?
It did not. It definitely did not. We got bullied around in there for sure. But I think for us, the good news is that we know what kind of advantages we had. The pistol round to that first gun round on that defense, it did crumble. But again, 5 versus 3 scenarios for us once again. So coming on to Breeze, we're going to have that attack side start. So hopefully that sort of gives us a little bit of cushion to where we can control the pace and have a better start.
Well, best of luck, map 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, look,
summed it
fair
up well.
enough. Potter saying we had some big opportunities, but we got bullied around. And how do you fix things in between maps when you're struggling on a fundamental level against your opponents?
I don't know if they're going to be able to. We're going into Breeze.
Where are we at? Cherry Isa with the 1 month. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for doing that. Welcome into the Slug Club. And Dasher as well. Dasher 128 with the Prime.
It is so reliant on long-range fights, on wild
Who would need
angles
enough?
a lot of the time.
Who would need enough
and
to bring
that's
Cloven to
where
meta?
EG was
Into
struggling.
actual
When it
meta?
came
I
down
mean,
to that
Omen
chaos, when it
Viper.
came down to those straight-up fights, they were losing every time.
But for it to be like hard meta, yeah.
Match map, in my opinion, like you literally go in and you DM. And
Elcrian with the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. They're my favorite coaches. I don't know, dude. It's too hard to like work out who does all the work in teams sometimes, and if coaches are like,
it's also about the fundamentals, about how
you know, like who's actually doing a lot of the work. It's hard to actually know.
At
the moment, I'm really on board with a DFM coach, to be honest. I think DFM coach is doing absolute bits. I think what Eng did with K-Corp is really impressive as well. MC kind of like proven 2 teams legit. So you want to kind of look at the teams that have done like 2 teams. Really high up on Bonka, to be honest as well. Bonka stocks through the roof.
I feel like they're just attracting.
Yeah, in terms of like recency bias, probably the DFM coach is standing out to me a lot at the moment.
But it's Crew, you know, we'll see. Maybe they're better than last year, but every single
I think
time,
Imi's doing good
like
things in C9 as well.
Improvement, and they're looking very
So Imi's kind of proven in my books as well in terms of like the 2 teams.
It's almost a hazard.
Smashed us in Reykjavik with V1 with a stand-in. Doing good stuff with
there's already a question of how much
doing
of
good
that we
stuff
actually got
with
to see on
T9
Lotus
as
at all.
well.
Doesn't seem like they're being
Yeah,
put
I
under
think there's a lot
level
of good
pressure where
coaches at
that
the moment.
could shine through.
I think we actually did, because I think the majority of rounds that Crew was winning were off of their team play, was off of having good ideas on how to
Shay as well.
slowing down the round.
And I think
the rounds we remember are going
this
to be
is
those
the
5v3s, those
Shay
big moments where EG kind
that
of
did the
threw it away
200 in the donation as well. So chat, let's get some slug spam going as well for the 14 months from Shay. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you.
How is your awareness? How is your trust of another? Like, are we holding all the smokes?
Yeah, I'm muted and heard your name. Purely Flame, don't worry.
That is a scrappy map. That is a brawly map where you're fighting around
Okay,
trouble
and let's check in on Earth Day. At the moment, we have 2 more, so you guys are gonna have to get the subs going. Sorry, not the subs going. You're gonna have to get the spam going. We got V, whoever V is, and Tofu. Enjoy it again as well. Tofu, you've been getting involved loads. Let's get rid of this, man. 50 and 25 as well. So shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for that. Let's get the Slick Earth going.
Really good. When it comes to Breeze, the way that they play on their defense side for EG, they could step it up a little bit if they're actually
Getting good calls if you want to get involved.
The
Scanning over
rotations are
towards
so
my
long
head,
for
wherever it is, left or right, can't remember.
rest of the team from Crew to be able to push in. If Crew is just staying together and holding it down,
Logic, why? That probably is you as well. That's the thing, Logic.
They should just play
that's
their
your
strengths,
that's your
just
kind of
play
humor.
together. When they do get those 5v3s, it's a lot easier to turtle back into sites and just hold back. Whereas on Lotus,
Thank you for
feel
that,
like you
Pansy.
have the need, because it is a 3-site map, to get more information.
And I will say too, I think one of the strengths I have seen in EG, especially thinking back to week 1, is a lot of their site anchoring. Like, what can a guy like Nature do when he's getting overrun on a, say, APOP 2? It's not just always been about the lurks. You even saw in that defense half of Lotus, him coming up big with the Guardian, finding a 3K.
Just a slight delay there on stage as we're waiting to jump into the game, so we have a little bit more time to yap it up. Agent Select coming up in a few moments.
Anything
here.
wild?
And for EG,
Oh,
they
boy.
are going to go for the Yoru here and the Astra.
Okay, a lot of teams have been kind of trying out this comp. It was first really being seen by Gen G in Pacific and at Masters Madrid. Some of the really good strengths of this comp is the way you can combine
No
together
Sentinel,
with that
so
Yoru.
it's
Ethan
insanely
setting up the
good
Star,
on
setting up the
attack
teleport team.
and insanely worrisome on defense, but you can cover it up.
Yes, but
You can cover it up, you can do some stuff, you can get proactive. It's all about the Yoru. Let's see if Crew... This could work well against Crew, honestly, because Crew have to slow play, and they like to fast play a lot. So,
I want to see people look in deeper.
We'll see.
Flashing out of that smoke, spamming
Basically
out
the
that
Gen
smoke
G
off
comp.
with Sova darts. There's so many layers of util.
Ready for map 2, everybody? It's time for EG to dig deep and see what's left in the tank. And of course, it's time to head back over to Brennan's Sideshow on the call.
We're going to see that map 3. It's going to start here on Breeze, and as the desk has already been mentioning, you know,
What do they start on? Attack?
coming out from EG, they're running it. You know, Mimi mentioning that Gen G were running
Yeah,
it as
Pots
well.
has said
It's been
attack,
rapid.
right?
Well, it seems like the
So
first time I
honestly,
saw it being played was
what do you
FPX in
reckon?
China.
I would say
Actually
with this
running
comp,
this one, and
it
they
pretty
had
struggles on
an
defense
interesting
if crew
couple of
plays
exits.
slow,
They
so
have
they
no ideas,
need
right?
at
They
least
used the
7
Euro to TP in for the
in terms of
Astra smokes, they
EG on
flash out
attack,
them, they all peek
and I
at the
think
same
I'm
time.
probably
It's a very
lowballing
common
that a
play
bit.
they
They
ended
probably
up
need
doing. It
more.
does give you a lot of options for that, gives you more options for Hall's control. You start yapping really about the map design overall for Breeze at this point, but I think it has enough complexity to it and enough curveballs that maybe there's a chance for EG here, but it's got to start at the beginning here. No more slow starts to begin. And
Alright, crew on defense, EG on attack, and we got double sheriff,
Yeah, not just a
triple
full group up,
ghost,
but 2 shock darts, 2 snake bites
and
bought on the pistol.
yeah, again, EG
This
needs
says
to get off
me
to a very good
they
start
wait
on this
fast
defense.
the
Sorry,
play
on
close
this attack,
but
because this
if
comp
crew
on
are gonna
defense
push
can
forward,
be an
they will
absolute nightmare.
certainly
When you start
scupper
taking your
plans
time on
and
attack
force
and the
EG
question
to
marks
adapt.
start going around, everyone has to watch like multiple positions. Ooh, I like that though. Fake smoke into a swing to get control. They wanted to punish over towards middle, and now they kind of have to leave it. Double spot over towards door. Dude, is it going to be a similar thing where they just get outdueled?
Now, setting their sights here, forwards, Trips just tripping them up quite literally here, just getting caught and strayed and tangled. They can't quite find these kills. What is going on here?
Oh man. I don't think they can. I don't think they can go 1-for-1 with the duels, man.
That's not a great start.
Yeah, I don't think they can hang right now.
Double sheriff sport for crew on their pistol round defense. They immediately tried to do something disruptive. EG were looking to try to take control over towards tunnel so that they could set up, instead of going for what you were talking about, Bren, with the Yoru TP into the Astra smoke kind of in the back corner of ladder. Instead, they were looking to just TP to pillar and see, I think, if they can
Right, and let's see what they can do with the classics. We get a 5 rifle buy up here from crew, so every kill that EG managed to get is really important, and it looks like some kind of double default to get both the orbs. Yoru takes the TP after getting the B1. Gonna be met with a jet.
Supposed to make crew think that
Yeah,
this action's
absolute
happening
shot,
on A,
mate.
when in fact, here they go.
Trip again, not being dealt with here.
There they go.
Well,
There they go.
we got 2 armor rebuys.
Get someone in to sponsor the flawlesses. Might have a
Yeah,
few
we're
of those.
getting quite a bit of value, I think, from this game.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Astra? I think Astra's good. This is the thing. All of the controllers are in a pretty good spot. It's just the fact that Viper is crazy strong. So if you got enough of Viper that was like substantial, then you would start seeing teams float like Astra, Omens, etc. Maybe this map isn't the best example, to be honest.
Shy just alternating a setup here.
But
Pretty heads up play by him.
yeah, I think all the controllers are in a good spot. It's just that Astra is just crazy dominant.
But that fight still tooth and nail.
I could be slightly on board with some kind of small Omen nerf, like maybe like a 5 extra seconds in terms of his smoke recharging, something like that. Something really small that would have a bit of impact.
But Shy goes with him.
Sure.
Kesnit rotating around, picking up Apoth, who's gone for the lurk. The team play on display.
This is really all on Cloud.
Okay, hold up. This one might be okay. They get over towards site. I know there's 3 of them, but this is looking like their best chance. They got no pressure. Times are behind. They're in some shock dance. We got to retake wall. They have to frag out.
Surrounded and Derek, I mean, across their placement. Not expecting that the players could be that fast.
Getting so wrecked, bro.
Seeking a reposition, trying to take matters into his
This is one of the most dominant ones we've seen so far. This is looking like the NRG Loud game.
This one, but traded out through the main angle. Now Nature.
Okay.
15 health though, and he's up against the big dog himself, Kesnit.
Did they really need this again as well? It's like what happened in the beginning. It's a good reposition for him. Got double smoke, but the smokes don't last long enough anymore.
Should have a good idea.
Isn't it now? Time ticking against him. He's got half onto defuse. He actually has bought himself a slight window. Nature peeking, not quite, but still surely done
Lovely
enough.
round.
Kesnit realizes it. The fist bomb's coming out prematurely there.
Lovely round, managed to get out of there. Massive 1v3, looking kind of similar to what happened over towards Lotus, to be honest, with a hero play from, who was it, Derek, in a 1v2 to win them their first round. Similar thing.
That round is by getting onto the defuse, and instead he was looking for the kill.
Yep. Maybe getting a little playing to your house. It's a concept, Josh, called playing to the scoreboard. And I like to embody that one in ranked.
But EG managing to take a situation where it wasn't looking great for them and turning it around. We've seen actually a couple of times that the only major flaw in what Crew are doing in terms
they're doing
of
a similar wall to what
swing together. Here's a flat speed.
what BBL was doing against Koi.
Nature.
Yeah.
But
Try and
out of
ruin
7
splits.
times on Lotus where they went
An
up
early-
a player, they only won
Actually,
twice.
I honestly, I don't
That's
think
gave you
BBL
that
had
stat
this area covered.
in
Can't
between the
remember.
maps.
That's what Potter was in real disarray, I think, as well with that interview that Liz was doing. Talking about just unable to convert those advantages when they get them.
Yeah, Potter was talking about the 5v3s. I mean, you're not just up one player there, you're up 2 for anyone who doesn't
Yeah,
care.
I mean, there were 5v3s, 2v4s. There was
I
everything.
hate learning.
Collecting
Here we
them.
go. Dimensional drift in through the side. Going to be picking out some of the positions now. These Crew players, you can feel it. Look at that. I mean, 3 spotted.
Yeah, that's a
swarmed
good
up as
amount of
well. What's that
info.
by?
Everyone can get
The
out
down
here.
and the flash. It's all combined up. Now,
Good
EG
plant
still
for main. We're going to
choosing
keep an
commit
eye
into
on
this
Tube.
one. They have
Tube
one
Jewel
more
going
blind,
in.
Ready to work
Got.
with Superman. The lurk all the way through Horse definitely pays off here. Dash to cut it all up here. Klaus feeling that heat, feeling that pressure out through the back.
Much better. Okay, big round 1 by then. 3 people alive. 1 armor rebuy, and Crew have to eco. Again, we're looking for at least 7. If they get anything less than 7, I think it's done. But if they can get to 7, I think they're alright.
2K spray down. That's a nice flick from Superman. Followed up by a great Guardian shot at the end here by Derek too. Mena was talking about the fact that she feels this map descends somewhat into deathmatch at times.
Oh yeah.
But if you're able to hit, maybe it was just a slow beginning for EG.
Question of the confidence.
Apot's bought an outlaw here, Brent.
He could do some damage.
Certainly if Crew go exploring, he's watching over towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, stack
Obviously,
on
he's
B.
been experimenting with the outlaw a bit more recently.
Yeah, they have. And Crew have certainly been a team that's been pushing on defense. They've walked out elbow. I mean, they tried to do it on the pistol, on round 3 as well. Seems like a sensible idea for Apot.
Yeah, picking the right side on this
Crew
one.
just a gamble stack onto the B site. The A is going to be where EG looking to land.
See how much damage they can do, because
all comboed up, making sure they clear.
their money's
the corners
pretty
here
nice
for
at the
Jordan.
moment. If they
Flash
can
just about fading, second wave of that
cannot
util now with
lose
the dart,
anyone.
so they really do have a lot of peace of mind knowing that
be a
they picked
lovely
the right
round.
site.
Dude, look at the Astra.
Corner Superman doesn't die there.
This is
That's
the
145.
hardest Astra
Sheriff
like I've ever seen. Just over
shots
towards
straight to the crane.
spawn.
Partial shots following
Obviously
through,
can
and
help
now
with
they
the
are
after plan in
quickly
terms of the
approaching
Astra
his
suck.
position. Dart. It's got to be broken. Derek's there, making sure that he can cover for this one with a jump spot. They thought he was already out of the
Yeah, they
position
thought he
and
dropped
out of the
down.
fray of the fight. Superman's dropping down.
Wow, he managed to get 2 extra kills here as well.
And somehow
Respect.
just found 2. They're laughing about that. Aquila, that is a silly, silly scenario.
Yeah, and good news for that econ.
I don't know
Everyone's
how they
surviving.
managed to change their mentality so much from Lotus to Breeze, but do seem to have freed themselves up a little bit.
Look at this here from Superman. I don't know if we'll catch this. He's like, oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Shot. Yeah, third shot is lovely.
That's excellent.
If Superman and Derek keep hitting, then we really are going to have a challenge for Crew. Kesnit picked up the operator here, looking to try to take this angle down halls. The compositions that run the...
Whoa! That is aggressive. That's a spike
Shot.
down as
It's a
well.
good
He dropped
reposition
that one
from
into
him.
his hands. Hunter's Fury is going to be used, but that's really to no avail.
Only a little bit of team damage on this one, and I think Apop's dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
The lovely
Kills
nade up
being
towards
caught.
defaults.
Apop
That
just
flushed
trying
this
to
guy
walk
out
past
into the
into
open.
mid. Kesnit. They're going to fight straight to them there, but a dash eventually
Dude, look
going
at the
out,
util
and
right now.
Shot dart's going to be
Nice.
forcing the fight out into the open. Last player
Damn,
left
look
is
at this
Superman.
round.
No
That was
chance
a
there. What a
solid
round
answer
into
back.
the round.
Yeah, lovely shot hit. Waited for the lark. And then we had nade to flush him out into the open with a shock dart on top of the head as well.
Not afraid of making enemies.
That was a good sign for Crew.
So as quickly as things looked like they were going well for EG, they've let it slip again. It's an early round play. There's a lot that you can do with the Astra. You can run slow rounds where the smokes allow you to lurk up holes and create a lot of pressure on the
Logic,
sides.
thank you. Dude, I'm not saying that one. What the hell?
A recon dart up
Thank
all
you
the
for the
stuns,
gifted.
Something like that sets up Jorg for a great...
Why are you flaming other streamers here? What's going on here, Logic? Just flame me only.
Shot from Heat. Yeah. For anyone who's unaware too, Heat had never played Initiator before joining Crew. He'd only played Duelist. And he was in a spot where his reputation was not in the greatest of positions, considering the weird way in which things ended on MIBR last season.
Yeah, the rumors that were circling around him.
So the fact that he's just instantly come out looking amazing on these initiator picks and firing as if he was a duelist.
Especially so, given that other players have attempted the same.
Yeah, and I at least like how grouped up crew were here. Didn't necessarily. I mean, honestly, Viper was playing a lot around G2.
Straight into the fight. Look at that with the updraft.
And they gotta go fast.
Take the fights towards them this time. There's that raw gunplay.
Whoa! Whoa! Dude, they gotta go real fast on this. Real fast. Tap of the spike early. Astra suck. I guess maybe already got used. I'm not entirely sure. And they just insta-stick this one. And yeah, I wanted them to go fast on the retake because again, you got Viper mollies that you got to worry about. You got an Astra suck, and they just send it over towards the site and insta-hit all the shots.
They took so many fights and just won them all here.
Yeah, dude, that's been the story of the whole game, though.
In theory, the EG post plant should be quite potent. They have the potential of running Viper post plant. They have a pull on the spike as well.
Yeah.
They have so many tools.
They should be able to buy time.
Bro, these guys are just every time we go, every time they go to a replay, they're just laughing.
And yet, once more, their inability to rifle really allowing crew to bulldoze over them.
What's that one landing? Maybe the choke? Oh,
the camera, lovely.
That's awesome.
That's a cool one. That is a cool one.
Plenty of cam spots, though, for Shy to be able to use.
Just to break the one that watches, though, for the nest cross, right? It's common enough. Look at that updraft trip. I mean, that is purely to punish Jorgemont when he goes to this updraft dash, which he's been going for consistently.
He's not going to this time, though. Jorg taking an explore through halls.
Yeah, this is a strong drone, though.
They're making this feel like a B hit, I think. They need a few Astra stars in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice round from EG, honestly.
Not really too much more danger towards
These are very cool rounds. They break the camera, which spots the crossover towards heaven. They then smoke off the vision. They then drone all the way through that clears bottom and middle. And then they try to sneak the Astra over towards heaven. And then they just take the duel early. Really cool. They create a lot of pressure. And
but eventually the trade. Apov now. Extra layer.
It's a shame. They were doable round though.
That could be a possibility. Jorgmodo to get the hell out of there with the dash now active. Did get this one kill and he is back through main. Oh,
a little bit greedy on that.
Opens it up to the angle. Shy removes him. 2 versus 2. Melzer.
Nature might have to do it again.
Last one left and no.
Oh, the shots. Their shots. I still really like the idea from EG here. Like the overall plan here is like really cool. It's a good round.
We've seen Melzer win rounds for them multiple times.
What can we say, man, when they just hit every single shot?
He said he felt more confident now that he's given up the reins of the IGL for the squad. He said he felt better about his own individual play, not having to control the reins of crew.
Spike planted.
But yeah, that is a weird decision from Jorg. He only just got his...
I mean, he was just low HP. Here's the thing, he's just a little bit greedy. He's low HP, wants to get the op, because obviously one shot of that is going to wreck people.
They're so willing to give EG access to the front section of A.
Oh man, it's going through it, dude.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing, like, the overall plan in this round is so nice.
The thing is, normally,
but then they just get it one tapped.
That quick on the floods every time, because you're...
I mean,
at the risk of sounding obvious, when Valorant, you're supposed to stand still when you shoot, when you're playing Valorant. So if you just hold W at your opponents the entire time, they're going to be able to find really easy angles to punish you doing that.
Not just that, the map's massive. Rotation times are increased for the defensive players.
Sure, but crew...
Poseidon, I don't think so, bro. I don't think so.
Yeah. Normally, people are going to be cautious as they scale back up to get into retake
Dude, you can go for whatever you want, bro.
And then once they notice an EG player, they're like, oh yeah, let me stop and just kill this guy real quick. There isn't really that threat. You need to put a little bit of trepidation into the way that crew play in order to give yourself more time for the post-plant utility to really work. So, again, to me, it comes down to hitting shots. We have seen some big rounds.
Is it illegal to pick up a Viper orb while it's up? It's meant to be. But literally every single team that I watch does it.
We need to see more of it.
It is meant to be.
It's just a quantity of rifling that they're winning.
I don't know why they don't just fix it.
Have you got a shock dart for that one?
Unlikely. pit as well being set up.
I got to spike.
It's just a clone that's been sent flying forwards.
One day, Brent, we are going to get the fake clone play of a lifetime in pro matches.
Yeah. I
mean,
why is it illegal? You get like a 0.2 or something. Like you basically see the enemies before they see you. They patched it so it's like a little bit better, but it's still there. Used to be way worse. Used to be like half a second, kind of see them. But I'm telling you, I see it like every single game.
So Melzer,
I was surprised when Bacon told me it was still banned because I saw it so much.
As well now to collect these kills to the crossfire. Sediment Clarks are so fast with him, making sure that they've got that crossfire there.
A nice idea with the mid to be on the eco round for EG, but Jorg again not really finding those opportunities to take the fights or win the fights. Not at the tip of the spear. That's what you would have liked to see in that situation, I think, is, you know, have some kind of idea of flooding out through that Viper orb.
Yeah, these two on site have to go huge.
Take a fight over on A.
The flash and dash, just using the left click to the knives.
Right, it's just not there today, man.
Really not, just can't quite hit that
Yeah,
shot.
it's literally just not there.
Still kicking.
This is way too many rounds for this comp.
A flawless one for Crew, 6-3 now. Really getting their footing in this map.
Multiple opportunities there for EG to find an opening in the round, despite their weaker buy. But they just kind of walked through that Viper orb, didn't have a double face onto yellow.
Yeah.
They could have gone for high lows. They've got the jet with the knives. Just doesn't feel like Jorgamo's day. Gotta find it though if EG want a chance of being able to win this series still. Crew are running away with it. Cypher setup has moved over to the other side of the map, mostly on A to play with Malza.
Recon goes deep, scans all of this. They kind of know that they got full info as they hear the all picked up over towards A. Yeah, you gotta start looking at Heat. He is sending it over towards spawn. And he is still going. He is in spawn. No one's looking behind at the moment. This is a comp with no sentinel.
That's going to be the left side of pyramids from
He has them all locked in. Rotate coming in.
Where you get the better Viper's pit.
Do you have that horse control? Clone. That's get broken now. Where now? Surely
That was tanking.
Missing, going wide.
Smoke though.
Trying to exit and flood out.
Shout out to Superman on top of Heat. I don't know what's fully happened with the duel, but
Swing shot missing from Jorgamo. 2 versus 3. Being bogged down by
so hard for them to plant on this one.
Your position is swarmed.
Gotta keep an eye on Kesnet, pushing behind. Knows that Viper has the help on site to try and enable the plant. Takes a lot of space with this. The most perfect play. It's a good understanding. He's been calling on defense, right? That's at least what I saw. He said it in an interview.
Well, he does win his one. Spike's been dropped down. He's got 2 players to deal with here. Double tap. High-low has to be a miraculous entry from him, but will not be the case. So 7-3 now.
Way too many rounds.
I'm sorry, you can't persuade me that EG genuinely thought that was their best way of winning a round. To walk Jorg out with the attack
Damn. Even Sideshow's flaming.
Just hope he hits the shot and then walk through this one as well. The timing's off between the A main and the
Holy hell.
players too. There's no ults invested, no real util pressure.
The steal or
a mess today from Evil Geniuses.
it's he's not wrong though. That was a mess up his smoke. Flash goes in. Yeah, they get a lot of info for this though, at least. And I love that I'm seeing as well from Crew, we have rounds where it's essentially just the anti-Yoru ult. We play over towards the right side, just everyone heavy stacks over towards A. Gotta keep an eye on the Astrolac, that's about it. A very good plant.
They are full sprinting through this one. I mean, it's a pop flash play with trying to get Heat to lead the charge here.
How is he allowed to kill 2 here? 5 HP? Wait, he nearly got another.
I believe there'll be a res inside, but there is a
yeah,
player next to him
and
here. Derek is being pressured from all sorts of angles.
this trip got broken, so they should know that there's someone fast behind. And that ult is really going to help, man. Cypher ult. Yeah, and then
miles away.
everyone, watch it, they go for the block. Oh my god, they actually did it. Dude, I rarely see that work. I rarely see that work. They are all over them. Damn, this team's looking insane right now.
The execution, you very rarely see it actually work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to make it work.
So good. Teams go for it, but lovely one. Listen, try and pull it off in your rank games. It's more difficult than it looks. It's really easy to just let the diffuser slide past you.
Yeah, it is a nightmare.
Watching him.
Damn. Shout out to Shy. That was sick, dude.
That, diameter where you can diffuse inside of. Excellent. Like you said, just styling on him. Rifles back online for the final round of this half. But Potter's hopes that the attack side would do something different for them, I think, have come to naught.
No way. Kesnets. What is he up to?
All right, another first pick for EG.
Oh, man.
You have your 5v4. You're not in a bad position. There is no compensation here for Crew necessarily.
I can't even blame him, man. Like, I can't even blame him. Look at what's been happening the whole game. Let's win every aim draw.
So it's just a straight up player advantage. How do you convert?
There's no Sentinel. Not even mad about it. They got way too many rounds. It's a comp that has to get 7 at least on attack. And they got 3.
There's so much more caution here for EG.
Unless Crew play it wrong.
Apoth just got another star online, so he can still.
From what I'm seeing, I doubt it.
Help the rest of his team. They are really making sure that they can hit this site.
Yeah. I mean, that's a full committal.
Gotta keep an eye on the Astra again. This time we have no trip because the trip was broken by the shock dart at the beginning, which means that the Astra lag. Okay. Surely they win this round. I know this kill goes down and they have less map control, but look at the Astra. And they have Viper all up.
It's got to be their last line of defense, really. It's got to be the way that they win this round. Out, Jogamo to defend his appropriate angles here. Superman off to the side as well. He's got to stay alive. They're spamming away in every position here this time.
Oh, not even worried. Broken Vincent. Or they needed like double this.
Could have been worse, you got to imagine. But listen, they'll take anything at this point.
They got their player advantage. They hit the site. They pitted, and they had nature defend them. They still had Apoth on a really late post-plank lurk as well. But another spray down from nature.
Yeah.
But yet these moments, they've been few, they've been far between. EG need to pick it up if they've got a chance of still winning the series.
Absolutely. Well, Liz is down in the crowd with some very passionate super fans.
Enough!
Oh my.
Thank you. All right. Hello, I'm here with some Crew super fans. If you couldn't tell, do you guys like Crew? Yeah! What was that? My Crew Bata! All right, I have to ask, who's everyone's favorite member of Crew?
Shy.
Why Shy?
He's shy.
I would have to agree.
What about you?
I have to say Melzer.
Why?
He's the closest up for the team all the time.
All right, what's your favorite thing about Crew as a whole?
Shy.
What about you? You're not rooting for an NA team. You were here for Sentinels a couple weeks ago, I remember.
Yeah, I was there, I think, like, end of or beginning of March or something like that. But at the end of the day, Crew is where I bleed, bro.
Crew is where you bleed. Why don't you root for EG?
Listen, I respect Potter a lot, I respect Ja a lot, but ever since this guy I became friends with this guy, I had to support Crew all the way.
Oh, so you've been influenced.
I mean, I guess you can say that, but I feel like...
How did this happen? How did this happen?
LCQ.
LCQ! Oh my god, but you guys met here?
Yeah, we met here. We had that huge group out there, and I just met all these guys, and we just vibe each other.
We just loved his energy so much, and we're just like, we gotta join this guy chanting through. And hey, they made it through and made it the champ, so...
Now I have to ask you, Crew has definitely seen like a transformation from kickoff until now. What is it like seeing the Crew perform the way they are now?
It's been insane, considering just how they were last year. Making it that run to champs was really, really cool. So seeing them doing really well now is just a lot of fun.
All right, give me one more cheer for Crew, please. All right, Vamos Crew and Brennan Sideshow. Please take the game back. I can't hear. Is it going back? Hello?
The Vamos, man, I love it.
Okay, going over towards the charity campaign real fast as well. We got Veggie Hot Dog with the $15 and someone imitating me with $1.23, and I know for sure that's Logic. So shout out to Logic for that one. Thank you very much. Chino2, get the slug spamming. Up to 2,879 as well. Wow.
But at the moment, the way that they're playing, it just
Wild,
looks
wild.
superb. It's APOS to hold them back on this pistol round. They are in so quick.
Does have the backup as well.
Oh man. Oh man, this game is so done.
It's overwhelming. It is overwhelming, man. I mean,
Yeah, it really is.
It's looking like his playground.
You have to play fast. You have to have enough skill to be able to match them. And you have to make sure that your ideas are flawless.
And they're meant to play fast against this comp. I mean, sorry, they're meant to play slow against this comp. And why do I think they just might run at them?
The cross safely and get the plant online. Now drops down, taking a fight. Dash forwards by Jorg.
I don't think that was intentional.
That was not intention. I mean, it's not at all. Crew, pistol round. 9-4 now for them. And yeah, to bring back to that conversation topic that we were really just leading into this half. Crew.
What's the ceiling?
That's a question, right? What is the
That's
ceiling
true.
of
What
this
is?
team?
Yeah, this team is looking impressive.
Matches that they've got are going to be hard ones. They're going to be tested, no doubt. But this is a crew that feels very different. You know, it's the raw firepower revolving around a player like Kesnet. Everybody else can also deliver in those clutch moments, but they're taking those right pauses.
Yeah. I also think we're talking about them being like a new, rejuvenated team, but you've got to remember Crew for quite a while were the top team in the LATAM region.
Oh yeah.
And not just that. They were one of the only ever teams to beat Loud when Loud were on top of the world. Who do they play against next? I believe it's Loud coming up. So they've already done it in the past with the core of this roster. Yeah, without some of the pieces involved. But
You get a lot of info for
they've
this.
proven before that they are capable of hanging with some of the best squads in the world when they're playing well.
I mean, there's 5 people here relatively early, but it's going to be a gun aim diff again.
Really expect them to do too much, but are you
Right?
watching?
They'll certainly just trying to get their way into this side
Oh.
here. But yeah, I mean, Crew, difference maker. Fights taken together by the EG players.
Oh, that looked like one of their better rounds in terms of how close it got.
You're right. This Crew
Nice
is
on the
very
eco. They
different.
managed to
With the
take out
confidence
2
behind them
guns.
now, a
Crew
couple
going to be
of
able to
them about in
buy
stage
1
one.
extra gun into this one,
It's a different beginning. That can
so
make all the difference
3
in the world,
guns,
right,
and we'll
when
see
you head
what
into a
the other
regular
2 buy.
season. They got that win under their belt relatively early, all things considered. So yeah, these hurdles now.
Surely you got to favor Crew over Loud at this point? Ah, yeah, if you compare the 2 games, for sure. I would say, at least if you're looking at current form,
dare I say, really anti-strat.
Loud
I mean, you can
probably
know that they try and
underdogs for
set
that.
up Kesnet to success, but you can know
We
that.
still haven't seen their
There's
ascent
nothing
though,
to
so
deal
maybe
with
they fix their ascent. I just think they need to perma-ban Lotus at the moment, in terms of Loud. They're not going to win any Lotus.
Get that open duel.
Fearless. Look at him. He's jumping past all this utility. Not a care in the world as a drone to try and set this one up, but Jorgamo escaped that angle, the vision of it. They just didn't quite catch it on, and so it does put down his adversary. Finally,
The amount of damage, got 11 HP over towards site.
You can't let this one go, not now, EG. Starting to make the approach in open bodies and angles here.
Jorg managed to kill everyone.
These fights, and surely you win them out. Jorg, his position noted and eventually dealt with.
Okay. One.
They are just working with not too much at all. Lovely shot.
Spike down A.
They know that Shy was here. They know Shy's already got a kill from this position. They just didn't expect him to still be there, I assume.
Yeah. Well, APOF.
Spike
Going
planted.
down here, Derek.
I mean, he's spammed. So.
Tagged up, isolates one.
Whoa! Wait, how? He's got a dart in him. How's he winning that?
He's given it to them a couple of times throughout the match.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 1v2 on Lotus there. I did not. I thought he was done and out, bro. I thought as soon as he got tagged, the spam was coming in here. Just carried on moving.
But it's not so much a rope that they can hold on to as a thin thread that threatens to snap at any moment. Under the weight of a 10-5 scoreline down a map. That rises Derek up to the top of the scoreboard. Where
They only win hero plays though, man.
Put more pressure onto Crew as they
only win hero plays. They just don't get enough buy rounds with like the whole team.
Crew can begin to take a bit of a breather maybe into some of these rounds. Just play it nice and slow.
They've got a high-low setup at the start of the round there in case it was a fast B push. And now Jorg drops off and they double face. So they go from the high-low on B to double face into clear. Good team play between EG.
Tag, Dario to Hunter's Fury. See if he can sniff it out. Nature. It's lovely, just tracking that one. Still, Joel did go down. A little bit of pride there to Klaus. 3 players now making their way forward. Superman into this position, just tucked.
Good flash.
His position at all. So Nature.
Wonder if Crew decide to time out.
See if he can make anything of the
Right, he
moment.
doesn't win this.
Spike drop down out into the open.
Oh. Oh no.
Superman, there was no one else to really follow up onto that one. Derek touching his head now, needs to wait for Apop to get back into the fight. He's onto that high ground position, the high ground angle. He's been afforded a lot of liberties.
30 seconds. He has one flash.
Player advantage situations, but not
Oh.
in this kind of fashion.
Almost there with a reaction flick as well.
Oh my goodness, bro. I swear to God, if he hits that killer door faster, that is a dumb one. God, what, that was so scary. Dude, forced them down to eco though. Maybe there's still a little bit of hope.
The first eco I can remember Crew taking.
It was a really nice try.
Half of Lotus actually, and they ended up winning it. But the weaponry is not going to be great here for our attack side team. Thanks to some good ideas from EG. I especially like that duo play between the 2 players actually at the bottom of the scoreboard there, Jorg and Apop, working together to set up a punish onto Kesnet. Initiating
Yeah, we get a hero rifle for Kesnet. Wonder who takes the hit next round to give him a gun, because I imagine he has a gun for the next round as well.
I think he's pretty confident.
If he gets 2 kills and a death, I guess he has a knife for the next round. And this looks like... Yeah, the drone was the one here. Okay, maybe they get a bit of confidence from this.
A little bit clueless at times is what it was looking like, but still. It's good that EG are closing out the rounds that they should be winning.
Absolutely. Because that was a massive problem for them earlier on.
Chat, what are you lot doing? What's going on?
Ecos, but they were also losing the player advantage spots too. A long way back.
Chat, the game got rescheduled. It's been weird.
Timeout from Crew Visa.
Kesnet's economy not going to be amazing here. We said a kill, a death.
MC's flaming chat. He's taking on all of you. I'm sure you guys will be alright.
Does he go for a Guardian play? Do you try to drop him a rifle and somebody else plays with inferior weaponry on this map? And on top of all of that, how do you work around what EG are doing? Because they're looking for aggressive peaks. What we've seen from EG is, at the beginning of the round, the first 10 seconds, they have setups to wait for Crew to do a fast hit.
Yeah.
And as soon as they know that Crew are not going...
Okay, I think this is a great timeout from them. Nice and early. They're still in the lead. They still have the better comp.
Either double clears
at least on attack.
To flush out B, or a peek through tunnel off the back of some initiator utility. Something like that.
Now maybe we just slow this down a little bit. Make sure that the Yor is using both of the TPs, so once they hit a site, it's probably just 2 people over them.
Have that the passive map control of a Sentinel. You've got to try and make plays for that, just to get the mid-round information, spot out where Crew could be.
And the slower that Crew play, the more they might be able to bait EG into making defensive, aggressive plays.
Okay, so I imagine that's going to be the play. So I kind of want to keep an eye on... Why does he only have 1 TP?
Full B retake.
He already sent it out? Okay, there we go. Already sent it out. He's done this nice and early.
Yeah. I mean, are they reading off the back of this timeout that...
Yeah, I'm really expecting Crew to just play real slow, create some question marks, maybe some slow default over towards middle.
Nothing to do with this.
I mean,
Play as we group up over towards B. And looks like whatever the read is on this, it's insanely perfect. So anti-chaos setup for EG in terms of stacking over towards A. They have the Yoru ult to retake.
They're going to get the full B site. Be able to get themselves into a post.
How good is their retake? Let's see. We've got to keep an eye on Shy on this one. Shy's going to be very important. And again, there is no Sentinel on this one. So the late Lux everywhere is just going to be... I mean, you're free. You're free to do what you want. Ult goes in. And I kind of like this because it connects with the wall as well. It doesn't give them too much space. Astra ult goes in. 4 people fighting on site. And your ult. A little cubby. Yeah, a little cubby to enter. I mean, they hear that though. Lovely.
Coming alive, right when the team needed it, but just looking around and away. Klaus, can he collect and find his moment?
Hey, nicely handled in the end. Yeah, solid ult. Gave him a lot of space here. I think the Viper ult maybe gave him too much space over towards here. They were tempted to combo. But I think the Viper ult kind of changed up their original plan in terms of the little gap here in the Astra ult to exit the Yoru ult. That was their original plan.
He's finally got that moment under him where
Yeah,
he's able
solid
to
from
take
Jogamo.
control of a round. I thought we were going to see something really interesting with the Cosmic Divide Yoru ultimate.
This comp is defense-sided. Trust me, it's really not. It's just Crew playing really fast at the moment.
Set up that pinch for the retake that we saw Crew going for as well. But they are bringing this close. 4 rounds in a row now put us within 2 in the score. And this one, an eco for Crew again.
Jogamo's got the op here onto this angle, but he is going to be flashed off of it early. I'm curious. They react in time, playing anti-flash. Over the peak. No, the flash disconnects, and so it forces him to use that dash earlier than he wanted. Deep down, though. Nature.
Yeah, and this time Klaus has the hero gun.
Once he sees the bodies here, because it earns up his knives just from the orb. Oh, we're going for a repeat. Oh, missing it.
Yeah, they get a good amount of info with that. And start to look over towards Nature. This is his last TP, so
elbow from Nature. He's going to meet the cam from
he might have to take that at one point.
To go much further.
He feels committed. Yeah, maybe they go a little bit too early because the Yoru can TP in here. That is a great shot, right?
I mean, the danger there was Kesnet just ready to strike, and now they've been collapsed upon.
Incredible defense from Superman there. The anti-air missiles taking down a potential threat.
One enemy remaining.
All let down to Shy.
Okay, trade down this one. And let's see, because again, I think Crew can go a little bit slower here.
Big stuff.
And maybe they need to try and take a bit more top mid, a bit more tube. I at least like how proactive EG are on their defense.
Josh, I'll never underestimate, I think, our ability to curse a team. We were talking about Crew going on a run, and since then, 5 straight rounds for EG.
Lovely shot.
I'd take no responsibility.
No pressure, aim in them.
You've been the cold for it.
Listen, I believe them, they lose. I don't believe in them, they win. What?
Yeah, you can't win.
Well, my hands are tied.
You cannot win. This is quite aggressive now. Really trying to force this pace. Nature, what the hell are you doing there? Where's Jorg? I mean, he's right behind them. Updraft dash into the back of the window. This is a half-baked idea at best, man. Still, damage done. Rifle out. Will he survive?
Holy hell, they committed so much into this while they wanted to go into a fast B as well.
Astra there as well, did not know.
Genji's defense side historically has been better than this? Nah, they've been awful, bro. Dude, in Pacific season, they would average about 2 rounds, MC.
11 to 9. Don't ask me what the hell happened. Well, EG pulled
They only kind of pulled it together. They only kind of pulled it together in Madrid, and that's mostly because teams play badly against it.
But that to me looked like something that they cooked up before.
Yeah, but that was Sentinels running at A when they were fast against a Yoru.
Yeah. Assuming that they would be running some kind of default that was leaning over towards the A side or mid.
Right.
You've got Jorgamo going into window.
Like Sentinels really skewed the stats on it, trust me.
That would be for a player hiding there, and that's synced up with somebody pushing out through B. The problem is Crew chose that one round to all be stacked up. And just go B. Yeah. Crew have not really been going for fast execs. Do you remember what we were talking about earlier? EG have been set up ready to defend against fast plays. They tried some like fast A main takes, but they haven't really been doing a fast B exec. And the one time they go for it, yeah, that scuppered EG's plans and a bit of their momentum. Crew have now got a slim margin of economy to work with. It's still going to be an eco swing round coming in for them, but they're 2 away from taking the series.
What the hell?
So just unfortunate
Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you, thank you.
And it is those narrow margins.
How have people got these names?
2 more rounds away, essentially, from taking this series. 2 rounds being the difference between these 2 teams means that EG...
Okay, time out as well, and this could at least reset the money. We gotta look at Crew at the moment here, so this in theory, if EG win it, brings it to 11-11.
In for the cage, Nature's trying to dominate the angle, but it's too much to watch for, so Heat decides to take the fight straight to them anyway. A pit, lay it down.
Yeah, and they just at least chill after this one. I'm surprised Crew is wanting to play so fast against this. I'm surprised EG are wanting to gamble a little bit, but I think you do have to gamble on this.
Pick on the Yoru. And they're playing against a team that doesn't have any Sentinel utility. There are just so many gaps around the map here.
Yeah, and this is the thing about this. Like, as soon as you delay and people can just start getting everywhere and people have to start looking behind them, it's just an absolute nightmare. There's people on site and the Sova gets hit by the knife, so we can't have a recon.
It's going to be used as well. Derek dodging, ducking, weaving, seeking to evade the
just got hit.
Tag onto him. He's down to 70 health, and now he's got to land some kills. And look at the noise
correct it.
Doesn't know which way to look. Overwhelmed in his position.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be a save.
Perfect pause in the
And this
round
was
after
EG's
going up
chance,
5v4.
to be honest.
They take mid, which is an area that EG have found to be quite weak. And now they're going to want to hunt.
Ploop, thank you for the Prime, mate. Thank you for the 15 months. Yes, but I have no idea what that is. I don't even know what sport that is, bro.
That head, it's going to make a big difference to your chances of winning the map. Heat is also 2 away from getting up to a major attacking ultimate. Although, to be honest, when you're not playing against the Cypher,
it's not too essential, is it?
It doesn't make as
It's
big a
curling?
difference.
Okay,
It's
that
not-
makes sense.
It's not a pure win con getting the null command online. You know, teams are fairly good at setting up anti-KO.
Atom, yeah, I think Atom's pretty legit. I still really liked their one and done Haven Chamber Killjoy comp. That was cool, man. I like what they had for that.
A little burst as well of quickness. Just unanticipated, really, from nature. Know which angle to watch.
The stuff that they had for LCQ was nice, man.
Of the few EG players that this is it now, the turning point. Crew,
Nice.
one more round will do it.
3 chances, and what do we got for this one? EG have been gambling a little bit with how they've been playing, to be honest, especially the Yoru.
So it's not as heavy a commitment, but it's the same kind
And when they kind of hold a more, I say more of a passive default, they've always been having some kind of aggro map control. This is one of the better setups you can do with the double duelist.
Well, now deciding to just go straight into
Yoru takes the TP because they go nice and early, and it does have a flash to go through this.
Nature forwards, he tries to flash himself into it, gets blinded up, another flash as well to try and play forwards. It's such a wide face, and tucked to the side. Crew, they've got the bodies now, they got the advantage, and the sight is entirely theirs. Plant down into the post, Jogma moving up, he needs to hit some absolutely ridiculous shots. The rest of EG2, where that came from here, walls up. Opportunity and chance here for Crew to reposition, which they're going to do now.
Oh, man.
Missing that one, the Tart tagging them up. This is it. Dropping like flies. EG made a damn good show of things, a damn good chance of things. Derek.
Yeah, honestly, they got way more in defense than I thought they were going to get. They really did. Okay, dominant from Crew. Lovely little 2-0 from them. It's a big win.
That is so damn clean.
Did just feel like they were aim differently just the whole game. Apart from like majority of it at least.
We talked about it last year in 2023. This was the turning point for EG. Week 3 regular season, they got a 2-1 victory over Crew, and it sparked that upward rise.
Derek, I mean, yeah, they had some hero plays, right? There was a 1v3 from Nature, another 1v3 from Derek.
That isn't just going to make the games close, they're going to blow you out.
That's the question, isn't it? Can Crew go on a run right now? It looks more and more likely. Who's going to put a stop to them? The biggest challenges and tests are upcoming, really, into this Super Week. I believe, like we've been mentioning, it's Loud who's going to be coming up next for them. But Loud are also going to be feeling the pressure. I mean, that's a team that's starting down 2 matches so far in the first split.
Absolutely. I don't think Loud are looking great in that matchup, to be honest with you. I think the Crew have got some hitters on their roster, and they got some nice ideas.
Batch out this week? Yeah, if everyone can find time.
The belief and the confidence, 2 things that they
In the potential is Thursday, I think they said.
Everything was going there against them at the final moments. We saw so many close maps. Couldn't get a single match win over the line until LCQ. Even kickoff wasn't that great for them, but now Crew are really here to play.
Gonna be there? I'm not sure. It depends on like I mean, it depends on everything. I need to look at the schedule for this week, to be honest.
Entirety of Crew, man, they got some hitters. They really do. They can shoot back against some of the best, I think. They don't lack confidence whatsoever. They've been calling the right pauses. With Klaus's calling, his macro calling, I think we've been dead impressed with. Been singing the praise of it. There's nothing fancy, but it doesn't need to be, honestly. The simplest game plans are often the best ones when it comes to the execution of them.
And so far, we haven't actually seen Crew
After the EMEA games, yeah, I think that's the idea.
The simple stuff. You know, at some point, we are probably going to see Crew facing up against a top team, whether it be Loud, whether it be Leviathan, whether it be somebody in the playoffs maybe.
Yeah.
We are going to see a match where Crew are matched pound for pound in the individuals, and then we'll see the next layer of, are the game plans good enough? Are they creative enough? Do they have what it takes in their core?
Or are they a gatekeeper team?
Yeah, but at the moment, it's so tough to tell because they're just smoking people in matches like this.
Group Alpha? Yeah, let me have a look. Let me have a look at the groups while that interview happens.
A lot for them, I think, as well. Starting up now, what is it? 3 series.
Costel CS, thank you so much, man.
It's actually a massive deal in terms
Thank
of
you
the
with the Prime. Appreciate them, bro. Thank you for the 7 months.
There's not that many matches in Split 1.
I'm not gonna put my reputation on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
Shreds of it are left.
Dude, the groups are so stacked right now. I'll show it after the interview.
And I'm here with the star Melser from Crew.
Yeah, there's a chance that Sentinels literally don't qualify.
And also here with
and they only lost 1 game.
Congratulations on a great map.
Wait, is that possible with the others?
The first thing I've asked you is about Klaus calling. Does that enable you to frag out more?
La primera pregunta que tienes acerca de Klaus siendo el IGL, eso te permite
I don't think the others will get 2, right?
Sí, obvio. Siempre Klaus fue un IGL nato. Él viene de Crew desde antes IGLeando. Y yo era un player que no era IGL, me tuve que adaptar al equipo, entonces se naturalizó más el juego cambiando los roles.
He says, yes, obviously Klaus is an IGL natural since the beginning, and when they changed roles, when Melser was the IGL, it was something that came a little bit less natural, so coming Klaus, it definitely allows them to frag more.
Do you feel more comfortable now that you're not calling?
¿Te sientes más cómodo ahora que no estás haciendo el IGL?
Sí, obviamente. Es lo que yo estaba haciendo antes, desde mi equipo anterior. Entonces, siento que puedo desarrollarme más en mi juego al no estar preocupado de otro trabajo.
He says, yes, obviously he can develop his own gameplay a lot more now that he's not taking care of everything else.
Now, the big talk about Crew is how much you have improved, and you're in the conversation to make Shanghai. Do you think Crew, via in the form they are currently, can qualify to Shanghai?
Una de las cosas que es el tema de conversación ahorita es Crew y la forma en la que vienen. ¿Crees que Crew es tema de conversación para clasificar a Shanghai ahorita?
Yo creo que sí. Creo que pasamos de ser un equipo, bueno, perdedor a ser uno ganador. Creo que estamos trabajando mucho más duro y que también cambiamos roles para que fuéramos más eficientes, como el cambio de IGL y la incorporación de HIT.
He's saying yes, they went from a losing team to a winning team, and they changed a lot of things like the IGLing role to make it happen, and also change roles inside of the game to get those wins. They're working a lot harder, and also the incorporation of Heat is helping a lot.
Yes, well, gracias and congratulations. Everyone give it up for Melser one more time. An incredible performance. But do not go away because we have a sick game of NRG versus Leviathan, so stay right there.
All right, so I mean, this is the current board, and it's like, well, they could go down to maps, but they still have to get 2s. That's the issue. So some of these would have to be 1. G2 would have to lose to everyone. Bro, it's so stacked right now, it's mad. Can Sentinels qualify? Oh, for sure. I mean, they're still okay. They're in an okay position. Because I just don't think that 3 teams in Omega are looking likely to get 2 wins. Who does Loud have to play? Crew, Sentinels, G2. So Loud literally have to, man. There's a good chance Loud don't make it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit.
into the ring. Step into the ring.
Bueno, en partido contra Energy, espero un partidazo, en verdad. Nosotros somos actualmente, yo creo, los dos equipos con más expectativas, ya sacando el sentido porque todos ya fueron campeones y todo el tema. Pero nosotros y Energy, solamente como el roster en papel, somos considerados super equipos.
But Khalil is close now with the stinger, and beautiful trade there by Demon One.
Leviathan, they looked way better in their second match than they did in their first.
Dejan el 4-1-3, tienen que reiniciar el sistema, ese robot, a ver si lo hacen y lo consiguen, pero se ha caído en el suelo, junto a Sensi Sicom, que consiguen 3 eliminaciones.
Obviously, Aspaz is in form right now. We're gonna have to shut him down.
A 3 elementos de Sentinel, se lleva el número 27, 28 en camino.
Y nada, después de que estamos entrenando demasiado fuerte, sabemos el nivel que tenemos, les acabamos de ganar a los campeones.
We are in the thick of things here, midway through our VCT Americas Super Week. That's right, it's day 2, and our next matchup is an absolute barn burner. In the words of King, 2 of the most promising teams in Americas, it'll be NRG taking on Leviathan. I'm over here on the desk alongside Ender, Mimi, and Athena. And I think that bumper's a great way to build some hype for this game. Both teams, a lot of respect for each other. They feel like they're both super teams.
I think the expectation for this game is kind of starting to set that pecking order for our top teams. I think most people are considering like Sentinels, Lev, Loud, and NRG as like those top 4 squads. And I think there's a lot of mobility within that. It's a chance for both these teams to prove why people are calling them super
Everyone's revising history. They were so down on on Lev 2 weeks ago.
We put them top 3.
Yeah, I put them. It was an ugly opener for them, though, against Cloud.
Me and Bala were almost having a fist fight up here.
But that's Bala. You're taking out your rage on Bala on the world.
Yeah, he's not here to defend himself.
He's not the world.
He is the world.
I mean, as far as the world is concerned, NRG are looking to dominate it, just like they did to Furia last week. They gave up the first 2 rounds of map 1, and then they pounded out 13 straight. I think Furia in general, over the course of that entire series, wins only 3 gun rounds. And this makes NRG the only team across all of our leagues internationally not to have dropped a map yet in stage 1.
And this is what I love about NRG, because NRG are perfect at all the fundamentals. They are a team that is not going to give over the silly rounds to a poor performing team. No, they're going to come in, take care of business, and do it so perfectly. And that is what I just love about a top team that won't allow themselves to get silly sometimes.
Yeah, I fully agree. I feel like they push themselves to push the limits of being aggressive and taking those risks, but they also do it in a way that's like super cool, calm, collected, and they have like a plan behind each and every single one. Even if they mess it up, like everyone is behind them ready to fix everything that happened.
Their game plans on paper are so simple. They're playing really standard comps, and a lot of times playing stuff that was a lot more common last year. What makes NRG different than a team like Sentinels that is kind of innovating the meta, coming up with new stuff, they play simple things, but they execute on it perfectly, and they adapt incredibly quickly. I think the best way to kind of give an example of that is Demon One and Ethan, and the way the 2 of them play together. The flashes are always perfect. The way that Ethan is setting Demon One up, it's just lights out.
And while it is strong and simple, I do have to shout out the fact that they are starting to, play some of the Rays as well for Demon One. So putting some of that flexibility into a roster that back in kickoff was completely hard locked on the Jet.
The big question, though, is they've beaten the two of the Brazilian teams, both of whom have not had a great start to this season. Now we're getting into the games where we really get to test the mettle for NRG.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on this particular matchup. I'm very curious to hear from someone who has always got a lot to say about the upcoming games. Let's hear from Demon One and send it over to Elizabeth.
Demon One, if I have a quick word with you. Huge game today, hotly contested matchup between you and Aspas. You know, Zekken called you 2 some of the best players in the world. How is that going to go?
I feel good.
Not even gonna buy the bundle?
Yeah, that was sarcasm, by the way. But if Victor is sort of handing this race
Wait, you don't think he feels good?
No, I mean, what I said beforehand about having many words to say. I mean, you have to know what you get with this guy. At the very least, he's consistent off the server as well as in. But if Victor is sort of seating over the race duties, right, we might see him start to really settle into this Sentinel play, right? Because even the weak side for NRG looks like a strong one with Victor at the helm.
I think there are kind of two terms of it. You can't have a top team without a strong Jet player, but you can't be a top-level player only playing Jet. He's gotten more flexible, and that means
So you read the
Victor
2-win rule,
consistency.
and what
He
happens
was
if no
always
team
known
of
as
Omega
the
gets 2 wins?
hyper-flexible guy,
5 teams
but
to
I feel like
playoff.
his
Yeah,
best
5
role
teams.
has always been Sentinel.
5
When he's
teams,
playing the low,
first
when
team
he's
gets the
stoic
bye,
for
then
his
everyone
team,
else is...
winning out the late rounds, clutching up,
Wait, does that
and
even
adding a
work?
voice to the team.
Can that even
He's still
work?
allowed to fry on the Rays when the time comes. They're playing those double duelist maps. But exactly what you said.
I'm not even sure that could work.
When the round is simple,
I'm trying,
you know, and he doesn't have
then
to-
who do
when he
people
can
play
his
if they
own
win that other
like,
game?
There's no one better.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest thing too is that each and every single one of these players
think I read
has
it
such a
earlier.
big voice, but they're all choosing
Second-
to use it at the best
second
moments. You can
and
tell
first
that there
get a
is now
bye.
overcrowding of the communication,
Because then,
and Ethan just kind of set everyone up for
then who's the
success.
15
And
play?
Victor is one of those people that is really, really good at using their voice, especially as that Sentinel.
3
especially
teams
as a
then get a
He
bye.
balances when he goes for lurks and
Okay,
when he
that
actually
makes
commits to the
sense.
rounds on
Yeah.
the attack side really well. Because you have a team when
That's
you're
the only way it
sharing that
works.
position with Marv, who's also a guy who you want to set up for those plays, those kind of lurking style on occasion. I think he balances that really
What a
well.
format,
'Cause
bro.
he, for so much of his
What an
career, was the
absolute
primary
format.
dive player back on Optic.
Holy.
He was a guy
Give
making
me next
space
year, man.
For Ye, but I think he shifted into this Sentinel role, which he always played a little bit of, very well.
Yeah, let's move the conversation along now as well down the line for NRG because we have a fantastic matchup of IGLs today. We've got Ethan on the NRG
Not great,
side facing
Colbat.
off
Not great.
against King. Both players not only with great calling, their mid-roundings looked exceptional from both squads, but also these individual performances.
2025 is
from
going to be
Ethan here
great.
Specifically, have been stunning.
Yeah, I've got high hopes,
feel
man,
like
and
Ethan
I don't know if
King
that's a
are
good or a
two
bad thing.
Really good people to watch if you do want to learn about learning rotations, learning how to abuse rotations and pushing players off their spots. Because for me, King, the reason I put him on my super team was because when he was playing against all these other teams,
12
he
teams,
managed to
that's
not
also
only
true.
pull
12
up
teams
a
will
game
help
plan,
everything
he
a
managed
lot.
to work in each and every single strength of their players and put that to the test. Like, yes,
Ascension,
they have
yes,
Osmo's
it
going
happens in
crazy, but
September,
he
so
also managed
a
to
month
call
after
around that.
champs.
It's not that common you have an IGL that can fully support everything behind a player.
12 teams work better with the system. Yeah, that's very true. And then the groups, I mean, I guess they go for the same group thing. Who knows? We'll see what they want to
You
do.
won't know who's playing where, but they're
We'll see what they go for.
shifting around. Who's
Still going to be a
actually
weird
taking
thing where
forward
it's like
line, whether or not,
League and
you know, Osmos is
Valorant
gonna
in
be
the same
fighting
venues,
main
so there's kind of
aggressively or not,
battling
hiding
for
behind a hard wall or
dates.
whatnot.
But
They do such a good job of keeping that
We'll
total
see
confusion
what
that you're
happens.
playing against.
And in particular, switching up where their duelist player is sitting.
Do teams
moving
ascend?
around that
No, only
operator.
one.
They have a lot of
But like
similarities in
G2,
Osmo's
for
and
example, will
Demon One,
stay
how you
for a
have to
year,
call around a player
for an
like that,
extra
and I think
year.
they both do it excellently.
Everyone stays
And
for
I
2
think
years.
For NRG, I see a lot of that sort of variation off of a default on their attacking side, right? Because they're usually playing a
Okay,
lot more of these
the Earth Day
control-heavier comps,
campaign.
solo
We
Sky
have
and
got
stuff
another
like this. The way
donation.
they
Great
work from mid
Badger
space
with
and build
$10.
off of that
Shout out to
without
Great
giving you
Badger
a
for that
clue
one.
as to which way they're going
And
too
chat,
early.
you know
I
what to
think
do. Let's
that's what
spam
NRG's real strength
the
is on
Slig
the ball.
Earth for Great Badger. Thank you for doing the 10.
We're already had to take on some heavyweight squads, and much of that rests on King's shoulders.
2,889 we're at.
From the IGL himself.
Honestly, we got the whole of tomorrow, and I think we make 3K, man. That's wild.
Can I have a word with you really quickly?
Yeah.
So shout out to
obviously,
you guys.
and convincing win against Sentinels and.
Hey, bro. Hey.
Get out.
I'm sorry.
Hi, King. Right, King. No, you're okay. So obviously a convincing win against Sentinels last week. How is that confidence going into facing NRG today?
I mean, it's the only thing we needed to improve as a team, and we have it against one of the best team, arguably. So now, yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, pretty convincing until he was like, hey, bro, hey. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Nah, someone got to
That's
stop that,
sussy.
man. He's trying to sneak his way back into play somehow.
Bro, he's been conditioning us by wearing shades
Every
on all
day.
of his
Yeah.
casts, right?
True.
So now you don't even know if it's King up there on the Discord baby by himself. But let's keep talking
One
about
day
Levy.
he's just going to be playing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he gets in there and starts schmeeging, rolling back the years. I'd love to see that. But on the topic of Leviathan further, going by their track record, there's a couple outcomes today. They'll probably go into overtime, and there's a good chance that this man, Aspas, will farm. That's right, folks, we're finally getting on to this topic. Aspas broke the single map kill record on Lotus, 47 kills. Now, it was a hugely long map, it's still incredible. And in 29% of maps, which is 4 out of 14, he has dropped 30 plus kills. Who is going
Americas
to stop
has
this
a
man?
second setup for the LCS and VCT Americas, so they can have a
right?
direct overlap. Oh, really?
So ridiculous.
So it's
Sentinels
only
could not
it's only
shut this
EMEA
man
where they share the
down.
venue
When
then.
he's playing on the race, he's sick. When he's playing on the jet, he's sick. He can play all these roles at an incredibly high level. He integrates into his team's ideas, and I mean, he's just a superstar, which is why today the matchup against Demon 1, even if you're discounting all the fun stuff about the IGLs or the placement of the teams, just in terms of watching two incredible players face off, that matchup's going to be ridiculous.
This is just the best Valorant of the week.
Yeah. And I mean, if there was to be someone to match him, it would be Demon 1.
Wait, really?
It really looked like at the end of that Sentinels
So
game that
funny.
King was
Well,
bound
let's
to
see what
Aspas.
happens.
I could see all of their faces like,
I wouldn't be
guys, if
too
we
if I
lose
was
this,
his
if we
IGL.
lose this, Aspas is not going to talk to us for a week. Like, he might be out of here. Like, we don't even know. We've got to kick this guy here.
Smaller second setup.
Where he
Okay,
dropped
interesting.
almost 50, and like it was so possible. It was in deep OT.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I do want to say though that like, well, obviously like Aspas did have a ridiculous game. It's not like it was a 1v9 show, especially in the first half. Like the first half of Lotus when they played against Sentinels, when they went 9-3 up, Aspas had 14 kills in 12 rounds. Like, that's good, but that's not, like, ridiculous numbers performances. And I think what Lev were doing a really good job of was in those opening brawls, trading off each other very nicely, good utility. It was those fights that they were winning out, and that
The
was
rubble
not...
fights, the mount fights,
that
right?
was
Yeah.
not due to just an insane Raze player. That was often the supporting staff getting the majority of kills.
Yeah, a lot of the time people think playing duelists is
pretty
just like
fair.
hold W and win your kills, but actually no, there's so many layers when it comes to it. When it comes to playing that role, you need to be able to have a support system. You need to be able to have
Eric Hazer with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 8 months. If you had to pick one team to be number one in the EMEA currently, who am I saying? I would say Na'Vi. Not convincingly. Like I'm not confident with it, but from what you've seen, I think you have to say Na'Vi.
A lot of people cannot even step up and do what duelists
Heretics
do.
with Woot will be interesting, but
In
terms of what we've seen, you gotta go off. You gotta go off how Na'Vi's
he
played.
got almost 50 kills in one map, but as you're saying, Chrissy, that's not the case. I don't think their identity is just that Aspas is an insane individual. I think similar to when Loud was at his best, at their best, when they won the championship with Aspas in peak form, it was in large part because of
Pick
how
one
good he
player
was.
from each
But what
region to be
makes it
as a
possible
team around me.
is how the
I don't know,
team
man. I would have to
builds
pick
around
Envy
him, how
from
King is
Pacific probably.
calling for
But
this
honestly,
star player,
the
and
fact that
how
Forsaken
I
saying
think
he's
coming
doing
from
like
looks,
what
they can show,
70% of the
being able to
calling on like
change up
good
different
days,
ideas throughout a
I'm
game
probably
and really build around him
getting
in a great way.
Forsaken.
Yeah, you saw it even in like in the clips there where like Tex was playing back yellow on Icebox behind a
but then I
hard
could,
wall. A lot of times when Leviathan are on Icebox and playing heavy and B main,
I would have to
with
get
hard
2
wall,
from one
that's
region,
usually an
right?
Aspas on that angle too, but instead they're playing off some Killjoy utility as well.
Yeah,
I don't know,
for
man.
me,
That
though,
question's
I feel
too
like
hard.
I'm
It's way
not
too
fully
stacked.
convinced that if you removed Aspas's fragging power from the equation, that Lev would be as strong.
Oh,
as
no, for sure.
Okay. But seriously, I feel like I have no clue what is like behind the
What do they look like if he goes off the boil? Is that
I
the
count
question?
as a
Like,
player.
I
Oh,
know
bro, I
what it
need
looks
the
like. For
heaviest
me,
fraggers.
I don't necessarily feel like they
I
have
need
the
all
best
fraggers.
fundamentals. I don't feel
I'd
like
get
they
like
have the best
Forsaken,
fundamentals.
Leo.
It was
Exactly.
a disaster.
It was
Probably
so
Aspas, 'cause I need
sloppy that
fraggers.
Looking and watching back, it does not make
And
me convinced that
then
Lev as a team is complete unless Aspas
need
is
another
and they're up against a team that
flex.
has the best fundamentals
Smoggy,
probably in the
maybe?
league.
I need some Preds here. Let's jump into those right now. Start with you, Christy.
Oh, I don't want to do it. Honestly, I
What, I just
put
judge
Lev as
only?
my number 2 name before the year. I'm gonna go Lev 2-1, but that's crazy.
It's 2-1 NRG.
2-1 NRG.
That 2-1 NRG. There's always
gonna
a
be good
question, of course.
Valorant.
It's good. Yeah, again, like you said, some of the best Valorant of this week. That's what you guys are ready for. So strap yourselves in and hold on to your saddles. Our teams are ready for walkouts. So let's send it down to the stage for NRG versus Leviathan.
Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise for NA's very own NRG!
Yeah, this is gonna be the first time where NRG get properly tested, so this is gonna be fun to actually just know where they stand, because from what we've seen so far, it's been very impressive. but no one's really put up much of a fight. But it's going to be nice to finally work out where this team sits.
Y para enfrentarlos desde las profundidades, ¡Leviatán! Faster.
In even a huge game like this, a lot of questions still remain about the quality of both these teams. Two self-proclaimed super teams.
Dude, they've been huddling for a long time here.
NRG are pretty low energy in general. You talk to Chet, talk to any of their players, they're calm, collected, not subject to the sort of whims of momentum. Leviathan also have been able to conquer some pretty difficult obstacles here without overheating. This really
Not a
is a
useless
great
huddle.
tone setter,
I mean,
think, for the
Chat's
rest
doing
of
a
Super
lot of
Week,
the
and even for the
talking.
rest of this
A lot of
stage, these heavyweights throwing down.
a lot of game plan
Teams
stuff.
have two very different questions. For Leviathan, it's about that performance against Sentinels. If that can be consistent, if Osbus isn't putting up those numbers, can they still beat the best? Because that first series was not great from this team, losing out to C9 in super sloppy fashion. They have a lot to prove there. But for the side of NRG, these guys as well, they haven't played a team the level of Lev yet in stage one.
Yeah, I mean, they played against a Loud that was coming hot off Madrid, right, without a lot of time, and then, of course, Furia, too. So I agree with you on that front. This is the big competition, the big challenge for them here today.
Yeah, I feel like both these teams have a lot to go for sure. But I am just really, really interested to see how both these teams manage to shut down the other's duelist. I feel like that is going to be the name of the game. I literally feel like this is going to be so
Sunset, yeah, I was trying to look at the comps.
are going to be trying to go for things
Didn't
that
see
they
anything
probably
crazy.
shouldn't, or maybe they're going to be getting shut down. Hopefully.
Hearing from Sadhak now, again, that game, maybe don't read too much into it against NRG. He said he relished the opportunity to shut down star players on opposing teams. He played with Aspas, he knew what the mentality of a star duelist was like. He loved trying to target them and bring them down a notch. That did not work against NRG. They ran roughshod over Loud, who were a little bit wobbly.
Sunset, Bind,
We're
Breeze.
going to have Sunset here to start us off in a series.
NRG insta got rid of
Pretty sweet, because I
Icebox.
feel like Sunset and Binds challenge very different things, right? Sunset, a really tiny map, really scrappy. Bind, a little bit more of a macro sense.
Bind's interesting. Do you reckon they still play the Harbor stuff?
1v1.
They played Phoenix on Sunset, Leviathan, no?
Yes. That feels like a fever dream, but that was real. That did happen.
But it's also fake. Don't do it again.
Yeah, a little bit of an ugly game that was in general, but that's definitely something that they pedaled
Breach
out
Gecko.
at the start of this stage. Whether or not
Breach
they're sticking
Gecko
to
against
that
KO
is
Gecko.
another story entirely. And look, we've seen a bit of this Sunset play from NRG. Like, they've been able to group up Marved over on towards that A side here. They have a lot of that flash util and can really leave Victor in control of that weak side, right? This is a map where NRG style gets to shine a lot, leaving that in safe hands.
Clove? No Clove. Not for
Into
this
the
one.
agents left now here,
And
it
with this
looks
map
like
pool,
NRG
I don't
can
think
be
you're gonna see it.
Continuing through with this comp that has become so prevalent here on Sunset, the KO Gecko, I think right now is straight up the strongest comp you can play. They dumpstered on Loud with this one last time.
And really, it's just another look at Demon 1 Raze, right? Which I think we're just always looking for more tape on that to see how it is.
Absolutely, and you have so many tools to set
So
up your
yeah,
race
you would
player with
imagine
this
this is
comp,
just
get the
the
KO combination,
usual
with
stuff
both the flashes coming
for
at you
both
at
teams
once.
in terms
It
of
could be a
fight
field
one,
day for Demon
fight
1.
one
Yeah, for
site,
me, with
retake
that
the
breach
other.
pick from Lev, I'm looking for more trap
We'll just
plays
keep
and
an eye on how
hopefully
easy they get over
enough to
towards
kinda
sites,
shut
how much they
down
want to
Demon
fight
1
the
and
site
get
that
those
they're
kills.
leaving to retake,
Much less silly
and
looking composition
how much
this
util
time
they can
around
save,
on
basically.
Sunset. We're ready to get into game, so it's time to hand it over to your casters. You're in good hands, folks, because we've got Doug and Baby Bay.
The role switch? Oh, really?
I think one of the benefits of a match like
Com's
this
playing
is you don't
Common
really have to add
Cypher.
anything additional for
Interesting.
people to get excited. Right, you've got Demon 1 up against Aspas. You've got Leviathan against NRG. The script writes itself, and this should be a banger.
Yeah, especially with Leviathan winning against Sentinels, the Madrid champions, which is actually insane. And the way that they did it with Aspas going absolutely nuclear against them. Can he replicate that against the squad of NRG, who, if you've watched their comm videos from even last week, yeah, they played a Furia, but it was so clean when I was listening to this. And man, NRG just seems to get better and better and more dialed in on their strats, on their win conditions as time has gone on.
Okay, who starts what side? Lev on defense, NRG on attack.
Yeah, I think much like...
And they are full person sending it middle. And Ethan is war. What the? Okay, we're all good. And yeah, Ethan just repositions afterwards, joins his team and to head over towards site. They got a camera for the retake, but they don't have numbers. Camera into Omen Flash into Sender.
You just saw King put out. They have so much space they've taken. This is such a luxury, such a benefit to be able to play from this position. You can give some of that space back.
Even just the utility combo there, pop flash with the nade, catching anybody off guard if they're there. Ooh. Oh, he gets punished though.
From that same one way that he had already cleared. Now Crash, he's just blinded. He's
Whoa, Mazzino. Tell you what, man.
Calm on a Cypher roll against a very weak.
That is an impressive retake with 3. That is an impressive retake with 3. Yeah, 3v5 and the util was looking good for NRG. Say what I really like from Lev is like they realized they saved so much util here, because obviously they just didn't hear so much when they were going over towards the site. They just kind of prodded a little bit, made sure the util went out, and then they went for the big actual entry over towards site with the Omen Flash. So that was very impressive in the 3v5.
Right there, and Com winning the 1v1 against his former teammate. 2 champions in the server. The head-to-head. And something to point out here is Com is playing the Cypher.
Yeah, that was huge, man.
And normally that's Texas' role on this
Still,
team,
again, very impressive that they didn't just heavy commit. Like, I thought it was going to be Cameron to Omen, Flash into Sender. Then it would have got cancelled by the util, then they had nothing for like the secondary hit. So, very, very impressive.
The recipient of criticism for the majority of the split, to be honest. I think
in terms of the buy, everyone goes into it. We've got 2 rifles. Critical. Do they want to try fight this heavy for this guy? Not pick these up? Okay.
Kind of what the ceiling is for them. So really encouraging if you're
and maybe they're just taking the fact that this guy has to pick them up, which means that there's going to be someone defending him, so they could probably go hit the weak site.
I already know Chet's backstage over there just beating himself up.
Got 1 sheriff for Demon 1. Crashy's picking up some orbs. Ready halfway.
The complete advantage in that scenario, but the utility was just not quite there.
It's interesting to see Leviathan in their approach this round. In the previous round, it was just
Knife goes over towards side and hits Omen. It doesn't give them too much.
But this time, much more cautious.
Yeah, these eco rounds have been so crazy.
Contact into stun, into potential Omen Flash as well. We'll keep an eye on it.
Especially out of C9 and all these other teams, but anybody can really do it, especially when you're up against Demon 1 and the rest of NRG.
I wondered if King was going to swing there. The paranoia and then the fault line. It's just such a brutal trap. Now you start to see some of those kills come through. King's already got 2 on the round. The 3rd will crumble.
Spike planted.
The spike was planted.
Yeah, just relaxed on this one.
That's really all it is.
Not too bad at all. Do they give King his ult? Is it even worth? Oh, okay. Trying to get the fish ult as fast as possible. Right? Okay. Just making sure they picked up the other Bulldog.
I guess they got some armor off the Leviathan players, so that's good as well.
As we head into the 3rd, you see King 1 point away from having his ult online, but interesting that they chose to funnel that diffuse orb into the hands of Tex.
Yeah, I mean, Gecko ult on this map is so insane. I feel like I've broken a record when I talk about it, because these Geckos get ults so fast, sometimes 3, 4 a half, and it is definitely the character that you want it on.
Okay, so NRG for their big Byron, just a 4-1 default, just wanting to heavy take A control, create the question mark, maybe they'll leave someone here.
Oh, it's aggressive from Aspas.
Knife goes in close.
Taking the middle of the map.
He got found out.
Yes,
though.
KO takes a bit of
So wary about
going
that.
on the middle. They double smoke.
Even then, though, I mean, they're
Weird
gonna have to
rounds.
invest a fair amount of
They
utility
invest
to
both
take the
smokes
space
on
back.
defense.
Oh, and I like this from NRG.
To
They
create a
heard
lot of
the
pressure,
Diva
like they've gone
break
over towards
the
middle.
Cypher cam of
They have to
Victor,
use
and they're
util to
opting to
clear
pick
it,
that
and
side of
it's
the map,
it's
understanding
harder
that
to
that
clear
is
this
the
one
weak
in
gun.
terms of this comp, right? You got to use a KO knife, or
So
you got to
really
use
leaning into that.
then some kind of gecko util that you might not be able to retrieve.
Around it either.
Yeah, and Crashies is also already one off of his Gecko ult. That's insane. They lost the last 2 rounds.
Go look at the minimap right now,
So if the
full
orb is
pass
up,
and
which I
stack.
believe it should be.
And the
Yeah,
Omen
there
is
it
going over here, so it looks like it's just going to be a straight up hit. Crash is going to get his ult, and it'll be similar to how Paper X just do it, where it goes around the world and then they go back. But obviously, there's a lot of people here. Breach damage to stop this, stun to stop the 3-pass and hit. Wingman gets destroyed. Dude, what an absolute round from Lev, and a little bit gambly from NRG, considering they got no map control.
It's just Marv who's alive now. A 1v5 against poor weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Lev here. They blocked the mid control that they wanted, and the call was just to get the orb and then just hit it over towards site. And then they were just so ready. The breach util from Mazzino is incredible. Literally just a damage to stop the fish going in, and then a stun to stop everyone else going in once the wingman's sent into site.
Breach shock to get the Gecko off of the ult. Otherwise, Crashies just dies there for free, and then that stun ends up getting 3-4 players, just delaying the actual hit and disrupting the timing of the entry for NRG.
It was very, dude, I'm
insane.
telling you, that's
And
so
that caused them
gambly, man.
timeout right away.
It's such
This
a
is
gamble.
very, very early.
Yeah, and this is
started
just a timeout to be like,
These
guys,
last 3 rounds are relatively
we gotta have some map control before we do this. Like, we know they fight heavy and retake a site. You're gambling that they're retaking the site. Basically.
That's that round that we
so,
saw is a really good example of how that's supposed to work. So
that was not great.
Everything really going their way.
Gotta take some kind of map
but
control
This is
here.
a really good start.
Yeah, Mazzino already on this breach was, I mean, that was so impressive. His set of utility.
And they might just be talking about the fact that they won, and maybe create question marks in terms of the fact that they're
flood comes
pushing middle early. So this might be a timeout to actually just like fight and get mid control early. But yeah, with 50 seconds left or 45 seconds left here, they definitely had to pick somewhere. Like the Omen over towards A, it felt like they didn't even push back the A control.
You can have the conversation around who their competition has been, but the truth is
It's just a eco here, and I think we might see him just go fast. And this is just one of those rounds where it failed so badly over towards B. Let's do it again. We might be able to get into the site, and then next round we'll see what their actual overall play is.
Crazy, but they still somehow lose some of the matches that they play. So this is a big test for them to figure out if they actually understand how to close out maps when they get in the advantage.
4 stingers invested for the attack side.
Two people here. We've got nothing to break this trip.
And Aspas just has his way.
Yeah, this is the classic. This failed so bad that they won't expect it again. So I like this call.
Aggressive. They're doing so. The spike has been planted. They've created some space. Even upgraded 2 weapons. And it might be getting worse. Mazzino falls. King follows suit.
Solid.
Tex kept it
And then I reckon for the big buy round, you just see him default a little bit better as well. Yeah, this is an absolute like classic. When you're teaching people to IGL, there's loads of different IGL styles that you use, and this is just an absolute classic. Just this round that we did failed so badly that they won't expect that we do it again. So we pretty much just hit the same site again. And in theory, the opposite team's thinking, well, we shut down B so heavy, they're obviously gonna heavier lean over towards like mid or A.
Value, he got the round before. This was like night and day. So already.
You'd be surprised how much it works. It's like the exact same thing where like the attack team will do a timeout and then you go aggro on defense. It's like the same kind of rules. It will always work, even though it's just like a common thing.
Given what we know about
It's always
NRG,
good
they
for
like
it.
to feel out the map and then respond.
Yeah.
So if you know that you've got this crazy delay on the other side with Cypher Trips, with Fault Lines, with Paranoias, with Gecko Util as well, you either go really fast to get ahead of it, or you feel it out, draw it out, and then hit the other area of the map. So it'll be interesting to see what their approach is here.
Yeah, especially when you play against
okay, and then this is what the actual timeout was about, right? Just making sure we actually take mid control early.
Quick timing, explosive timing, because if he's there and ready for you, that
And Lev look like they're on top of this and they want to go for a crunch. What on earth is the timing like on this? Incredible, and Tex hit the guy behind. So shout out to Lev for being a step ahead on this one. Realized that the timeout was probably going to be about middle. They go for a mid crunch, and their whole game plan right now is a lot based around middle.
But they didn't need to.
Early first buy round, double smokes here. Second buy round, crunch over towards middle with 4 people. Really cool.
Made in the smoke. Nice little pinch from Market. And the
Dude.
came out too. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, who kills this guy behind? Look at this. Ethan's just furious, man. How's he going down here? He's just so unlucky. Yeah, see it? They're talking about it.
I've seen that smile before.
No, dude, Galaxy braining his way through these first 5 rounds. Guns on the side of NRG once more. An ult for Demon 1, Ethan 1 away from his. Meanwhile, Aspas and Tex, and Mazzino actually, are in a very similar position.
Yeah, they're doing this on purpose. They want to funnel NRG into this A site.
They have a very proactive at the moment. Heavy setup over towards B so they can stack over towards A. Again, it is just the normal fight site retake, but the one that they want to retake, they're going to have 4 people here to potentially get kills off of the util trips, or the kill trips, we should say.
Leviathan are already here, man. Even if they give up
Yeah, and I mean, they got an ult for 1 trip. That's lovely. They lose a site, though.
The question is, do they flood?
Yeah, and they want to take some map control, and we got the double setup.
Oh, the breach shot's gone. That has to buy some time.
Wow, the timing that was insane, right?
Can they hold them back?
A very good ult from Ethan.
Zeno still patiently waiting. You see that first paranoia.
Yeah, it looked like they realized there's a lot of people here.
Managed to be dodged by Mazzino, so now they're able to go. The question is, how many will they hit?
Great position. It's a lovely omen flash. Victor did insane to get one. Whoa! You got a whoa! What? Guy got. Dude, I was so shocked that he managed to get a 3rd one here. Oh my god.
Crashies gets another. Time is short. Aspas has to stick it.
Oh.
Crashies can play this super well.
There's no way, man. There's no way.
Betrays him.
Oh, man.
And there's just
classic.
Nothing you can do about that. His crosshairs on the head, but
Aspas just sticks it.
From the classic just doesn't go his way. Pure RNG. We love that. Can we take a step back though and talk about King?
Yeah, can we see the King 4K?
Crazy on that retake.
Yeah, what do you reckon? The looking down, so the looking down, it's nothing like it is in CS. Like in CS, it will actually like move like a good amount. In this, it's like minuscule difference in terms of the actual hitbox, but it is a thing. So maybe that made a difference. It's like really tiny. Yeah, the amount it changes looking down this game, but it might have helped. It might have done the work.
Just lost. You don't really have time to think things over, though.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, reset and go into the next.
I mean, that's 2 rounds now from NRG that arguably could have gone the other way.
Should have gone the other way.
Pistol and now this, and crucial rounds.
Yeah, mad rounds.
Slow
Dude,
mid approach.
I really want to see that 4K.
You've got Cypher Util here. Comms waiting on the other side. Mazzino not far off. That one way is miserable.
And stun not used yet either.
Patience.
Yeah, Mazzino holding onto that. Now it comes out.
45 seconds left on the round. You see how much respect is being shown. Tex is still playing back in spawn. Really understanding what the pressure points are, where you can
Keep an eye on this Angel. So proactive, 30 seconds. Are they going to expect 2 close? Oh, lovely ult. Oh man, Crashy's tanks one.
No, there's another. No, Ethan falls. Goes up
Dudes, and yeah, and Marv has to win it all because his teammate kind of baited it in for him, but made Lev look great at the moment.
King is on one.
Yeah, King really is on one.
Poor Vic, he's just on the other side of the map.
And they're just so proactive. Like it looks like NRG can never do what they wanna do. Like they're getting a little bit of map control. They won't go for a split A here, and the 2-person walk just meets the 2-person walk in terms of the spike.
And that was a Gecko ult invested from Crashies, but it got shot down so fast. That allowed Crashies to actually pop that rocket. Look at this
Shot, man. Yeah, he's out here one-tapping.
He's just been man possessed.
It's not over yet, though, especially when it comes to Leviathan. I feel like they put themselves in such a great spot, but somehow in these maps, they can definitely slip away.
The Omen flash was great here. They decided to go fast on this one. It's a lovely trade, though.
Weaponry on the attack side, sure.
Oh,
but they continue to have their way with
this is
NRG.
nice, though. Question mark kind of created over towards here, and they insta-clear all of this. Do they now try and fight to make sure that they can't pick up the ult? They don't really have the guns for it.
And Leviathan are just a couple steps ahead.
Ah man, Tex by the way is doing great. This was such a nice round to watch. I know this is like eco and it's like a trade here, so it's a 4v4. Then Instaficial sees that they go back, and instead of picking it up, gets the flash, knowing they're probably going to be wanting to fight for it. Oh man, he owned this round. He gets the flash out as well.
The team flash as well. Oh, whoa, whoa.
Bro, their money's incredible. Got 1, 2, 3 people on 9k, and this is both of their timeouts used.
That's a second timeout already used.
We're 7-1, of course, man.
This is their map pick too. And the whole point of them picking this map, they probably understood that they're going to get the attack inside. They want to be able to set the pace, but so far, starting with that pistol round, I think it was just such a devastating loss that it's kind of hard to bounce back from moments like that. Especially because on the other side, confidence just pursues. Like, we just won a 5v3 or a 3v5 in their case, right? I mean, you should not be winning rounds like that. So
Logic, thank you so
It's just like, okay, I can do
Thank
anything.
you so much, man. Yeah. Thank you for the gifted.
And that's where you see the confidence of the re-aggro.
I think for Leviathan, there were a lot of questions, right? How good can this team really be?
Dylan as well. Sorry, mate. I think I missed that. Dylan, appreciate you.
This match felt like one that you're really going to find out a lot about those squads.
Thank you for the 11 months as well.
Leviathan are real if they can win without Aspas dropping 45 or whatever every single time. If it's going to be
in the series.
Yeah, if it's going to be him and King, or, you know, how this is all going to come together. Will Khan continue to deliver much like we saw in the previous week? They've answered every single question that's been thrown their way.
Oh, man. Poor Desk, bro. 7-1 happens so much in this game. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It really does sum it up in terms of just what double economy.
String together a couple here. Get a comeback in this half. The constant setup changes from.
I do sometimes have thoughts where I wonder if this game would benefit from no pistol rounds and people just start with more money. I would love to do a test event with it. Again, one test event, delayed observing, so I can prove to everyone that it's way better than what we're watching right now. And then another event just to test out the economy, to give them like 6,000. Would you want them to have an op? No, not even sure. I would at least test it. I don't know if it's better or not.
Here they've drawn
Things are like pistol rounds.
They've made some noise, but then they've cut it, and it seems like they want to re-hit this.
I think it's at least worth testing it. But games are so snowbally. But I guess that makes it exciting, so would they even want to get rid of that? Probably not. Bro, look at them.
It seems like they can do no wrong right now.
Yeah, an NRG, man. Just straight up B-rush.
Reinforcements have arrived. Aspas has arrived at the scene. It's all on Marv and Vic now.
One enemy remaining.
And Marv is left standing by himself. A 1v2, 70 HP, no armor. Spike well out of reach. So much left to do. And the final boss of King on the other side with Mzito looking over his shoulder.
30 seconds left.
Such a difficult situation. Really playing mind games.
He played it well, man. He did like the only thing that he could for this, but yeah, this is just a straight up lockdown.
They're just doing everything right. Even the trips that Khan put right there, avoiding the raise nade from Demon 1.
Just increase the ults. Yeah, that might help as well. Just keep ranking up the fact that the ults get them higher and higher. Like make everything like 9 orbs, maybe.
Defensive side, they're changing a lot of their setups. Look again, a new setup once more. Right there.
This game plan that they had is ridiculous.
And they're gonna have Aspas show here in the B main to act like it was a similar setup as the last round, but Cypher's actually on the A side of this map.
See the fault line come through, the paranoia out as well.
Dude, they're just so. It's been a nice half to watch. It really has.
Aspas got hit by the
There's
knife
like
on purpose, and King dodged it.
NRG
Try to punish Victor.
Just looks. I mean, they're just getting suffocated basically, right? They can't ever do what they want to do. They just resorted, like the only rounds that look relatively close is resorted to going over towards B. I mean, honestly, their pistol round should have been the one.
I think it shows a lot of discipline too, because when you're up 8-1, when it feels like everything is going right, you want to swing that. You want to take the fight.
Double flash right here.
Double flash.
On the other side of the smoke, they both.
Look at it, man.
They're so done.
It's so sick. It's so strong.
Can he do what King could not? Ethan tucks tail, runs away.
Yeah, gotta constantly have someone anti-flash against this comp. And then the guy who's anti-flash has to do a lot, because you still have to swing into a dizzy anyway.
And now comp drops Ethan, Marv left alone. We've seen this before.
30 seconds left.
I mean, if Marv wins this, this will just cement him as even more of a GOAT in the game of Valorant. But I think it's nearly impossible.
Yeah. There's just so much left for him to do. Yeah. What a stomp. What a subversion of expectations, too.
Yeah, they are wrecking them. The Gecko, I mean, look at the scores, man. King is King 15-4 as well. Like, look at this. Look how nice this looks. They are so proactive. It's ridiculous.
The entire other side of the map, while this is all happening, to try to catch out Victor or Marv on these lurks.
It's always been Lev doing something to
To make sure
NRG.
they don't get flanked on the retakes. And something small like that goes a long way. It gives you way more confidence to actually flood in. Again, Ospot deliberately showing into B main, and this time changing his position, not actually anchoring the B main, but Victor should have that information at this point.
Oh, a little bit of tag on a Mazzino there, the spamming into the smoke.
Crunch towards middle. This time they're a little bit back.
The thing is, Leviathan have their reinforcements. They're not far off. Aspas playing in market, calm, close by.
They're playing for this mid crunch.
Yeah, and just a little. Yeah, I like that they didn't use their ult on this one as well.
Out of the hands of NRG.
Yeah, and they take all of mid back. God, this looks hard to play
How do they
against.
get through this? Mazzino playing close.
Interesting smoke too.
This feels
God,
like
this looks so hard to play against. They're just going for individual stuff now.
Pushing the smoke, contacting his way in. Marv tries to find some space mid, and is met with a similar fate.
Camera taken out.
And now they know the rest of the members are trying to funnel the way out onto B, but Leviathan are already here. It's the same story.
Oh my gosh!
It's the same outcome.
Man, they're all playing so well though.
I actually thought NRG did a really good job of baiting out all of that mid utility.
Yeah,
they had a good
this is the
idea
thing.
that
But then
Lev was ready to do a breach halt play if they made any type of noise in mid, so they kind of feinted it, right? They baited out all that utility in mid on purpose. But then, you know, just trying to find the gaps after that, they get punished for it. Right now, Lev is watching all these entries. They're not allowing any weird lurks to come
Tex,
through.
yeah, Tex is playing great. I mean, honestly, they're all playing great.
7
Tex
rounds
looks
in a row.
very comfy on this. Like, his util's been good.
Outrageous performance.
The like the mid rounding's been very nice from Lev. Like, King deserves a big shout out. King's fragging heavy, and just everything is great though when I'm watching it.
Really not looking back.
Like, all the decisions from Lev, they never want to sit back and get wrecked. They are always doing something.
Oh, the stun, he got off the stun.
Mazzino's got his ult back online.
Look at them, they want to take this, and Victor is actually fighting for the map control.
Going to top mid. He's here for the instant aggression if anyone goes through mid.
And as soon as that smoke goes up on the right side of mid, they know they're going to try to pressure the other side. Mazzino's there to greet
That
three.
little sidestep, he gets out of there as well.
Lick of damage.
Oh man, he's wrecked,
surrounded
right?
Now. Ethan hunts him down. Crashies finds
Okay.
another.
King?
Finally, a little bit of room to breathe, but are they going to get choked out once more? King finding one, a 2v2 for the rest of the round.
Oh, he was nearly so calm to get a kill.
Tex and a 1v2.
Okay, nicely done. At the end, they managed to double their rounds, and NRG must be kicking themselves for losing that pistol at the beginning, because that led to pretty much all of this. It really, really did.
Into that B lobby area.
Like, especially
Finally getting caught
these
off
though.
guard by a flash
The whole,
from-
I love the whole mid plan though.
Not a single player.
I just loved how proactive they were. Like, NRG, no matter what their game plan here was, they never got a chance to exec it. They never got a chance to do anything.
Gouda, very Gouda.
Gouda?
Dude, that's flow state right there. We're gonna throw it down to the desk and see what they thought of that 10-2 half in favor of Lev.
One of the most dominant halves of the stage sees Leviathan head straight into the halftime with 10 rounds to their name. That is incredible. But they
it's a bit of a masterclass, honestly. It really was.
Been astonishing. This defense impenetrable.
Look, if Lev or Gouda, NRG are looking like Swiss cheese after what Lev just did to them in that half. Like, it was so nice. I think the calling from King around setting up those trap plays and whatnot was fantastic. But
I want to see his 4K.
This guy was just
We get to see his 4K here.
In the server, so dominant.
Yeah, he was so good, and the speed at which they were so ready to
Hey,
execute
don't give me
those
the
protocols with
overview and not
trap
show me the
plays
first
is
person
what
for
made
this.
it so much more effective, and then holding down the sites, making sure that their Sentinel was not going to be able to get overrun. Lev had a really great half.
And it wasn't just like the Valoplant setups from the start of round that was dominating NRG. A lot of it came in mid rounds, you know, refighting out of shop right there when they had stacked 5 players over towards the A site. Or even in round 11, they didn't get kills, but they'd rotated into mid to try and punch NRG out after taking early space.
It kind of felt like they had control of the whole game from the early round and the mid round all the way down to like the post fight situation.
We have to wait until the
Every
last
single one they had control.
have to wait until the
because
last
they kept getting on forward lines,
highlight
especially
package
over
to
towards
see it.
the A side of the map. So with the information they got with that deep vision, they're able to set up traps away from the Cypher
let's
as
check in
well,
on the
which is
charity. What we got? We got Eric with $1.11. Thank you for that, Eric. Shout out to you. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the slig spamming, and Jared as well. Jared with the $10. Doing it for the Brazil. We've had 2 donators, both for the 7-1s right now. Thank you, Jared. Thanks for doing that, mate. Eric also, shout out to you, man.
I mean, this is very standard Aspas behavior here. He's absolutely chilling. So let's get this second half back underway. Aspas is sitting up.
Yeah, we can do better than this. Let's get some more slig ups going.
Well, this was nowhere near, I think, what anybody expected going into halftime of the first map. But alas, here we are, where Leviathan have just obliterated NRG from top to bottom. But
okay, in terms of the pistols, obviously 1-0, and I heard a satchel, right? Or not? Am I just imagining things? What happened here?
Seemingly insurmountable task before
Did they try to satchel to early fight over towards A on defense? Now they carry on pushing. They might have had the satchel though, so it looks like they were. Damn, bro, they were holding this the whole time, and then they just left it. What's the timing like? Pretty good.
They didn't even have a chance. It's getting insta.
There is a trip here, so obviously.
Not on point for NRG right now, and they need a little bit more time. So they have to win this pistol round. They need to buy more time to get.
He's like looking for it, but is he actually going to be on top of the fact that this would happen this early? I mean, yeah, fair play.
I feel like that's perfectly indicative of what we've seen so far. Calm understanding of the timing, realizing that that was a weak area of the map, trying to get a jump on Demon 1, and that's huge.
He's playing the Cypher so well. I mean, he hasn't done anything too flashy in general, but he's just playing.
Yeah, it probably suits him. He really wants to lurk that. Like he wants to lurk all the time. I like the idea of the role switch. You can understand why they've done it, right?
And they're not even gonna commit. They're going back.
Oh my god, they are wrecking them.
NRG look lost.
A new cinema right now. A new cinema.
Yeah, it is like that.
I mean, King is just manipulating rotations any way he could possibly want.
This is a pleasure to watch.
It actually is. Yeah, I agree. It's been a masterclass.
Which we saw in the first half.
I don't want to jinx it, man.
I mean, they're all stacked in main too.
Yeah, and are they just gonna smoke off spam?
For NRG to face.
They even need to smoke off. They got Omen Flash. Got Omen Flash stun.
Oh my gosh, this is so unlikely to be one for NRG.
There's the first, there's the second. The only real bit of utility that was left for NRG has been invested. Victor and Ethan, they're swinging this thing back. There's no way! There's no way! Mazzino's got
Oh man, it got so close as well. NRG, it must be so gutting for them, dude. Just teasing him by making it look doable. Lovely 1v3 for him. Yeah, I mean, it's almost another 3v5 pistol the opposite way.
Mazzino's the GOAT. Oh my gosh.
Lovely, man.
He's so calm with it too.
Yeah, they've been really calm. And we see NRG just force up on defense. Something that normally doesn't work out well. We'll see how it goes.
Desperate need to make something happen.
Marshall triple friend, triple. Wait, the high-low stack there was kind of nice though. Triple stinger.
A 1-for-1 certainly helps.
Yeah, and this is gonna sound BM, but I feel like the best things from NRG that we've seen so far have come from the stinger buys.
Yeah.
Like they're just insting with the stinger, but for some reason when it comes to the gun rounds, it's not all quite there.
The way he refaces that, but I guess he got the dink. Yeah, and they should know that that was maybe the 2 players over towards B, so they should have an empty B site. You can see him looking for the trips.
The thing is, there's still a lot.
Whoa.
Well,
Minimap watching.
most of the weaponry
IGL.
they still have the Guardian, they still have the Bulldog. Both of those finding value.
Oh, he spotted him.
It's so clunky sometimes to play Breach.
Bro, Mazzino.
Body block, but he still made it just to get his way out. Demon 1 with the Sheriff. Demon 1 who's been quiet all map.
Spike planted.
With an opportunity to be the hero.
Shots. Okay, nice. Got a good timing on that as well. Little bit of hope. Little bit of hope.
We need that if you're NRG. Anything to keep this game
Bagel
just going
Bites.
for a
Thank you
little
so
bit
much,
longer.
man.
Get everybody's hands warmed
Thank
up.
you with the prime. Tough games recently. There's been some
Such a great timing.
been some mad results
moment,
recently.
Satcheling over the trip. But actually, Calm was already dead, so it didn't really matter. But still.
Planted.
Tech's just getting caught out there is tough.
Yeah. And I said it, right? These stinger buys from NRG has been the best look we've seen so far.
A hero rifle in the hands of Aspas. Full armor.
I like this.
Yeah, and then pistols around it.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
it makes
is nice. And everyone can buy
You
next
got a
as well,
player
so they
like him
don't
on your
lose
team,
too
you can do
much.
things like this.
And they're gonna expect
You've
them
already
to
seen the success
eco,
of
but
what Oxy can do.
we'll see how. See, like if he ever shoots it. In theory, you should never like shoot it to break
very,
any.
very good
Like even if they
on the
find this trip in middle, like the not the rifle should break this. The
Especially after kickoff.
yeah, the sheriff should always break
I
this,
think
so
as
they
soon
don't
as
know
that
about the
trip goes
rifle.
down,
Just want that surprise factor.
creep forward. That's exactly what Aspas does. And they're
Yeah,
trying
and then
to be
maybe
so
Marv is
methodical
more
about
likely
fighting their
to
fights. That's a big
early
one on
swing with
Marv.
it because he thinks it's a
Close to the
sheriff.
swap because he got low. Ooh.
Not really in a position to try to scoop up that weapon, so it's still just one rifle, and it's in the hands of King, who's been just as good, who's been better than
At least
Aspas
they did it with
up until
double.
this point. Ethan
Dunks.
feeling some of the pressure, able to keep it at bay, at least for now.
They're so worried about
2v4, hello, they're close. Crashy's on the swing, the flash in his face doesn't matter. Aspas is left alone, trying to find a weapon. He will not be
Okay,
able
nice
to.
handle from NRG. Was just a low buy though.
Not the cleanest of anti-ecos, just because of how that round started with Marv getting picked off.
I mean, honestly,
that's just smokes.
I think it's
against
so
an
fine.
eco, but Demon 1 and Victor actually re-aggroing B main there to make the numbers even. And then that just ultimately ends up allowing Ethan to take out everybody that's funneling back to the A site. Right here. And the second kill was actually really clean. Confidence, just sit there. Commit to that duel. Ethan's having a map right now.
15 and 12 leading from the front.
Big change of pace from left.
Yeah, Vago's super fast on this one. We'll have to
This
look
is
at
a
Com on
fast
the
A hit, but
flank
this
as well in
trip
terms of
looks
being able to
deadly.
luck. Zeno does have his ult if they want to head
Some
over
of this
towards
noise. He
site.
has his ult.
And they're committing one
problem
into
with playing
site, which is
spot like
interesting.
this
Because normally you would
is
see
that
like
after
these trips and you would
know that
imagine
Breach
once the
is gonna
shooting
come
comes
out.
in,
Yeah.
that
And hit
it's
that
again just fight and retake.
little
So
default
this is
bomb
interesting that they
area.
commit. This is how I would play Clove, by the way. I think if you had
They'll have
double
to go back, just
controller,
depositing a
like just
Aspas.
heavy
He's just holding
committing,
for
like these kind of maps
anti-reaggression.
make sense, right? Where you're doing like 1-1,
Question is, how
then you
far
just
does
set
the
up
reaggression
util in
go?
terms of the Clove to just get one, and
Aspas
then
will
obviously you
be
can
tagged.
smoke. And you
You
just
wonder,
tunnel
too,
into
what-
sight, and you just
how they
always do
interpret
one
this,
ways.
because you see Aspas,
So
you think,
this
well, the rest
pretty
of the
much
team's
here is
gotta
how
be
I would
close,
use
right?
Clove.
He's
And
not
just
normally one to be
straight
lurking
up just
around.
anchor,
So
hide back a sight, and just try and get kills.
There's a
So
trip.
I like that they're doing this early as well, because later on they might think there's someone on site, so they officially have to like use more util to clear it. Not that it might not even matter at all. But I still like the idea from NRG. It's smart to do it early on.
The Rolling Thunder will pave the way, but Marv TP'd ahead of it. He gets spammed anyway.
30 seconds left.
Just when it seemed like he had an opening, had some room to breathe, he gets punished. And once again, NRG at a numbers deficit. They invest everything they possibly can. Ethan's ult dropped. Victor swings his way into his death.
This team look convincing today. Dude, I even like love the plan from NRG. Like, I get the whole long-term plan what they're trying to do. Because basically this whole thing is just you fight one, you retake the others. They're trying to put one person on site, so they have to use more util so that when they do their retakes, they can have like one flood or like one version of it, one stage where they go in, they bait all the util out, and then they can just go in again. So that later on they have to use more util to take sites. But there's just not going to be enough rounds. Lever just running over them.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
It's such a tough spot because you either commit on the
beautiful
people
at the moment.
you, the footsteps
It
that
really
you hear,
is.
right? Or you try to break the cam and get out, but Lev was just too close for him. And another aggro play down mid.
Speaking of close, but Mazzino's got utility set up and ready to go. If there's a Q, there's a problem. Oh! Thought he was going to sidestep his way through all of that. Paranoia looked a little low, but
yeah.
Dizzy connects.
I'm flashing for Coach Mini.
King of the world hurt here, but again, they down here to fight.
They stayed for so long, and you can't do that against a comp like Lev. They have so much utility. Even if the breach goes down, you have the Gecko flash. That's hard. It's hard to kill there.
And if that's not enough, you've got King's Paranoia too.
Yeah.
They have so many tools at their disposal. And honestly, Leviathan are playing them to perfection. You want more?
And they can just wait, right?
You've got Vic, who's going to try to take some space around the flank, but he's got to clear trips.
Bomb is hit so early. Oh, I think he took the jewel, right?
Decides to give it up. Join the rest of his teammates. Thrash instantly cleared, but so are Crashies and Ethan.
Man, they're just so together. This has been one of the one of the better sunsets it really has. Probably the best defense sunset I've seen for a while, if not ever. The defense sunset was like, oh, nice.
The need to make a play.
They were just so proactive.
Ever great. It's a little high-low. Will not happen.
Sick map to watch, man. Really impressive.
4 on NRG's map pick. Holy smokes, Leviathan just put the world on notice.
I gotta shout out Calm here. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw him on Cypher in general. And he
I like the idea of the role swap here. The role swap makes a lot of sense. Because Com's known for his lurking on ages. I mean, the only time he kind of lurks is just like his repositioning on 1vx situations, right? So to actually give him full freedom to just be lurking from the get-go, an agent that can lurk is smart. It just makes sense, especially if Tex isn't comfortable, and Tex look comfortable on Initiator. So.
He played it so well. You know, we said this a few times, how it felt like Leviathan were a step ahead. You know, they were reading a page ahead on the book. It felt like NRG were just reading an entirely different book. It felt like they were behind the entire time. King played a masterful game. He called their circles around NRG, and that's going to take us.
I missed the 4K, of course I did, man. Tell me it was awful, and I don't even want to watch it. Just tell me it was crap, man. I'm out here trying to upload a VOD. It was terrible? Okay, thank you very much. Best 4K you've ever seen? Okay, thank you for that.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Gervo, thank you so much, man. Gervo, 25 donation as well. $25 donation. Then Lev over NRG, Aspas over the world. Holy. Thanks so much for the 25. Chat, you know what to do. Get the Slig offs in and STN_18 as well with the $7.01. I wonder what the meaning is for that one. Thank you so much, STN. Appreciate you. Chat, while the ads are on, let's spam some ads, and for the ads, we will spam some Slig offs as well. We'll be back in a little bit. What on earth is the next map? It is Bind. Right. Are they going to still use their harbor stuff? We'll see. Clips for the 4K? Yeah, let me watch this. Maybe a flashbang. I don't know if this is going to appear. This isn't comfortable, and Tex look comfortable on Initiator. So.
He played it so well. You know, we said this a few times, how it felt like Leviathan were a step ahead. You know, they were reading.
Ooh. Okay, honestly, third kill was very nice. Okay, shout out to the clips for that. Thank you so much. Okay, be back in a bit.
Contact play, one-on-one. Marv outside of the path as they work together to take the 3 birds down of Furia.
Dale Panchito, la primera quiere la segunda, Tyson le va a piquear, lo tiene claro, le deja una, Panchito.
Hey everyone, it's Liz with GoKed from Leviathan. An incredible first map, stealing NRG's map pick away from them. What made it so dominant on the side of Leviathan? Was it prep, was it in-server adaptation, or something else?
I think 2 things. First, I think our prep was very good for how they play Sunset. And second, I think we're really getting comfortable on stage and play like we do on Prague. The guys were playing amazing individually and as a team. So I think that's the 2 reasons why we were so dominant.
All right, well, on to your map pick, so best of luck.
Well, from a 10-2 half-time for Leviathan, things didn't get much better for NRG. The pistol in the second half was wild. NRG salvaged like a 3v5 and then end up losing a 3 versus 1 at the end of the round. Utter chaos, and they cannot get it together, Mimi.
The game ended in chaos, but I think it started with an incredibly controlled game plan by Leviathan. Last time we saw them playing this map, they were running the loud Phoenix comp, trying to copy that one. But running this composition with the KO Gecko, we saw so many great protocols. I think in particular, the way they were approaching A main, these trap plays were crushing NRG, Mirna.
Yeah, they were amazing. They were actually flawless. Not only was there always one first layer of util, there was always that second layer to ensure that when they did end up pushing, the other team was always blind or was always stunned. Like, it was never just that initial set of util and that was all.
Yeah, and I really like the way they were bouncing their Cypher around the map, right? Calm, because of that kind of constant pressure towards main, Calm had a potential to be playing that more standard Cypher setup, or sometimes actually playing behind that trap and being the next layer as they re-rotate and change the heavy side. It was a great masterclass in defensive calling, and NRG just couldn't get their foot in the door.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of movement around the map made it that NRG could not adapt at all. When you're playing against a trap composition, you want to walk up, you want to bait these traps, but not at a single point were NRG able to do that. It felt like they were always hitting some sort of wall, and it is exactly because of the rotations of that Cypher around the map.
Can you not like bait these out? Like we've seen sometimes like Razors might try and bait a trap play and satchel out of like a fault line or something similar.
They really were trying, but Lev was just so good at holding it down and knowing not to push any util and not force it off of zero sound. Like there was a play where they took B main and they naded and flashed, and Lev still just sat on site. They did not poke, they did not prod at all. They need to push past that initial barrier in order to get some sort of util out of them, but they didn't. They were so scared. It felt like they were just holding down.
I think you can see the difference between really great teams that really understand the idea behind the composition they're playing and teams that are kind of trying to mimic ideas they've seen before. And I think the best way to show that is when they're actually activating these plays. I feel like for less experienced squads or squads who aren't really putting as much into it, they'll end up just going into one of these plays, activating off one piece of noise, one piece of info, and getting really kind of like jittery with it.
Yeah.
But for Leviathan, they did a really good job of actually kind of working off those cues and figuring out when it was a commitment.
Yeah, they were so disciplined, and honestly, I apologize to Lev for what I said before, because I said I didn't think that they were going to be so solid.
It's reasonable, because they looked so bad week one, and now they've turned it around to be this team.
I reckon they would have smashed every team
I think one
after
thing on the
watching
other
it.
side of things we saw often see from Chet is that after he calls
The only real criticism I can give to NRG there at the beginning,
so I wonder what Chet's
I mean, it's just the pistol
in
round.
between maps. There's a lot to work on
is
for
a
NRG. Let's see
absolute smoke.
what Chet has to say about that map one. I'm sure he's thrilled.
Oh boy.
Liz here with Chet from NRG. Your map pick really did not go your way. You took a tack after round 3 and then another one after round 8. And I know it might be too soon to tell because you haven't been able to review, but what happened?
I think we were just missing some crucial comms on like breaking the dizzy, and I think we tried to play to interrupt their retakes, but their util was really good for us when we were pushing. So they just counter utiled really well, and I think their plan was just to not let us play our game. They kind of played to interrupt us like constantly. And I think that's good by them. I mean, we were aware of it. We were just also just missing our kills, so that didn't help. We were just slow start, but I think we're still confident in our bind.
Best of luck.
So what is their game?
pretty
If
much.
every time they're trying to interrupt NRG, throw them off that game, what
Pretty
do they
similar
need
to
do
what we
in
said,
return
that they
to
just
one
weren't
bind?
able to even
I think
do anything
honestly,
they wanted to
exactly
do. They
what
were
he's
just
saying,
getting
right? Bringing up those
getting
comps. If you're
util
playing
dumped
against
early
competition
every
that
time they
has
took
that
map
Dizzy,
control.
has this initiator tools, the best thing you can be doing as a team in the pre-run, talking about what util you're expecting to see in these moments, who's breaking what, who's going into that. I think some of that showed to be breaking down up against an opponent who is playing incredibly well. And with time to talk about that now, with the experience on
I've
this
changed
energy squad,
their
I think you can have some
comp as
faith
well.
to
I
at
can't
least
see the
some
harbor,
sort
I
of
don't
bounce back
think.
here.
Yeah, for sure. It's like smaller
Or is that the
things,
harbor?
even all the way down to who's playing anti-flash, so they can swing off of all
And
the
those little
util and
things I feel like
expect
are really hard to actually talk about in
Exactly.
the game, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like when you're in game and everything is going crazy, you're in a match situation. You have that mindset of we need to win. So you start doing things like hero plays that you normally wouldn't do. But that sort of discipline is what Energy I feel like are strong in coming back into. And for Bind necessarily isn't as strong as a chokehold map as Sunset. Like there is a lot more area to play with. There are teleporters, so you can make more plays, bait a lot more util out, and I feel like
Gecko
obviously
still,
going into the agent
so they can be
select,
proactive as
this
well.
is going to be a lot easier for NRG.
We talked a lot about this KO Gecko composition, and it's the exact comp that is ran by NRG on this map, as we're seeing here. Those same combos come into play. And
Yeah,
their
they switch it
opponent
to a
also has
Brim.
a similar idea. This kind of second initiator paired with that Gecko.
They're
is
out with the
so
harbor
prevalent.
comp,
So
which I
those
think makes a lot of
learnings that Chet was
sense.
talking about, they're going to have to apply this to this game as well. On top of that, I want to see more of the individuals. Demon 1 was getting caught in those traps
How do
constantly.
you feel about the Rays for Demon 1 at the moment?
I don't think that map came down to the Rays as an agent. I think it was just playing against a really good opponent and struggling to have the right game plan to deal with it.
Now, surely this series has got to go to a map 3, right? There's no other way this one can go. NRG have to feel like they've got a lot more to show, and Leviathan would love to shut this down. Right Games Arena, are you ready for some map 2 action?
Thank you so much, Uber. Yeah, I hope you're right. I think I can speak for Dre when I say he hopes you're right, because this feels like a series that should go 3.
Even
but
109
honestly,
opening jaws.
that
I
first
mean,
map
yeah,
was
they just.
so against what
This is the thing.
anybody
He
would have
just.
expected that I think
wonder how many of
Uber's
those
kinda
kills
like,
he was blind for.
knows now.
Yeah, that was crazy. But a clean slate on this new map. And, you know, I don't think we've seen NRG play Bind in quite some time. And Ethan's playing the KO. So I think this could be really good for them. I think they could set up Demon 1 maybe a little bit better on this map than they did.
Divine
than they
Evil,
tried to
thank you
set
so
up
much
on
with the
that
tier
Sunset.
1.
And
Appreciate the
you know,
3 months.
they do
Thank you so
have
much
to
for
be
that.
aware of the disruption that Leviathan like to do, especially on their defensive side.
All right, let's have a look at this. Lev on defense, NRG on attack, and it's another comp where they need to be proactive on defense. So we insta see that with a triple swing over towards Showers, and they're picking up orbs already.
Investing into him a little bit. You see the Viper wall splitting the
Walter
map.
split
Demon
through,
one's
and
already
Texas
dead. That was
plucked
set off from the
Demon,
side
and
of
I
either. That was
guess he
Texas
saw
hitting.
him with the smokes, but I mean, must have seen him before this smoke went up in terms of the
And
Viper
now here
smoke.
comes the infinite delay, but NRG already wrapping back sight, and that's why this wall is here.
King
It's
is
a
in
great
position
smoke,
to get a
just
lot of value. If he plays his
Benji to
cards
stop
just
him
right,
planting.
finds
Big
some
jewel over
timing.
towards spawn, that's a massive shot.
Ethan surrounded, and he's getting another. Wasn't far off. He's taking so much damage. 4 HP. Mazzino's trying to cut off the exit.
Damn, Zeno did great on this one, and just need to make sure the comp doesn't overstep here, because they're going to try and push
Now
for a
there's so
kill.
much left to do. Marvin Crash, he's the only one remaining.
Yeah, and that's a man,
Landed
it's water
Marvin's
heal on
going
this.
Aggressive. Holy smokes, he's
Yeah,
up so
and we
far.
can skydog this.
Trying to draw a line in the sand much further than you would expect. Now Molly's going to delay for a while, buy some time. And that is the essence right now.
Off the contact. Viper spots, flash goes out, I can't repeat that.
Dizzy, an unfortunate casualty through all of this. As Marv swings forward, he dinks one, but that's all it can be. Crashes through it on his own. The dog in his face.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Dude, I was nervous when I saw the double swing and guys are sitting in his dog.
For a second, Crashies was gonna line that up.
Yeah, and when he got stunned, I thought it was just got the one shot, basically got to make it count.
Understanding that that's
Pistol Gods, right? 3-0.
method of winning a
Yeah,
round.
it is 3-0.
I mean, we've seen so many times it be a cosmetic stun, right?
Oh yeah, he did see him just at the beginning here.
What can he do about
What a
that?
kill,
That's not even
man.
his fault.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
And then this kill on the Ethan was huge.
Yeah, little crouch. Love the little crouch there to. Love the little crouch to make sure he doesn't get one tapped.
I think Khan might be back, man.
Dude.
They're allowed to def into it.
I mean, if there's anything that he likes to do, it's prove the haters wrong.
He did it all last year, and he's done it so far this year.
Yeah.
Still much to do left, though. Still plenty of game to play. For Energy, no investment really other than Crashy's getting a ghost.
I really like how Energy approach the eco rounds. They always get some type of value, whether that's grabbing an orb or getting bombed down, or both in most cases. Marv's already lurking in this U-Haul area. Wow, what a cool flash lineup.
Yeah, still gave him a lot of
Doesn't
info
connect
on that one.
Marv, but the info
I'm
is
surprised
gathered
the
off the
rotate doesn't come in.
Re-clear.
Great re-clear. Dude, Tex looks comfy on Gecko right now. Everything's good.
Man, the disruption that Lev does on their defensive side against this Energy roster has been so good, and the timings have been the most impressive to me. It seems like they always re-clear the right spot at the right time.
We saw it all last map, and we're already seeing it here.
He goes in, we still got Mosh, still got Dizzy.
They decide to flip the map as
20
best as they
seconds
can,
on
farm a
this
couple
one.
of orbs,
Right here.
Rotate.
and then really go from there
Just one. Now two.
with their classics and
Still
one
got a
ghost.
flash. Could fall back. Does he want to
They're
just
gonna
hold on
try
to this?
find some space and get out onto the site.
Oh man, easy
Shots.
pick'ems for Osboss.
Yeah, and Tex did the good idea of falling back onto this one. Just make sure they can dual showers together. Clean rounds. Really clean. We've got double armor rebuy. That's it.
That's quiet, huh?
And this is going to be a rifle, so a little bit scary. Good news for NRG was they managed to get Crashies up to ult though.
And some decent guns here from Lev on this bonus round.
Guy, yeah, Sky's still valuable, but
Little highlight reel.
the whole solo initiator Sky is pretty rough now. It doesn't. It kind of still is a thing, but not really. Gotta just be real patient and gotta really think. You gotta use your brain a lot more, basically, because you can't just be spamming smoke flashes.
Ethan gets the orb. Or at least we'll try to. He's what, halfway to his ult?
Yeah.
What's on KO Sky on bind? Problem is, I think Gecko's just so strong in a team environment that I would rather swap any of them out for Gecko.
And that should cause a rotate potentially.
And they got some info there, but the knife.
Oh my gosh, King is so smart. He literally dipped at the perfect time, dodged the knife, and he's already back in. This might catch Ethan off guard.
I think the thing is the knife is going to keep him here.
Yeah, and they hold on to the map control pretty well over towards B. Like, they're getting full info the whole time, right? Info, the 3-person stack isn't even worried. They can just hold here the whole time. They're going to have showers control. We're going to have Nade, Molly, Wingman, Dizzy, Molly to stop the plant. Bro, how on earth are NRG going to get a plant?
Didn't fully clear out.
They got DRX Viper smoke to deal with as well in terms of this. Bro, they are not getting a plant here.
I think they're just going to try to delay plant as long as they can. Buy time for the rotates to
Yeah,
come.
they got to take back site control.
They're on the way.
Maybe a stim peek from Shower.
I mean, literally everyone is here.
Flash, got to take back site control,
9
right?
members huddled into this one little site. Demon 1 falls. 13 seconds left. The spike not committed to yet because there's the delay that you mentioned. It's the third, the fourth attempt. And I don't know that there's going to be enough time to get it down.
No plant on this.
The nade is perfect. There is no time.
Yeah.
Too much util, man.
What a gorgeous display.
Dude, chat's gonna have to time out. Chat's gonna have to time out again.
Absolutely beautiful
right?
the way that they played back site, waited for the rotates to come in.
I mean, Lev played great over towards B, man. They just held over to the map control. 3-pass and stick over towards A is just too strong, and they just never use their util.
Bonus guns to their advantage.
Held over towards showers also.
9 times out of 10 when you're close range like that with a Spectre, you tend to win the gun duel even if it's against a Vandal.
Oh, for sure. Just wasn't the case this time.
Yeah, perfect run. They get some gun upgrades on this one, and yeah,
Vibes are all falling apart right now.
they had to take back site.
Vibes are at an all-time high.
Yeah. And they're not too hype.
You had to do something. You either have to. When this happens, you either have to take showers or you gotta take backside.
Especially a team like this, who when they're so
And
dialed
they
in,
didn't. It looked like they were trying to with like the double flash combo, but it didn't really happen. Force buy into it. We get double molly.
Calm flash, but King is holding the line. I mean, we've seen this before. But finally, a little bit of room found. Demon 1 and Marv, the only two remaining.
Demon 1?
They've both taken a fair amount of damage. But they're dishing it right back in Mizzino.
Holy! Why does it feel so much like the first map again? Nicely done from Mizzino. This was close though. The first round looked a little bit better from them. They just hit I mean, maybe Com needs to not commit to the spray.
It still matters.
Yeah, I mean, they hit some shots. It was good damage.
Even just checking the guy in showers. See the highlight of King getting this 3K that he got. Beautiful. Dude, he's on point right now too.
Yeah, he's been impactful.
Just seems to be
not heavy fragging, but just impact. Also, you got to think of the round before in terms of Mizzino. He was the one that held over towards showers the whole time. It was one of the big reasons that they couldn't plant. Like, he's been unbelievable so far. Knife goes over towards long, doesn't hit anyone, so they feel like with that info that they've created pressure over towards long, and then now they want to create the question mark over towards hookah.
In this hookah area.
There's a great Skydog though. The question mark that goes out towards long is insta cleared. They hold on to the map control. It's a repeat. Hold on to the map control. 3 people over towards here again. This time though, they got a flash goes towards long as well to confirm it. Look at this from King. Just starts walking.
This is the tough thing about running no sentinel on this map.
They're gonna run into it again. This time at least NRG are focusing with the double person over towards showers, so they don't have the issue of being able to plant.
I think they're gonna try to fight them
But
in
this fast flank is probably gonna wreck them.
Right?
Yeah.
They have Texas ult, they have Mizzino's ult.
If Mizzino goes down here though, that would be huge for NRG.
Chat's about to write in his little notes that there's 4 people here.
Good timing.
Once he sees all the util, he's gonna have to do a timeout, and they're gonna have to do better map control towards Long B.
A lot of presence there. Demon 1, ult not landing, but the bullets do. Numbers in favor of the attack, still looking for their first round, but holy
Hex double holds lamps, Aspas on top of it as well. They do get the plant, and Crashies is on 7 HP. Hex is incredible as well right now. They all are. I feel like I'm taking turns and just saying the Lev players' names. They're all just doing great stuff. Okay, NRG have to do a timeout, and if they wanna do this whole thing where they create pressure over towards long, they've either got to at least commit someone there to get hit by the Sky util, or they need to actually like take the deep control, or push this guy off hookah. Like any of these 3 things.
This is so enjoyable to watch.
Or they could just literally just start hitting B instead.
I think the scary thing is, too, they've managed to keep a lot of these ults. Mizzino still has his. Yeah, Tech still has his, and now they've got us.
No timeout? I mean, I guess they're eco, so maybe doesn't want to call it for that.
To secure rounds like this, where energy
The molly goes through the roof, lands here, and I have no idea where that one goes.
Demon 1
Back of sight.
Still trying to take a fight, and once again plucked out of the sky.
Not punished again.
It's been kept on a short leash all series.
Yeah, that Gecko.
Show can just clear a lot though. You don't have to commit. Oh my god, he went through.
And he still gets this one.
Did they tunnel vision? Don't think he had to go through though.
I'm imagining he saw Crashies, but
I think so.
he may have not.
I don't think he saw him in the actual TT. But it doesn't matter. Their proactivity from Lev.
Enemy remaining.
They're such a good
man, they're so good right now. Holy. Everything's lovely. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for that. What the?
That was trying to re-aggro from
Thank you for that, Gifted.
That allows him to take all of that space down B long and get the 1-up on the enemies that are trying to back up from that hookah area. I mean, they're so aware of the map right now, all 5 players, and how they should be filling in the gaps that are there.
Okay, timeout.
Doesn't even look entertained right now.
And you're right, you mentioned it earlier. They're stoic. I mean, they're calm. They aren't popping off like crazy.
Yeah, they got a map control better than
Another
this.
crazy start, 6-0. Timeout being used not too early on.
Definitely got a map control better than this. That's not a thing.
But man, it might just be one of those days where it's just nothing goes your way. And that's the unfortunate reality of the game that we play at Valorant. Sometimes it just be like that, man. And all the VCT teams, they're all so close in skill. Truly, anybody can beat anybody. I mean, we saw even Sentinels.
Yeah, they just got to go harder though. They can't play like this against the sky over towards long. Really,
they all came with something to prove.
They gotta go harder for one of these areas if they're doing this group hit A. Lev though, by the way, straight up changed in terms of their timeout. They've called this. They've gone, if they wanted to go do this thing over towards long, they have to fight us a little bit heavier, and we're gonna potentially be able to double flash through this wall.
And honestly, it just feels like he's getting killed on the entry.
Double satchel into a flash. I like the flash here. That's a nice idea. Make that better, right? Go into the right window, not the left.
Sits a little bit back and allows the game to be a little bit slower of a pace. So now that he's playing more aggressive, his team isn't there to back him up, and he just gets punished. And how many times have we seen him die satcheling into sight?
So what are they doing?
Finally, some signs of
okay. Yeah, and it looks like Lev's giving him around to.
Marv, but can they convert on
And I
this?
guess they thought they were closer, so they wanted to flash Exec.
If Demon 1
Like they wanted to do that whole thing where they were being proactive.
Or they can stay.
Wait.
That's certainly not going to help their cause. As soon as there's attack, you see the spam go through. And what? He still gets that kill?
How? Oh my god, King is about to have the crossfire. This guy just needs to stay alive.
To the rotate. King in a perfect position as he gets two.
No, man. The 3v5. Holy.
This is insane.
30 seconds left.
Unbelievable. I mean,
God, are they even going to get around at this point?
It's the same narrative as last map. They cannot do no wrong. Mazzino, they're just spamming and living for long enough for King to just get a backstab there. But NRG just not aware of the gap that could be made, and honestly,
yeah, and in the 3, it's such a sick play from King though. Like so they lose 2 players, and King has his ult up over towards short, and then literally he's just like, well, it's 3v5 right now. I might as well just make a play as soon as his 2 players goes down. He's just on one of the fastest flanks here, and the guy back at sight just gets the most important kill on the KO. So they're considering, do we try and res him? And then it delays so much time that he's just in the perfect spot to bail out his teammate. So it's a sick round from King. Hey, Marv is doing good in terms of making it early kills.
But Marv's had enough. He's trying to take things into his own hands.
I mean, he had enough in the last round.
It's gonna be the same thing though, right? Can't plant.
It all crumbles.
The utility is too good, and Victor kills himself.
Victor had to rush out of his ult. Victor has to rush out of their ult and then goes into the remaining elements of his ult, and he kills himself. Oh my. Dude, it's going so wrong for them. That was like that other time where there was a double ult here, right? And the guy just like ran the gauntlet. It was literally the same thing. Ult here, and he just runs the gauntlet from the enemy's ult into the last few ticks of his ult.
I mean, they're just trying to speedrun today, apparently. Like, they must have some dinner reservations.
So watch this, man.
This is just wild.
Ult's there, then he gets ulted on, and he's like, well, I've got to send it. And then he stim backs into his ult.
I mean, to be fair, there's not much you can
Look at his face, man. You gotta smile, man. You gotta smile because it's funny.
What was his choice?
Yeah, he didn't have many options.
Yeah, he didn't have any options. That's true. Problem was as well, he couldn't get like insta vision to actually see where the ult actually was. Oh, funny.
I mean, that's the cue. The flash just dropped. The bodies do
God,
too.
they are owning them.
Off contact. Gecko flash comes out. Then Calm uses flash for the people that are behind it.
Gotcha. Crash Use is gonna fall. Marv and Victor left alone. Desperately looking for any sort of a spark, a catalyst.
Every timing, every shot.
Smokes down.
the crowd, man. As he goes through his own molly. Another, yeah, the crowd are laughing because they thought he was going to get another team, I mean, he's going to kill himself again, essentially. One from the ult, one from the molly.
They just look defeated.
I mean, I don't even blame him for looking defeated. It's been insane right now.
And NRG have won 4 of them. I would have called you a liar. I mean, I would have called you insane because there's no way, right? But here we are, where they only won 4 rounds this entire series, and it was in the first map. And again, guess who's top fragging for Leviathan?
Mazino's on something, bro.
Man, poor
so
chat,
right
bro.
And we're starting to see this roster like really come into its own.
How
right?
can-
We knew
oh,
Aspas was
man.
going to be good. Calm is delivered, or excuse me, King is delivered, right? He's been exceptional so far for Leviathan at the beginning of the season, but Tex is going, or excuse me, Calm is going back to the Calm of old. Now Mazino's top fragging against NRG, who are considered to be the best team in Americas, a team that hadn't lost a single map up until this point. This Leviathan, I mean, this roster, the way they're playing now, these guys, they look like world enders.
And I think it has a lot to do with like the roles that you're talking about as well. I think Tex is actually very good.
Mango Freeze, by the way, in the charity campaign, $35 donation. Shout out to Mango Freeze. With the comments, slugs love up. That is true. Mango, thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the Sligar spam going for Mango Freeze. Thank you so much for doing that, bro.
He showed even more layers than usual.
We are
11-3.
$33 away from 3,000.
They're just doing this in such a masterful
Silly
way.
numbers.
Yeah. This is
Shout out
very,
to
very
everyone.
impressive. And this is not easy to do.
Okay, can NRG get on the board?
Right, I think would have been the expectation for most, but alas, they're doing it by committee.
Look at that. They're so confident. They want to disrupt. They want energy.
Yeah, this is just whatever the new plan is. Just go ruin it. Go duel over towards short.
And then they just win the util exchange. Like even there, they just walk up short. Go for a peek, get out instantly. And now they're gonna re-aggro again.
Yeah, they're so proactive. Double TP though, and they gotta run into raid boss Mazino, and this might be their best chance to plant. But here comes the rotate. Crashies has his ult, Marv has his ult. Marv's not involved in this one though. Yeah, and he really is the raid boss right now. 15 to 3, 16.
Goes on for the third, but doesn't land it. Aspas still backside.
Oh. Wait, the movement of that was pretty sick. What on earth did he manage to get out of there?
Discipline with it, not forcing any of these fights, understanding they're in a position to win a round. And not wanting to squander it, not wanting to throw it away. The pick goes in, and King's behind enemy lines. He's so far up. Aspas snaps! What a freak!
Yeah, I just have no words at this point. What? That was fast, bro. They can't get around.
No, the crowd's going wild.
Yeah, so can you blame them? This is mental.
And left is just calm.
Mazino did insanely good. Oh my god, it was so fast, bro.
I think anything we've seen in recent memory.
I mean, especially with the caliber of team. I mean, maybe if you're talking about a team that's already lost a bunch
Look
of
at
matches,
it.
you know, like a Fieria.
Green wall.
But this is like, this is unheard of.
Pissed around, 3 passing.
I mean, before this match, I was definitely looking at NRG.
Oh, that's a nice knife to get 3. Gives them info of 3 people.
In the world,
which means that they can at least smoke, wall up, and get over towards. Surely not. Is he just going to ult off the contact? You don't even have to take this. You could just ult off the info here.
They fight in twos. Marv was just overwhelmed there.
Oh my, the time is incredible.
And look, dude, this util dump is insane.
And again.
Looks like they're on top of this. They're doing this so good though. They leave lamps. They have wingman to go check this. Look at the util. Look at the util.
The util is phenomenal.
It's perfect.
Even the dog
And look at the
just
triple
shower
swings.
walkout
Like, how are
right
you
there,
ever meant
so
to get
nobody will have to
multi-kills?
worry about it.
How are you ever meant to get more than one kill with
I mean,
what's going
They're
on?
calling circles around NRG. Their utility usage is masterful. They're winning every single gunfight. They're getting free kills through smokes. What do you do in a situation like this?
Holy, they have one more. They have one chance to get around, and they're up against 3 ults, right?
You want to be the first team this year to be 13-0. Have we seen one yet this year?
No.
I don't think so.
Look at that timeline. Start to see some of those kills come through again. This has effectively become a frag movie for Leviathan.
It's crazy.
The YouTube video is gonna go nuts.
Normally when NRG starts on attack, they take their time and really work out how the enemy defense likes to play. But Lev have showed so many different looks on both maps so far, and their timings of the retakes of just space in general have been
This is the first time that they have a big read into actually being able to hit the right side. The issue is the Lev have so many ults for this retake. Where on earth do you even go? You can't go lamp, so they decide to push spawn. But then they could potentially. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Three of them. Victor falls. But fortunately, that's all it was for them, as they seem to be punching back. But the punches have nothing behind them.
Yeah, gotta use a KO here at one point. Got a 2v3 it.
They pop the ults. The spike has been ticking away for a little while now. Leviathan are gonna have to go aggressive with this. The Stinger and a Spectre. Ethan with 3 on the round.
He's so good.
Time is pretty low.
No shot. Are they gonna have enough time? No. I think it was a little short. That's how they win a round.
That's their first round. Well, they got one. They got one at the end. And it was close.
That's the first time NRG fans have had a chance to celebrate this entire half.
And the players too. I mean, you don't want to get 13-0.
That's yeah. Yep. Well, so that's how they went around.
Crazy Mind.
To the surprise
Crazy
of
Mind
everyone.
1999. Thank you so much, man.
NRG with Stingers.
Appreciate it. 9 months for the 9-0.
I'm not even gonna let. No, I'm not gonna let you.
Thank
say
you so much,
We're
bro.
gonna throw it down to Ender at the telestrator. That's crazy. You're not surprised. Get out of here.
11-1 is the most dominant half we have had here in VCT Americas, and it starts really in round 3 for Lev, winning out in this bonus. We're hot dropping into this round with 45 seconds left to go. At the start,
Is this just the
NRG
stall where they
put down
can't
some
plant?
pressure
Yeah, this is
into
nice.
B to threaten that there's space there, but already we can see
Mango
that back up
freeze
in
as
front
well.
is calm. So Lev are not faked out that they're eventually moving over
$32.45
into
to
the A
hit
site.
the 3,000 mark.
NRG are gonna try to hit
Holy,
this
thank
site
you so
with
much,
the
man.
flash
Altogether that
and the
makes
flash combo
fast
coming
maths.
in. But right now, Leviathan are offline
72.45 from
very
you.
far into backside.
Nope.
See that little play coming in right there?
67.45 from you. Thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do with the slug us. Let's get him spam. Get him spamming. Just put him in chat. Lost the ability to talk, it feels. Thank you so much, Mango. Thank you, thank you. And Jordan on top of that. An extra $5 as well. Thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you, Mango Freeze. Thank you, Jordan, for that. Solid. 3,000 chat.
Instead, try to maybe creep up
Look at
and
us
figure
go.
out what's going on in showers. Because right now they only have 4 players in main. They have no presence
3,005 even.
inside showers whatsoever. And as they wait out that orb, they wait it out, they look for this peak that comes in, but Victor can't find the kill. They're now realizing panic mode has come in. Players could be flanking, so now they're turned around looking at that. Brimstone is in Narnia, and they still don't have pressure on this plant. So they say, let's flash into backside, let's create some pressure with the Dizzy. But the problem is, that Dizzy gets instantly broken because there's no flash to combo with, and Demon 1 falls because Tex isn't flashed. Then the Brimstone smoke from Mazzino is stalling out the plant. The orb comes back up. There's just no time to work with, and because they don't have control over showers, the entire plant falls apart. It is a disastrous first half for NRG, and they must win this pistol. Back to you, Doug.
Yeah. Very well said, Ender. Thank you for that. I think Leviathan, as we've mentioned, as we've talked about a couple times,
Mr. Monster, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Do you think this loss will make NRG start to implode? Nah, I don't think so. Sometimes it's easier to get absolutely wrecked like this, man.
You're not actually showing everything that you have. So
the thing is, you gotta give. This is one of those ones where you gotta give like a lot of props to Lev, really. And like honestly, maybe less so than Sunset. Oi, on your head, nice, nice little body block. Lofar's happy. At least Sunset, you gotta give Lev like full respect.
Fire ups as almost everyone on the map is grouping up towards A short. Demon 1, the tip of the spear with Crash. He's not far off. Tex takes the first bit of damage, and there we go.
Big flash.
As a barrage of bullets fly across, we see things settle down. A 3v3 Tex, much worse for wear. Aspas is taking a little bit of damage as well. And they cut noise. Now reconsidering this. Marp still playing on the other side of the map, understanding if they flip through Telly, he'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Start flanking right now, which is
Fade away dink. We gotta keep an eye on the crashes. Around the worlding it from showers. But a double flank going in.
Make sure it's not obvious that a flank is coming in. He needs to show more
27 HP, 22 HP.
If he doesn't, sightlines will be adjusted behind, but that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and you probably gotta.
Has to take a step back. Tex with 22 HP, and you see him. They've been
Nice you
corralled
too.
into U-Haul.
Good pressure.
They're gonna have to
But
fight
they
their
played
way
this
out
round
of
well.
this.
Played this round very well. Fair play.
They're just gonna stick the defuse. King is nothing he can do about
Yeah,
it.
it's a lovely pistol. Well, it starts with a pistol. We'll see.
Good pistol from NRG, committing on that short 8 by not rotating off of any timing, just waiting. And then the reflank from Marv and Crashies. Ethan playing in that CT spawn so perfectly. It just worked out superbly. And this is the NRG that we like and that we have come to love because they play the fundamentally correct style. But I don't know if it's enough to make a comeback this crazy.
No buy for Leotan. Patient with it.
Oh, I thought this through.
Took a little bit of damage there.
I mean, when you're up 11-2, you just get a different
Yeah,
type
and
of
they're just
confidence.
gonna double up default maybe.
This team has clearly already been confident going into this series, but you start taking a lot more risks and doing things that are just not the meta. And NRG need to be ready to punish moments like that if they come.
Now look at the respect that they're showing them. They're so far
I'll wait
back.
for Platchat to talk
Only
about
person
this
who's really up is
map.
Team One.
Dude, you gotta get Sean back on there. Sean was flaming this team, bro, and they just look so good
Done
right
very
now.
carefully
Sean's gotta eat his
approaching
words.
this round with the pistols that they've brought into it. A heavy lean towards B.
To be fair though, he
and that's
was
where the
accurate
majority
with the
of
stuff that he
energy
was
is.
bringing up.
This will be a double flash play off of contact from Crashies. So once Crashies gets contact here, Ethan will do a pop flash and then Crashies will throw his flash after. Here it comes.
There are the flashes that you mentioned. Aspas is stuck. Nowhere to go.
So many.
The gun difference on full display here for NRG.
Yeah, and they would love to keep this one clean. Looks like they might.
Tex, no shot,
Lovely.
didn't do anything there. Marv gets 4 on the round. NRG gets a 3.
Super nice setup.
Yep.
But finally, we get to see the flash combo working out for NRG. I feel like a lot of the rounds that we've seen them try to combo up that Gecko flash with the KO
The
flash.
biggest Crew fan. I mean,
Gecko
yeah.
flash hasn't been getting much value.
Get that.
it gets
Crew's
cleared instantly,
looking
right.
nice.
Nice, a lot of players blind here, and the wall comes up at the same time. Good protocols. But a lot of info gained for
Okay, so
Lev
they
on
gotta
how
kind of
NRG
win the
likes to
bonus,
play a
really.
passive hold on that B site.
So
if they
let's
decide
see.
to
This
hit
is
again,
obviously Lev's best
expect the
chance to
Gecko
win.
Molly to land on top of that default
Molly
box,
goes across and
pushing Ethan out if he
with a
decides
bit of
to play
pressure
there
over
again, or
towards
anybody else
long.
that plays there.
Yeah,
Right,
forcing him
and
to
they
swing into the
smoke
crosshairs.
deep
Yeah.
as well against their own smoke, so I like that.
Those
Another
are the
body
type of
block.
things that you need to
Didn't
read
hit
into,
this
even
time.
on the anti-ecos or your eco rounds.
You've seen Vic try to do this twice now, where he tries to push the Viper Orb.
Yeah,
off
and I
its
think this
placement.
is the way to play against these kind of comps. At the early smoke,
really
so
meant
if
much
they
of anything.
try and get this map control, they have to like double flash through.
Yeah, I almost
If there's
think you
anyone
want to
close
land
and
a
they've
little
already
bit
got
more
one
right.
flash out of them,
Bounce
and
it
it's a
off the
lot
right
harder
side
for
of
them
the
to then
temple
retrieve
of
the
the
dizzy.
dome. Might need a 7
So I
for
think
that
the way of playing against this makes a lot of sense. Oi.
Well, that might have been 7 head right there.
one. Yeah. Actual.
Here.
They're again going into the stack. 4 members of NRG are here.
Oh, looking pretty good. It's looking like Lev might struggle on the exact same thing that NRG struggled on this one. Okay, backs. Okay, love this though. Yeah, and this is much better. I mean, this is what NRG needed to do, right? When they didn't have showers control, take back sight, and the flash over towards truck.
The guy in pocket and have a crossfire on his site, and this is
Yeah, and now they need to swing out over towards sight, but they got to worry about back of sight. Yeah, nicely done from Lev. This is, again, what NRG needed to do in their earlier rounds.
Aspas is ahead of it.
Lovely, man. So convincing. They look great.
Can't really do anything. How does Ethan win a 1v3 like
wow,
this?
They look great, man.
Great reaction from Lev to push back sight there. Take over the CT
9
spawn,
chances.
defender spawn. Marv just not ready for that. It's tough because he has to clear so many angles while that bomb is ticking down.
Right between you. You know, you and I have talked so many times about how it feels like impossible to hold back sight on A. And that's just when people are playing things standard. When you have them clearing through U-Haul, a flash over the top of truck, and then a fight back sight is just incredible.
And I don't know who was in heaven there, but I think it may have been Crashies. Just ended up whiffing when Victor needed help the most.
Oi.
Leave a tech pause. 12-3 tech pause. You hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
This feels cruel. Oh, was there a spill? There was a spill, wasn't there?
A little too hype. From the side of Lev, I think.
I think it was calm.
I mean, he's crazy for playing with that drink so close to his right hand. I'm flicking that every day of the week.
Yep. Back into the action. It was
See what
momentary
King's gonna buy on this one, and like we said, nice chances to just finish
Round
this.
16, a 12-3
King's gonna buy though,
lead for
right?
Leviathan.
Okay.
You can hear the crowd trying to will NRG back into this series, but it almost feels too little too late. Crashies on the cross. Nice.
Lovely flash over the top.
potential for more.
A great flash from Ethan.
You can tell they want to go aggressive, but
But he launched that. Was he back here
wisely
for it?
take a step back.
Maybe it goes more over towards here, to be honest.
And just like that, what, 20, 30 rounds into the 30 seconds into the round, it's over. Because surely Leviathan to win a 3v5 to win the series, right?
Don't do that. Don't do that, man. If Crashies went down there, I would have had to come over there.
Texas taking a little bit of damage here. Demon 1 online. But is it too late? A flawless round.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll count it down either way. 8 chances, and their money a little bit wrecked, so we'll just be an equal.
On the defensive side have
These two
gotten
take
the
a
best
hit.
of Lev.
The
Even
problem
the
is for
previous
Lev,
round
right?
they
I mean,
lost.
sorry, the problem is
They
for
were up
NRG is you just wait for all of the ults.
And I like the way that they repositioned after getting those
And
two
then once you
players
have all the
going
ults,
into U-Haul
you know they're probably going to try
spot,
something
but they were
aggro.
off.
And then you probably
letting
just
the
hold a
kills come to him.
default.
That's the Demon 1 that we know. That's where
Passive
he shines
default.
the strongest. When people swing into him, he just instas them. He had a really tough time on that attack side entering on the raise.
Yeah, he did. Shoddy buy here for the attack. They do have Texas ult though.
Yeah, this will be a short A hit.
And I think again, it's not 4, but they are pushing into the majority of the NRG players.
I mean, this hits this guy, right?
He
He lands on his head.
Tried to take
Oh.
some late space there. Uh-oh, that's in the molly.
Oh.
Stays alive though. Demon 1
Uh-oh.
trying to creep forward. King waiting on the other side, and Demon 1 knows. Oh, that's not how that was supposed to go.
Stinger too
Yeah,
strong.
and this guy in heaven might just die.
Not able to find anything with the ult. It's all into Marvin Vick now. Trying to keep this series alive. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Wow.
What an absolute performance, man. Look at them go. What an absolute performance.
Sunday, Leviathan destroy NRG.
Really sick.
NRG. I mean, I don't know what to say, Doug. It's not the end. That's what I'll have to say. It's not the end for NRG.
Oh,
They're still in a good spot. Their schedule is looking good after this match.
Yeah, what I am excited about though is how good Leviathan looked.
Dude,
man, like,
I mean, do we
Two stomps, yeah, and I thought like,
maybe top 3?
I mean, I at least was hoping that this game would be close.
Loud and Sentinels.
I mean, at this point, you have to.
Or are they the best?
You have to. There may be like a Sentinels Cloud9 Leviathan at this point. This is just crazy. Yeah. I think parity brings out the best in leagues like this, and I think we just saw today this Leviathan roster.
Yeah, this was impressive though, man. This was really impressive. They look so strong.
To come together again, Tom feels like he's playing with a breath of fresh air.
They just fully shut down NRG. Like Sunset was a little bit more impressive, honestly. If I'm fully talking, I feel like that Sunset would have wrecked every single team first time with how proactive they were.
Everything went well for them today.
And got a shout out.
I mean, honestly, they played Bind really well as well. I do think that Bind felt more like Bind was more NRG's mistakes in my books. Like, I felt like NRG didn't put up much of a fight, especially when like we look at the map control that they felt like they had created when we could see they just hadn't created it.
Doing the right plays and setting them up.
But Sunset they just got completely outplayed. So it was like Sunset in my books was Lev playing good, and then Bind in my books was NRG just not even showing up really.
Don't even know if it was like the strats or if your just aim was bad. You don't actually get genuine feedback from a match like this because you just got blown out.
Well, I still think the coach is a fraud, bro. Does that sound like me? You're messing me up with Sean, man.
Same things. Maybe their aim was a little bit better. It would have gone differently. Yeah, this was just a stomping, to say the least.
Oh, and again, I think for Leviathan, everything is clicking at just the right time. They're finding their footing. The chemistry looks like the best it's ever been, where everybody is contributing. They had really cool ideas on how they approach maps. Again, I think about that push through U-Haul into backside on Bind and how they have a lot going on. There's a lot to be excited about, and it couldn't have come at a better moment. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Horizon post-match interview.
I don't know what I'm gonna say.
You're all good. Well, I found the real king, everyone. IGL, literal king. Congratulations on 2 very, very convincing maps. Now, I'm asking him a question. I'm kidding. So the narrative going into this was that it was going to go to a map 3, and the NRG were probably going to take it. Quite literally the opposite of what happened. Tell me why you think that happened. Why you took it in such convincing fashion in 2.
I mean, we have been preparing a lot. I was saying in the interviews, after listening to Cloud9, we got into like this chalk state. We were procking bad, the scrims results were bad, we didn't know how to play. Like, we literally forgot how to play. And after that, as a team, we agreed, like, okay, like, stop joking around, like, lock in again, we do this, we do this. We started prepping so hard, and the only thing we needed to, like, get that leap and be the team that we know we can be was to be like a single team, and the best team that could happen to us was Sentinels.
All right. Well, talk to me about that prep, because I talked to Goked in between the maps. You said you guys prepped very, very heavy. You're talking about that now. What was the prep with NRG?
I mean, with NRG, obviously, like the maps they had, we saw the 2 series against Furia, and who else was the other team? I forgot.
Loud, right?
No. Yeah. So we obviously had like a lot of info on Sunset. We prepped Sunset a lot. They picked it into us, so it was pretty good. And I mean, yeah, we just practiced a lot. I did a lot of VOD review. In the maps, we kind of were guessing we were gonna play against them, and we hit the shot.
Yeah, I mean, what is the conversation in between maps when you have such a dominant map? You steal their map pick. Is it very casual? Is it light? Or is it just still very, very serious? Okay, we still have a job to do.
Job's not finished. Like, we know we're in a good momentum, and I told my team as soon as we were entering the bind, I said, I trust in every single one of you. I know you guys trust in me also. And I mean, we just go reset and go out like we're 0-0.
And clear 2-0 victory, incredibly convincing. Congratulations. Give it up for King one more time, everyone. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
But we have a guest on the analyst desk. It is Tech, so friends, please take it away.
All right, chat. Because I'm going to go get some sleep. We're going to end it here. Who do we want to raid?
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Who are we raiding? Who's sticking around for this one?
8 rounds of the course of entire series to NRG. We have Tex here from Leviathan. Thanks for joining us, bro. Thank you.
FNS? Yeah, let's raid FNS. Is
in this stage 1,
you going to be sticking around for this one?
Start of Super Week, you've gotten through Sentinels, you've gotten through NRG. Obviously, the Cloud9 game, a little rough start, but I mean, to take those 2 games, these massive opponents out of the running. You must be feeling awesome about playoffs.
Yeah, definitely, definitely happy, but
Sean's playing
we don't get
Premier
too happy
after.
about our
Do
wins.
Sean?
We really try to stay
Okay,
focused.
Sean.
Losing to Cloud9 was kind of a wake-up call for us.
Okay.
They're an amazing team. I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but you know, we really felt like we should have won that series, and you know, after that, we really, really locked in. Like everyone's working so incredibly hard, and got the 2 wins.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
To really lock in.
Appreciate you all again. Shout out. Sorry for the flashbang. Managed to do this. We're sticking one more day of this as well. So we've got one more day, so we'll see how high this can get. But again, Lev Aspas.
Yeah, so really, we
This game is so easy. That's outrageous. Who was that? Who was that? Okay, chat. Someone get the slug ups going as we raid Sean as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. We'll be up for Pacific in 7 hours. So I'll see you all guys in about 7 hours. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
Every little small thing.
Right, peace everyone. Take it easy. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. And shout out to everyone donating as well.
Kind of a collective team effort.
Heroes, man. Right, peace.
I would say it's really a team effort, but I definitely think the coaching staff takes initiative on that. But yeah, I mean, we
YouTube
really
chat.
all
Thanks
bring
so much,
up the hard
everyone.
conversations.
Take it easy.
After C9, you know, we had a long talk in the prac room, and